All right.
Here we go. All right. And we are live. Boom. Yep. The levels is good. The levels is good. And yeah, we are ready. You know what I'm saying? We live, chat. Let's see. Yep, we are live. Welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend is YouTube Streets, Porter77, and welcome back to another episode of 60 Frames No Lag Podcast. While at the same time, Yankees are blowing chunks, bro. You know what's the worst part is? I can't switch to another hat because the other hat I got is the Giants, and the Giants suck even worse. So like I'm stuck. I should have bought a Knicks hat. I don't have a Knicks hat. You know, I lost the last one. I should have bought a Knicks hat. I should have bought a Rangers hat. You know what? I should have bought the Liberty hat. The WNBA?
Yeah.
That's what I should be rocking.
NBA
Yeah, the Liberty. Because they actually win championships. I should be, you know what? I'm going to get me a Liberty hat. That's what I'm going to get. Because they actually deserve it. They actually won. Liberty wins. Unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable, bro. The Yankees just embarrassed. Congratulations to the Dodgers. I don't want to hear it ain't over. This shit's over. Bro, this shit's over. No Jets hat. Are you kidding me? Jets. Listen, brother. To JC. Shout out to JC 2013. Let me tell you something. I am not a fan of any New York team that has the letters ETS in it. If it has the letters ETS, don't talk to me about them. Nets, Jets, Mets. Nah. ETS. Kill that. Kill that noise. I ain't talking about them. So that they're even worse. New York teams with the letters ETS are even worse. They're bad. They're even worse. I'm telling you. All right. Notice Liberty. They don't have ETS in their name, so they win championships. I don't know what's up with the Yankees. This is embarrassing. Dodgers, y'all smoked them. Especially Freeman. Who the fuck is Freeman? And why is he hitting a home run every single game? Like, yo, this dude hits home runs like nothing. Every game, he starts off the game. Oh yeah, let me just pop a home run. What is this? MLB The Show? It's like you do that in video games. How you hit a home run in every game of the World Series? That's something you do in video games. You don't do that in real life. This dude's just hitting home runs every app. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that one pitch they threw, that was just a fat ball right down the middle. Like he can't overpower him. So
he did it again.
Bad. Yeah.
Holy cow, this dude won MVP of the World Series. I never seen an easy road to the MVP ever. Freeman just bats up, crack, home run. I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, at this point, Yankees need to sign him. You know, is his contract up? Yo, he's hitting home runs and Yankees say like nothing. Sign him, bro. That's what we do. Firm that dude.
Yeah.
Get Freeman to the Yankees, bro. Because he's clearly cracking home runs. Shit. If he plays 81 games in Yankee Stadium, that dude will have like 90 home runs. Yo, no lie, bro. If Freeman played on the Yankees, half the season Yankee Stadiums, easy 80, 90 home runs for him. He's cracking home runs like nothing. Oh, God. You got Juan Soto and Judge. Yeah, add Freeman to the list. Oh, yo, this is crazy, bro. I never see something so embarrassing in my life, bro. But anyway, how you guys are doing? Craig, how you doing?
I can't complain. Doing okay. Doing all right. Hanging in there. Back is sore for some reason.
Oh, watch it. Whoa, pause.
Yeah, no,
what's going on here? Whoa. Chocolate Thunder came by for a visit? What's going on?
No,
whoa, pause.
Nah,
it's called age. We getting old. We getting old.
Yeah,
bro.
we're getting old. So yeah, I woke up sore for no reason. But yeah, I got my email. I got two emails from Sony. One telling me about, I made the Players Club. So,
you did you? You got the email? Lucky you.
Then I got an email about being charged. So they told me to get my they told me to get my money ready for some cheat busting.
Yeah, like Kevin Hart. You got all your money in savings. You need 3 days to transfer into checking. You better make sure that money's in checking.
No, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. I mean, if we're already being told this, I'm hoping it ships Friday.
Yeah.
That way it's here Saturday or Sunday.
Wow, but good for you on the PlayStation Club, man. I was hoping to get that. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a lot to say. Be like, hey, we want your opinion on the future PlayStation. Oh, you do now. I don't think they're gonna give me an email. If they know my channel, they're like, yeah, we're not sending this dude emails. We're gonna get an earful. Oh, you want to know what direction you should go? Oh, I got you. Y'all want it? I got you. Send me that email, Sony. They're not gonna send me that email. They're like, hell nah. We don't want to hear this guy. Oh shit. All right, man. It's a good thing, man. The judge, what's going on, man? You sounding good? I'm glad you're in the best health. What's going on, my brother?
They're waiting for my PlayStation 5 Pro to come through.
Did you get your confirmation email too?
Well, I remember I canceled it with through PlayStation Direct because I'm going through GamePro. I mean, not GamePro, through GameStop.
GameStop. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting on that. In the meantime, I went back to playing my PlayStation 4 Pro, and I can only take but so much of PC game, and I like it, but it's not the same as game on console. Other than that, just being a family guy, being dad, and taking care of my family, and going to work. That's about it, man.
Okay. All right, man. Good for you. Glad to hear that, man. I'm glad you're sounding better and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All right. And you about to get that pro? You're gonna get pro'd up? You're gonna go from pony to Pegasus. Oh, snap. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Shout out to Code. Rest in peace. He came up with that term, the Pegasus Nation.
Yeah,
all right.
Pegasus
Nation.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Good, right? And, of course, we got the man with 1,000 cameras. You know what I'm saying? The bionic man, the bionic photographer. What's going on, my brother? My brother from down under. Uh-oh.
I was on mute, wasn't I?
Oh, for a minute, I'm like, he got all the sights, but none of the sound.
Let me tell you, man. All visual, no audio, you know?
All visual, that's it. You know? It's like hey,
good, but nothing of substance.
You know how parents used to say, children are meant to be seen, not heard.
Exactly. All shall, no feeling.
Oh, what's going on, my brother? How's everything with you?
Hey, man. Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Sorry about that. I've been playing an old game, Ni no Kuni. Wrath of the White Witch. Got her on my portal for people who... Blaze was asking me the other time if I actually, use my portal at all. And with this game, I've been using more and more on the portal. It just fits right, like it's an older style game. It's like the graphics are not as demanding. It's very beautiful on the screen. It just seems to belong there. Like, you've got games where you're like, I think people that have a Switch do this. They're like certain games, they'll plug it in for the TV. Other games are like, it just feels better handheld. Like it just seems to like fit, better. So I have been enjoying the portal. Let me go to the actual YouTube channel so I can see what the chat is saying. Man, it would be good if there was like a chat integration right here in Discord. That's like the one thing they're missing. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Okay. All right. Everybody up? Okay, I appreciate it, man. Good to hear. I'm glad everybody's here. I'm checking the audio levels. I lowered mine because I think usually I am loud, but I'm trying to improve and balance out the audio levels and stuff like that. So that way everybody's more on an equal level and stuff like that. Because I know the Puerto Rican me is blowing out eardrums, pals, and stuff like that. All right, and pals and stuff. Y'all let me know. Hopefully I didn't cut it down too much to where now y'all can't hear me, right? But just to try to improve the overall ambiance of the podcast and stuff like that. All right. Wonder where J-Dub is at, man. I need J-Dub in here.
J-Dub is back at HQ. He's talking to the generals,
you know what I'm saying?
Sure that
I'm saying is
we still have the front. We're still fighting the fall.
You know what I'm saying? Because right now, team multiplayer ain't doing too good. We're gonna talk about it.
Hey, listen, man.
But team multiplayer, yo, this is bad.
Huge blow.
Listen.
Wow.
I could be one type.
It's a bad.
Yeah. Team single player is like. Like, what are we doing? But we're merciful on this side, We're not trying to pillage and burn down the village. We just want y'all to learn a lesson and come back to us. In fact, we want you to come back to us. We want you be on our side once again. We know you guys are lost. You're going through your trials. We get it. Sony has to do it. I get it. You're in that phase. Listen, you're like rebellious children, not listening to the parents. You're in that phase.
For the city. We're trying to make our way in the city, and it's a big hard city out here. It's New York. We left the farmlands where everything was good and prosperous, and now we're trying to make it in the Big Apple.
Not all of you's on the 5th floor with one apartment, one bathroom, paying $5,000 a month.
Rent is high, sharing with 17 people.
Y'all all sharing ramen noodles from the same cup.
Exactly.
Y'all go. Listen, come back to the farmland. Everything's good here.
We gotta make it in the Big Apple.
No, I don't know, man. Y'all about to get robbed. You know, don't take the subways at night.
Listen,
I don't know what's going
rats,
on.
the subway rats,
Yeah,
it's miserable out here.
Listen, that's the reason why I'm not going back to New York. I saw the light. I saw the promised land. You know.
Listen,
all right, we want y'all back. All right, all
we
right.
gotta make it. We gotta make it in the
Oh,
man.
man.
We gotta try. So
Okay.
yeah, J-Dub, he just told me he's at HQ. You know, we're talking back with the generals and the people. You know, gonna make sure that there's still a front for us to fight over here because you know, the money in the pocket isn't really doing what it's supposed to do. You know, rent is due. We're 3 weeks
Hey,
behind,
I
and
paid mine
we
today.
gotta make some decisions.
Yeah, I paid my rent
Oh,
today.
wow!
Uh-oh.
That you bought a physical.
What's that? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna do the upgrade. I didn't know you were gonna just buy the brand new
Oh,
physical version.
yeah. No. I went all in. That's my snow bunny, so I got to support my snow bunny.
Fantastic, fantastic. I love Horizon Zero Dawn. Has it actually come out the patch?
Oh yeah. Well, I believe the game automatically just does it. It's my
Mhm.
understanding. So
Okay.
so yeah. Yeah, they're all patching in the Spider-Man one is gonna be awesome too. So yeah, I'm
Fantastic.
ready for it. Porter Rock
Oh
got
yeah,
a
that's for the pro, right? That is pro
yeah, that's
pro
pro ready.
ready.
Yeah.
Nice.
Porter Rock got a super chat. He ain't ready yet.
Okay, yeah. Let me read that. We go. Oh, J-Dub is here. Oh yeah. But first, let me read the super chat. Some guy known as Craig the Tech Guy. I don't know if that's D-Batch's cousin. I think it's D-Batch's cousin. I think they have these tech guys going around YouTube. Craig the Tech Guy said with a $5 super chat, PS5 Pro has these PC Xbox communities heads against the wall and told them, get ready for cheek busting. Oh man. Oh man. All right, he bought a lot of baby oil.
Shout out.
Yo,
Shout out
Craig,
to Chad.
J-Dub's back from HQ.
Craig bought a
Yeah,
lot of
Shout
baby
out.
oil.
Yeah.
Sorry about I'm what maybe 10 minutes late.
Oh no,
like
you
that.
good. You listen. You're like
good.
Gandalf. You arrive
Appreciate
precisely when you mean to.
There you go.
At the turn of the tide. That's when Gandalf showed up.
There you go.
Hey, shout out to the chat though. I saw somebody watch the Moore's Law video and saying that the PS5 tech is getting now. Moore's Law is saying that it's better than the 4070. Like I said, you all will keep seeing things, and more things will come out, and then you'll be right at home with your 49. I want you to get my 4090 t-shirts, better than a 4090, more powerful. They go on sale. I'm getting them in a couple of weeks. So get ready for them. You all get them ready. I want a worldwide launch. So it's for the chat. Again, all members, they're free. You got to pay for shipping though. But hey, you get a free shirt, right?
Oh man.
Okay, what's better than that? And it will be more powerful than a 5090. So I hope that gets clipped too.
Did I tell y'all one of my PS5 Pros shipped already?
Wow, lucky dog.
Hell
I
yeah.
just hope they don't have a hold on it. You know, sometimes they'll put a hold that says don't deliver to this date.
Oh man,
Yeah,
you're hoping to get that stuff.
Yeah, I'm hoping some
street
good brother go ahead and don't pay attention to that paperwork and go ahead and let it slip through the cracks. Pause.
All right.
He wants a cheat code.
Yeah.
Yeah, pause was the correct word.
Hey, with the quickness.
You got that street day. You got to tell them to lift that street day. You know, like, hey, look, don't worry about that. Here, I got 500 for you to deliver.
Yeah.
All right. Great, man. J-Dub, how you been, man? What you been up to?
Oh man, I've been okay, man. Just getting home from work. Had a long day at the office, but other than that, man, can't complain. Everything looking good. I saw my man Herman Hulse went ahead and pulled the plug on
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
Firewalk and stuff like that. So it's a good topic. I saw
We're gonna talk
Indiana
about
Jones. Indiana Jones got that Xbox yellow sticker treatment written all on it.
We're gonna talk about that too. That's on the topic. Yo, we think alike.
Yeah, and don't forget we still got to talk about Socks in the Dollar. He came out and said, "Yeah, more games are coming."
Oh yeah, that's right. That came out last week.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, you know they used to discount Field saying, Field didn't really mean it, but now the head chief double down on it. So they're gonna have to figure out how they're gonna spend that.
All right. All right. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
But
All
other than
right.
that, no complaints, man. I got my vacation in. I'm vacationing from Friday all the way to shit, maybe 3 weeks. I don't know when I'm going back, but I'm
Shit,
gonna be on that PS5 Pro the whole
you
time.
could do that. You could do that. You can do that. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
You got people under you that could take care of it. That's what you pay them for. You pay them so you could not work. All right. I'm paying you so I ain't gotta
I'm
do
off.
it. All right.
That's why I got to break this news. I'm off all next week.
That's
I
what
gotta
I'm.
cover that. I got to cover the election, and I'm off all.
You
next
covering
week.
the election? Oh
So I'm
shit!
ready.
Oh
I'm gonna
shit! You
throw
out
my
there?
hands
You
like
out?
Birdman.
You out there doing politicking? You politicking?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
got
he out there doing the Lord's work.
Yeah,
He doing the Lord's work.
Oh shit! My man gonna out there on November 5th. He's gonna be looking at the map. Oh shit! What's your prediction? What's your prediction? What's your prediction, Craig? Who you think is gonna win? What's your prediction? Trump or
according to
VP Harris?
According to 538. If 538 is
What's 538?
correct,
What's 538? What's that?
538.com. It's an aggregate. It's very accurate. Trump will win the electoral, but Harris will win the popular.
I don't care about the popular. That don't mean I hate the popular vote. I absolutely hate that. It's absolutely useless. I want to know the electoral. Who's gonna swear in January? You saying Trump is gonna swear in?
Yeah, based on 538. Yeah.
Oh,
It is America, man.
it
Y'all
is
crazy.
Oh man.
I just want to
crazy.
point out that's not how democracy is supposed to work. You know, just so you all know.
What happened?
Popular vote is supposed to be the actual
Well,
vote.
but that's the thing.
That's how democracies are supposed to work.
Well, we're a republic. So
You're
that's-
representative democracy,
Yeah,
right? Let me. That's
Well,
what I'm
no,
saying.
no, no,
Oh,
We're a
representative
democracy,
even
but
though
we
it's
are
not-
Let's
we
not
are
put a rock. We are
we're a
not
republic.
democracy.
We're a
We're
republic. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a
Yeah,
Republican.
that's what everybody says.
Yeah, no, that's what we are. No, that's
true.
literally
We
it was
really
built.
are. Yeah.
America is built as a republic, not
As
as
a
a
republic.
not as a representative democracy.
Not as a
Never, it never was.
Now we tell people we spread democracy all over.
Yeah.
But we're not
But
a
you don't do it.
Democracy for thee, not for ye.
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
there you go.
No, but we
do
are
as
republic.
I say, not as I do.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the fundamental, and I would say fundamentally, I mean, I can't blame the founding fathers. It is a good system, right? And to be honest, the founding fathers
No,
did
it
say,
isn't.
no, listen. At the time when they built it, it was a good system. But the founding fathers know that, A, things could change. So they created the system to say, if it needs to change, the people have the ability to do it when the time comes. So the system that we have is not a permanent system. We can change if we want to, but it has to be voted, whatever. But at the time when they formed it, what they did want to ensure was that due to a specific population, let's say like, New York cannot be the dominant state across America.
Yes.
Simply because New York has the majority of the people, therefore America cannot be how New York wants it to be, simply because New York has more people. That's why the popular vote is not this current system that we use, because they don't want to say, because if technically the popular vote was the system we use, technically California, New York, and a few other states, that's it.
Texas.
Everybody would have to just do what the hell we say, and they would have no say in it.
That would be right.
Yes,
because again, the whole point is that the majority gets to vote. Like if 99% of the country wants something to happen, it should happen. If it doesn't matter where you are.
The majority can vote. It's just certain states, they have to make it even. So you might have, let's say Vermont.
Yeah,
No other country uses that system.
No other country is built like ours. Like each state is actually, this country wasn't built. All right, the formulation of this country wasn't built as one country. It was built as a federation of states.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? So technically speaking, each state has their own constitution and their own way of thinking, right? Now, for certain things,
they kick up to the federal government.
Yeah, exactly. The whole federal government idea is just for the protection. Really, the federal government has one job: protect the Constitution. That's the job.
Yeah.
That's the job,
That's it.
right?
Yeah.
That's the law of the land. So any power invested in federal government is through the Constitution. Everything beyond the Constitution, the states handle it. And each state has their own representative constitution, right? And that's what people don't understand, right? So believe it or not, each formulated state, that's why it's the United States of America, United States. Each state is its own entity, right? And a lot of people don't really understand that. Each state does what it wants as long as it's in line with the Constitution. And the federal government is only supposed to enforce the Constitution. Anything beyond the Constitution, federal government is not supposed to touch. They're supposed to say like, hey, if this is not empowered by the Constitution, we can't stop New York from doing what New York want to do, or Texas do what Texas want to do, or Florida. Like, we don't have the power to tell New York, oh, you got to do this. They can't. If it's not in the Constitution, the federal government can't say a damn thing. They have to mind their business and stuff like that. That's the reason why this whole, Roe versus Wade or abortion, when they got it back down to the states, the federal government cannot do nothing now. If one state, let's say Texas, says, hey, abortion is illegal, period, the federal government has to shut their mouth and deal with it. There's nothing they can do. Yeah. It's no longer a protected right under the Constitution. A lot of people don't realize that. So that's why this whole state power is a big thing in America. In America, the states have the power. Yeah, not the federal government. Now, because that's the mindset in the creation of America where the states have the power, they don't want a situation to where, let's say, a state like North Dakota, which is a completely different dynamic than the state of New York, where New York says, well, since we're the bigger population, sorry, North Dakota, you have to do what the hell we want. You pretty much don't have representation. Deal with it, right? Given that the fact that North Dakota or South Dakota or Wyoming or Montana, all these other states, completely different dynamic in how they live, completely different lifestyle from the economy and stuff like that, right? So the whole electoral system, so the whole electoral system is built to ensure that there's a fair and balanced system where Montana does have a say in the presidency, where North Dakota has a little bit of say in the choosing, and it's not an outright, sorry, North Dakota, you ain't got enough people, New York, Florida, Connecticut, Jersey you're just gonna have to do what the hell we want, considering that the dynamic of New York, New Jersey, and all these states is completely different as compared to life in North Dakota, whatever.
Yeah,
completely
but
miles
the
apart.
opposite happens, which is just as disastrous. Which is, even though New York has millions more people than some of the smaller states, they get the same amount of representatives, which means that your vote in New York counts far less than your vote in any state.
No.
Yeah, it does.
No. Because no. That's different. No, you're talking about a totally different system. That's not a totally different system. This is about the presidency. New York has more electoral votes than Wyoming, North Dakota. Right? We have a lot more electoral votes. New York has like 30-something electoral votes. So like if a president or if a candidate going for presidency wins New York, they get like 30 votes. But if they win North Dakota, they get like 7 votes. So it's not like North Dakota has the same amount of electoral votes as New York. They don't.
Yeah,
right?
It goes by population.
Yeah, it goes by a level of population. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for example, for every 1,000 or 10,000 people, you get 1 electoral vote. So New York does have a lot of electoral votes, right? They do have. Texas has a lot. California has a lot, right? But North Dakota and Miami, they do have enough to be a fair representation. So it's a mathematical equation printing that. What you're talking about is one aspect of Congress. So Congress is split into 2 bodies, right? The legislative branch. You have the House of Representatives and the Senate, okay? To balance it out, the legislative branch, right? They are by population. So New York has more, people in the legislative branch than let's say Wyoming, right? We have like 20 representatives. Wyoming have like 5. So on that side of the house, it's exactly what you say. We have more representatives because we have more people. But to balance it out, we have what's called the Senate. The Senate on that side of the house, it's only 2 per state. That's it. Doesn't matter how big or how small, you get 2. So there's 100 senators. Both combined has to agree to a bill to get sent up to the president for signature to become a law. That means on one side of the house with the representatives, right? They all vote. The majority pass and be like, hey, we like this bill. Gets a majority vote. Now it moves to the Senate. For the Senate, you have to get 51 votes. You get the 51 votes. Now it goes up to the president. This is where, once again, it's not to overwhelm where the majority of the population completely has 100% control of everything. And there's 0 to little no representation from the smaller states that don't have the population. So you still have population. You still got that on one side of government. And then on the other side of government, to check it, you have equal power among all the states through the Senate. Both combined is supposed to create a fair and balanced system between the interests of the state, no matter what the population, but also the interests of the state with a huge population. And once they both agree, then it goes up to the president. Extreme is probably like, this is the most complicated
I understand that
Yeah,
part, but then
okay.
the thing is that the Senate is where everything stops, right? Because basically, since you only have a two-party system and it's very partisan,
You mean
if one party doesn't
bottleneck,
like it,
the
they
bottleneck.
can literally
Oh yes,
stop.
yeah.
Exactly.
The Senate, it could stop at the Senate. It absolutely can. That the Senate could say, nope, we don't like this. Either rewrite it or send it back, right? Because it starts at the House. It's called the House, right? The House of Representatives. Every bill starts there. Then if they pass, then it goes to the Senate, and then the Senate looks at it, right? And the Senate
And
could
vice
say,
versa. You can have something.
"Oh yeah,
pass
that's
the
true,
Senate
yeah."
and go to the
And then
House,
ultimately, both have to agree. If both the House and the Senate agree, then it goes up to the president, and the president could veto it. The president could say,
veto it.
"Nah, I don't like this shit." Veto, send it back. Now, in the event the president vetoes it, the only way that bill could become law is if now 3/4 of the House and Senate says, "Nah, President, we will pass this bill." The only difference is you need more people to say yes, which is 3/4, 75% of both the House and Congress have to agree. If they get 75%, then it doesn't matter. So it's pretty much Congress vetoes the president's veto.
Yeah. Okay.
Henceforth,
understood.
that's why the people, the president is just our commander in chief and can actually sign the laws into
But they
power.
can't create one.
But he can't create any laws.
No.
So
I mean, he does have executive orders, but that's normally things that pertains to his branch. Because there's branches of government that falls under him, like the FBI, DOD, stuff like that. He can create executive orders pertaining to those things because he is directly responsible for those things. He or she.
Including the military.
The military. Yeah, he or she is directly, right? Now, the only thing the president doesn't control is funding the military. That is still
the
Congress.
finance.
Yeah, Congress has 100% control. You'd be surprised.
Yep.
Here's a little secret a lot of people don't know. The president can't do shit with the border.
yeah,
It blows my mind. Oh, we need
don't know that.
People don't know that. The border is a responsibility of Congress. They fund it.
Yeah.
That's why when people be like, "Oh, we need a president that's strict on border control," I'm like, man, these guys don't even know who has the power. Only Congress could fix the border. They're the only ones that can. They have to pass the bill. If they don't pass the bill, I mean, the most the president can do is like activate the military maybe and whatever and stuff like that. But he can't change the border rules or nothing. That's Congress. That's the House and the Senate.
Yeah, the border's on states.
You'd be surprised you'd be surprised how many people think the president has that control. They don't. Sure, they advertise it. It's a great selling point. But in reality, our border's fucked because Congress hasn't done shit. But that's a whole different. But anyway, let's not make this a politics and stuff like that, right? We got we have to put in time to talk shit about Xbox. That's what the people are really here for. That's what gets the people going. Hit that like button. But let's see what we got. We got some super chats here. We got Romy Rome with the $10 super chat. Says, "What's up, P-Rock and panel? This is my first super chat ever given on any channel, but I'm curious in your thoughts on the AAA UE5 Halloween Michael Myers game that's rumored to be in development." Whoa. Hold up, Romy Rome. Hold up. What do you mean? The rumors of a AAA Halloween. Y'all heard about that? Because I'm all in. He got me at AAA UE5 Halloween. I'm all in.
I mean,
I'm all in.
It better not be that dead that date like shit.
No, well, there's but they already know. They already have that. There's a DLC pack, so they already did that. The Dead by Daylight Halloween DLC pack exists, so you can do that now. Yeah. So it can't be that. And I know there's like the side-scrolling indie game, which is Halloween and The Evil Dead. In fact, if you get them both, you could play. But Michael Myers is out there killing like monsters and shit like that. So I mean, it's a side-scroller or whatever, right? So I know that's there. But Romy Rome, my brother, you need to give me some info. Hit me up on Twitter, the DM. You know what I'm saying? PuertoRock77_. That's how it is. Because I'm going to tell you, AAA Halloween, I'm in. I don't even know who's making it. I'm in. Anybody else in with me? No?
Fuck no.
Y'all ready to play Concord? No. Yeah? That's what we're doing. You know what? Yeah. I get it. I get it. You want Concord? You want more Concord? I get it. I'm alone in this fight. All right. You see the nonsense. You know they don't want Halloween, but they want Concord. Unbelievable. You guys are unbelievable. What's going on here?
It's an American holiday.
Listen. It's amazing, bro. Listen. You know what's the secret? Let me tell you something. You want Halloween to be Australia. You want it. I'm telling you. I'm gonna tell you why. For whatever reason, Halloween went from a holiday where you dress up as scary monsters, tell ghost stories, give candy to kids, and it became a day where women. No. Where women, for whatever reason, wants to dress like sluts, and it's perfectly okay on that day. It's perfectly okay. I've seen some of the craziest outfits, and no one says nothing. Any other day, if a woman walks down the street like that, But on that day, it's okay. Like, they walk around in thongs as a police officer. When do, police officers wear pants? Not thongs. Blue thongs? And they put a badge in between their crotch. Like, that's supposed to hide something. Like, what are we talking about? I see ass cheeks everywhere.
Hey,
I'm not lying. Ass cheeks everywhere. And no one says nothing on that day. It is the universal OnlyFans day. Out and open. It's crazy. So, Extreme, you want that holiday in your land. Ass cheeks everywhere.
That's it. That's it. America's spreading, love and care.
Spread democracy. Ass cheeks out, boy, and no one will complain on that day only. It's like the purge. You know what I'm saying? Starting at 6 o'clock, everybody dressed like sluts, and it'll be okay. But comes 5 in the morning, everybody got stopped. Wear regular clothes. Crazy.
Hey, what's that mean? If Jesus can't save these hoes, what makes you think he can?
You can, yeah.
It's crazy. So trust me, if there's any part of the world not celebrating Halloween, it's an American thing. You want that. That's one American custom you want on your land.
You want to import that? We want to import that.
You want to import that. There's a lot of there is some good things we do in America. Halloween is one of them. You want that. That's what you want, right? We may not have a lot, but damn it. Charles Hawk, I'm going to part in downtown San Diego. Yeah, the gas lamp in San Diego? Listen, I will be divorced. My wife says, yeah, you're not allowed in San Diego during Halloween. You can't go. So, she knows.
She's like, nah, you're not going.
Nah, cut that out. You're going to be here in the house giving out candies. That's what you're going to do. Everybody knows. See, Heath? The Heathen Stevens, he said the gas lamp is lit. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, you can see it on YouTube. There's guys with YouTube accounts. All they do is walk around San Diego and recording. They have, I don't know, they have a camera. They probably sneak it in their shirt or whatever. Crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, but shout out to Romy Rome. Listen, I don't know much about the rumor, but I will tell you, Romy Rome, that $10 super chat is your first. I'm with you. I am down with it. Let's go. Let's make it happen. I'll tell you why. It's not going to flop like Concord. It's not going to be that bad. Damn. I know that much.
Damn.
Too soon?
Rest in peace.
Shots being taken. Too soon?
Too soon, oh, we have to do the eulogy first. Who's going to give the eulogy?
Yeah, exactly. Let's just.
What am I thinking you're doing?
Take a moment of silence.
Yeah, All right, we're gonna do the bells. Ding, ding. All right, Raji. You know what I'm saying? My brother with the super chat. Let's see. He says Craig is not entirely balanced in his coverage. Dislikes Kamala. 538 said Hillary would win. 538 says more Republicans will win 2022. Just vote. Hold on. Oh.
No, it did not.
Listen. Hold on. It's 538. Who pays for 538? Is MAGA pay for that?
Nate Silver. That is Nate Silver.
And who's Nate Silver? Is he MAGA?
No. He's a math numbers guy.
No.
I think he has sold it, but no. 22 did not say that. And,
okay, he sold this, so who owns it now?
16.
Who owns it now?
I can't remember if ABC owns it, but he did sell it.
Fox owns it, don't they?
No, he didn't. No, he did not. They didn't say that, and there's no way any poll can detect late breaking vote.
You talking shit about Kamala?
Think about
you talking shit about her?
Hillary Clinton got more vote. Again, that's why I keep trying to tell people. Hillary Clinton got more vote than Trump did. Trump just got he got a straight flush. He got a straight flush, and Hillary got the electoral
Listen, hold on. Did 538? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Did 538 say more Republicans will win in 2022? The red wave. You remember? I know you. If you covering the election, you and I, we both know what we're talking about.
You remember that?
That shit wasn't even 2022 to.
It was supposed to be a blue wave.
No.
It wasn't
red wave.
Rasmussen. No, Rasmussen said red wave.
No, everyone was saying red wave.
No, Rasmussen skews to the right. That's the truth.
Listen. every political outlet, from the Turks to Ben Shapiro. Listen. I'm not stopping there. The Turks, Ben Shapiro, Fox News, CNN. Everybody was nervous. Well, the left side was nervous about the red wave. The right side was hyping it to no end. Listen.
You're talking about people that skew.
No, but listen. You had one side that was scared as hell, already pissed off that the red wave was coming, and then on the right side they were already celebrating. And then what happened? That shit wasn't even a pre-me drip. No, they couldn't even bust a nut. Nobody got pregnant that day.
Okay. No. They look at the historic trends, and every indicator was that there was a red wave, and so it wasn't there in the numbers.
Wasn't even a shower. Wasn't even a summer shower.
It was
embarrassing.
None of that. Wasn't
you know
it
what?
Wasn't even a butterfly.
You fake news, bro. You fake news. I ain't trusting 538. You fake news. Fake news.
Man. So we'll see. We'll see. 7 days.
Hey, listen. Right, I'm not gonna make this all. I'm gonna say is me and my wife casted our votes. Everybody, regardless who you're voting for, go out there and vote. It's very important. Go out there and vote, and then whoever wins, may God guide them, or somebody please, But I will say this: if Trump wins, there is one good thing about Trump winning. This is the only good thing about Trump winning. We only have to deal with the fucker for 4 more years. 2028, I never have to hear. What?
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Have a Democratic House.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, come 2028. Yeah, I'm telling you, come to listen. If I have to come out, listen, Joe, I promise you, if I have to come out of retirement to drag that fucker out the White House, I'll do it myself. I will come out of retirement. I'll be like, listen, I will come out of retirement. Give me the orders. I will kick down the door with Marines. We will drag that chain. Marines, listen. Marines did it before. We'll do it again. We will drag the motherfucker out. I will personally come out of retirement to follow those orders. We will drag his ass out. Get your bitch ass out of here. You're done.
As soon as somebody else gets sworn in, he's trespassing.
That's it. We will drag him out. All right. But anyway. All right. So, shout out to Raji, right? We got Nature Boy 601. Thank you for the super chat, right? Hit that like right there. All right. Nature Boy says, please explain the level of self-hatred some Latinos have for themselves to continue to support a man and party that outright hates them.
This is not that show. Come on,
man. I will explain this. And I will say this from my own personal experience with my own family. I'll use that. So that way it's not anecdotal, somebody else, my own personal experience, right? So in the Puerto Rican culture, we have this, I ain't gonna say this joke, to which as I grew older, I realized this is not a joke. This is internalized racism. That's really what it comes down to. Minorities have an issue with internalized racism and they don't know it. All right, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the supposed joke that is not a joke. All right.
Hey, the Yankees are up 3.
Jay, listen, my brother. Listen, now's not the time.
Oh.
Listen.
Oh shit.
There's no goddamn way Yankees are gonna come back from 4. Listen, if anyone believes Yankees are gonna come back and win the World Series, then you better go to sports bets right now. Because the odds is like 1,000,000 to 1. You simply bet $10 on the Yankees win the World Series, you'll win the $1 million. So if you guys, if there's any inkling, go to bet right now. Because you're gonna be millionaires. But anyway, God damn it, Craig. But anyway. My God, you guys make me want to shut off the podcast to watch the Yankee game. Listen, we're gonna we gotta stay focused. Lock it in, 60 frames, no lag. Lock it in. Let me tell you my story. So, as I was growing up, I used to hear this joke my family used to say, right? And I'm going to tell you, hold on. Let me show you something. So that way you guys, give me a minute. I'm going to show you a picture of my family. I've shown it before, right? But I'm going to show it to you again. Some of you may have. of my mom and her side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna show you something. Let me see if I can find it because I posted it on Twitter. All right. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. So y'all can see. So there's no point. But somebody asked a question, so let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Because I posted this picture a long time ago. Let's see if I could let's see if I could find it. Where are you? Like, holy cow. You're gonna see. Give me a second. Because this is important, because that's a good question. And you know what? I know this is not that podcast, but let's see if I can find it. Holy shit. Can't find. Let's see. Let's damn it. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it here. I think J-Dub, I think you remember seeing my photo, right? When I show you my photo, you remember J-Dub?
Yeah. I seen your family before. Yep.
Yeah, when everybody saw my photo, okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna show you a picture of my family. All right, everybody's gonna see. Even Craig's gonna be like, "What the hell?" All right, so everybody's gonna look, right? Even Extreme's gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, this is about to be good then.
Yeah,
Everybody gonna be dancing.
you're gonna love this side of my family.
Yep.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this woman right here is my mother. This is my grandfather, my two aunts, and my two uncles. Yo, when I show people this, when I show people this, they'd be like, "Are you adopted?" I'm like, "No, I came out the womb from this woman right here." You know, I have black people telling me, "Bro, you more blacker than me." All right, so this is my family right here. This is my family. All right, so this is so I want y'all to look at this photo, and I'm gonna tell y'all, right? So growing up, right? Okay, there was this little, again, quote unquote joke. As I learned, I got older. I'm like, man, really, this is not a joke, right? Right? This is not it. There's other people in my family. This is just a photo. You know, I got, well, they're dead now, but I have more uncles and aunts, right? And you'll see, like, you know, anyway. And they all play the conga. Oh, it's a great time. Anyway, so this joke, let me go back, keep saying it, but it's not a joke. There was this saying, and this is also certain, and some of you Puerto Ricans that's in the chat, you know what I'm talking about. Whenever somebody in the family, the younger generation, you know, like my cousins or whatever, right? If they come home to introduce their boyfriend or girlfriend, who is a white person, Irish, Italian, just Jewish, straight white person, they used to say this joke like, they used to say in Spanish, para mejor la raza. In Spanish, that's in English, translation is to better the race. Bringing a white person home, para mejor la raza, you know, to better the race. If you bring a black person, non-Latino, you know, Jamaican, you know, Black American, you know, what's the new term? Foundational black man, right? Foundational black American, any of those. If you bring a black person home, they will say, se jodió la sangre. Meaning, there goes the blood.
Damn.
Just as dark as they are. And they will say shit like that, right? And over time, as I grow older, I'm like, hold up a minute. Like, what are we saying? Like, I got going, I'm thinking, bro, like, we're talking shit about our own blood. Like, we have black blood in us already. You understand what I'm saying? And there is a serious issue of internalized racism within our own culture, right? So when you have this mindset, right? Picture this. And what he's talking about is what happened in Madison Square Garden. You go to a political event. Okay. You MAGA. You're Latino. You're Puerto Rican. You're Latino. MAGA, whatever. And the first thing you hear is a dude say, oh, yeah, you know, as a joke, right? Roast at a political event, which I don't understand, but whatever. The first thing they mention is, oh, yeah, there's a floating land of garbage. Oh, yeah, it's called Puerto Rico.
I thought that was a little strong.
If you have not reconciled your own internal racism, you're not going to see anything wrong with it. You're going to make excuses. Yep. It's just a joke. It's just humor. Blah, 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 blah. You ain't recognized. Oh, can't you take a joke? Stop being softy. So then I ask a simple question. I had multiple people talk to me about that. I just simply ask a simple question. Did he make a joke about Christians?
Yep.
Did he make a joke about white people shooting up schools?
Mm-hmm.
Did he make a joke about priests being pedophiles?
No.
Nope.
Did he make a joke about, welcome to the Nazi rally? Is there any edgy joke? Because they did also make joke about black people saying, oh, we're going to carve up watermelons together. They also had that. Yep. Is there any joke to balance it out? Just like if he's going after all the dark stuff of politics, is there anything talking about the dark stuff that's associated to the Republican conservative side? Nope. Yep. No jokes on the conservative side. Only one-sided.
Those were tropes, right?
Tropes, yeah.
Historically rooted in the hatred and the foundation of this country. So it's not like just something funny, haha, yada yada yada. No, this is shit that was started, right, to denigrate the groups of people. So it's not a laughing matter. For one, look at the crowd that was there, right? Look at the crowd that was there. I got to the point, I don't even try to explain shit anymore, Puerto Rock. I don't explain shit to nobody. Because this 2024. Yeah. You have access to all the information as possible. If you really wanted to know about the history with Puerto Ricans, the history of blacks, the history of whatever, you would already know. There's nobody fucking in this day and age in 2024 that doesn't know this shit, right? So these people, they gaslight you. They're going to gaslight you and tell you you're being too sensitive. They're going to tell you, oh, it's a joke. They're going to tell you X, Y, and Z. And they're known for gaslighting. They've been gaslighting for fucking hundreds of years. All they do is gaslight you. That's all they do. That's why you fucking just ignore these people and just realize it is what it is. I hate to see it. You're not going to change. You're not going to change these people. But it's ultra sad, like what you said. It's ultra sad when it's us that is embracing it or ignoring it.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand. People say, "Oh, it's a joke. It's a joke." Well, that's what comedy clubs are for. Yeah. That's why I don't go to comedy clubs.
Yeah, because sometimes,
sometimes comedy clubs say things that I don't find funny. But guess what? Yeah. It was me who made the decision to go into the club. I didn't have to, so that's why I don't go. Me and my wife definitely don't like those jokes. So that's why me and my wife, we don't go to comedy club. I don't say shut down the comedy club. Make your jokes. And for the people who pay and go, enjoy it. You guys accept that environment. I don't. So it's on me. That's a me thing. Yep. Therefore, I don't go. There are some comedy programs that's on Netflix or whatever. When I start listening to it, I'm like, I don't like these type of jokes. Guess what I do? I just press stop and move on. Stop. I don't go to Netflix and be like, hey, Netflix, you need to shut this down. I don't like no. Nothing. I am not forced to watch it. If other people enjoy the jokes, enjoy it. I don't watch it.
Desert Cruiser said, because you too soft. Let me tell you something, right? We got the neckbeards in here that, of course, they want to do what they do. The thing is, right, don't say we're too soft because we're telling our truth. We're telling the way we see it and the way that it is. Because if you're going to say we're soft, what about the fucking soft people that couldn't even fucking accept the results of an election and decided to go to the fucking Capitol and storm it, right? So don't say we're soft for sitting here saying these motherfuckers are here being openly fucking racist at damn near fucking Klan rally. Don't fucking say that we're being too sensitive, right? When we didn't storm the Capitol, right? We accepted the results of shit. So
let me put it this way.
Stop the bullshit. That's
good point.
They're gaslighting. They're gaslighting.
Good point. Guarantee if Trump wins, you ain't gonna see no Democrats storming nothing.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna happen.
They'll just say, well, because the Democrats are gonna
they'll be pissed. They'll talk shit. You'll see a lot of words, but that's all you're gonna see. Yeah. No one's gonna form up and invade a government property.
Yeah, and then there's an election in 2 years for the Senate, and the Democrats will be favored to take the Senate, and the Democrats are the House and the Senate, and then in essence, you end the presidency of whoever is in office. It's like when Bush lost in back in 2006 when he lost the House and the Senate. His presidency was pretty much over because it was like, well, if he does something, they're not going to allow him to do anything. You have a Democratic House, Democratic Senate. That's what will happen to Trump. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. So that's just the ebb and flow of the politics. But yeah, J-Dub is right. If you start using the block button on X, your timeline, it would just clear up because it's the same people filing the same complaint over and over. And again, instead of writing their own stories, writing their own characters, they literally attack the characters for being the way they are. It's just, I've never seen anything like it. It's like, you're going to do things my way, and if not, I'm going to bitch and moan like a girl. That's what they sound like to me. Now, I'm Gen X, and we'll kick your ass. So at the end of the day, either you write your own stories, either you know, it doesn't matter what it's on, write your own stories, create your own characters. The Spider-Man characters were all the Marvel characters, somebody thought of that. Like some man in World War II, Stan Lee, thought of all that, from Captain America to Hydra to wherever, okay? Black Panther, all of it. Make believe, Stan Lee. And then he put pen to paper and he started writing stories. So why can't you all do that? I just never understood. It's like you all want to take existing properties and say, well, you know, if they don't do what I want, it is the properties are wrong. Like, no, they have a right to make what they make. And like Porter Rock said, you don't have to buy it. But to go online and be bitching and moaning, yeah, J-Dub's right. It's just you all are trying to gaslight things. And it's just simply not going to work.
So what I was talking about, Craig, is different, right? Because what I was saying is, if you have Comedy the Comedy Club, a Netflix show, a roast, the roast of Tom Brady, whatever, those are specifically designed for comedy. Many could be very edgy. But if you choose to watch those things, you're going to have to deal with it.
That's on you.
Okay?
Yeah, I agree.
But this is not a comedy show. It's a political event where at the time when he hosted it, he's 8 days away from November 5th. Do you think from even a strategic conversation, do you think 8 days away from November 5th, now's the time to talk shit about people when you're trying to win support?
Hey, no. He's not. That's what you got to understand about this cycle. He can't get any more votes. The people who are going to vote for him are already baked in. It's up to his opponent to drive up the numbers with the people who are undecided. But it's bad optics. No, you're right. It's bad optics.
Well, hold up.
And,
hold up.
Yeah, go ahead.
He can lose votes. I guarantee, maybe even if it's a small number, that joke pissed off people. I guarantee there's people who said, oh, fuck you. I was going to vote for you. You took it too far. Now some people, it may not even be a lot. Right? I don't know. I can't quantify the number, but I guarantee there's going to be people that's now going to switch votes just to spite him, just so they can feel better.
No, I don't disagree.
Which is absolutely asinine.
No, and we'll know that Sunday when those last polls come out. Sunday afternoon when those polls come out, we'll know whether there's been some movement there. Because you're right, it's a razor thin election. This could decide a state like Wisconsin or
Pennsylvania,
a state like Michigan. It can't. Arizona. I'm not here to say that it can't. I'm just waiting to see. This is just me personally being political. I need to see a shift there in the numbers, and it might happen or it might not happen in the number, but on election day, somebody can say kick rocks. I mean, that's you're not wrong. I mean, my whole point building on that was it's just a group of people that are just. I mean, you can go back to what Porter Rock, your videos you did on the PS5 Pro. You had grown people saying, well, who is this for? And this is not for me. And then going online and bitching like girls. It's like, okay, don't, like you said about the comedy show, you don't like that type of comedy, you're not going to watch it. If you don't want something, don't buy it. These guys act like somebody's coming to their house.
But this is different,
baseball bats.
This is different. This is different because this is politics. No, you have to pay attention to politics. Because it's like this. It's like this. PS5 Pro, is irrelevant to most people. Trump getting elected is relevant to everyone. You don't have a choice. Trump wins or either or. Vice President Harris wins or Trump wins. That's your president, whether you like it or not. So you can avoid it. It's not the same as a PS5 Pro. You can't ignore the PS5 Pro. It's not. If you're an Xbox guy, the Pro's not going to do anything to you. If you're a PC guy, the Pro's not going to do anything to you. You could completely ignore it. You can't ignore who's your president. You can't ignore it.
More about what
you see what I'm saying?
Dub was saying about the idiots. If there's some people in the chat, what do you call them? The neckbeards. I'm talking about that. Those guys are just guys.
But that's So
that whole thing in New York, that's bad optics. Whether it switches people, I don't disagree. It can move some votes. Just waiting to see if it moves numbers. That's for me personally.
So long story short, to answer Nature Boy's question, minority community, and I know it's in the black community, Latino community, especially South America, certain areas, especially like white Latinos that are white race. There's internalized racism, man. Yeah. Some people don't realize KKK don't give a damn, bro. Right now, you got to look at it like a spectrum. They're going after the darkest, and they're gonna work their way down. Yep. So Asians, don't think they're your friends. They entertain you now only because they're targeting, the African Americans, foundational Black Americans. They're there. Yep. And they're going to go down the line. If you're not Anglo-Saxon, Aryan white, you're not on their side.
If you're not blonde hair, blue eyes, they don't give a shit.
But they don't want to learn. They think they're part of the club, and they're going to learn the hard way. But it is what it is. Yeah. All right, Raji, thank you for the super chat. Craig is a hobbyist reading tea leaves akin to astrologers. They don't know shit about the electorate. Don't be discouraged by soothsayers. Vote. Oh shit. Raji's out here saying you a fraud. You're the Clint Eastwood of politics. You're the Clint Eastwood of politics.
Let's see who he's watching Tuesday night.
He said you heard rumors. You heard rumors. Hey, Fonz, I heard a rumor. MAGA has the majority of the electoral votes. You put in a Clint Eastwood with rumors, man. All right, shout out to all right. Oh shit, man, this is crazy. Here we go. Raji again. Thank you for the super chat. Great job explaining the legislative process. And I'm just giving like the most simplest thing. This shit is so complicated. Yo, there's a reason why there's a political science degree. Like you could get a doctorate in political science because they made this shit so complicated. It's ridiculous. Patrick Allen, he said video games only. All right, we're gonna move on to games, brother. All right, Patrick, we're gonna respect you.
Yeah, I got 10 more minutes.
Right, Raji, it's called. You're gonna have to extend yourself. All right, you're gonna have to make it a late night. Wow. I need you. We're gonna do some American capitalism. You're gonna work overtime with no pay.
The
all right,
podcast hasn't started yet.
All right, we haven't even done anything yet. All right, Raji again. It's called the filibuster because it's deliberate. It's also 2/3, not 3/4. Thank you for the clarification. Patrick Allen, let's go Yankees. Absolutely. You know what? If the Yankees are winning because I'm not watching them, then I'm not going to watch the rest of the series. It's a me. I'm bad luck. Yeah. I ain't watching them then. Fuck it. Look, if maybe it's me. Because, the Yankees been losing. I watch every game. So guess what? Maybe I should just mind my business. Just mind my business. Hey, I need you guys to tell me if the Yankees won the World Series. Fuck it. Hey, if that's my curse, I can't enjoy Yankees to win. If that's my curse, then so be it. I won't watch them then.
For the Rock, you know what's funny? That's literally how I am with the Astros.
I'm not watching them.
Man.
If the Yankees win today, I'm not watching them no more.
They win every time.
I'll let them win, and I'll come back on YouTube and watch the old footage. If that's what it takes.
Replays.
Yeah. Yep. So, all right. Charlie Hawk, I deep cleaned my office, changed the post on the wall, and bought a new Edge controller for when my PS4 Pro arrives. Wife said I'm crazy. Charles Hawk, that's what I'm talking about. That's dedication. Yep. I'm going to get, so Costco's going to have the bundle. So it comes with PS5 Pro, 2 controllers, and controller charging station for $789. So 2 new controllers, charging station, and the Pro. That's more than $800.
I'm gonna tell you guys.
Hell, the controllers are $85 alone a piece.
Yeah.
Well, the DualSense is $200.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you guys this: if you're buying a PS5 Pro, don't do it a disservice. Go ahead and get you that DualSense Edge. You got to play premium with premium, man. You just got to put the two together.
Hey, listen,
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
I got good
It's a
news.
match made in heaven.
I got good news. Listen, I continue even though my daughter's an adult and she's on her pave her own way. I finally got her to be a Yankees fan. She is now watching baseball. Took a long time. I got her into football. That was pretty easy. Once she saw guys in tight suits and big butts, she was all in. I'm like, oh my god, see a lot of whole activity going around here. All right, but that's what it takes. It's all it takes. But now she's in baseball. She just texted me saying I'm hooked, and she's watching baseball.
That's what's up.
I'm so proud. I finally got her to be a Yankee fan. Took forever, but thank you. Now
Eventually, she'll graduate to be an Astros fan.
oh hell no. That's abuse. That's child abuse. That's straight child abuse, right?
Hey
All right.
man,
That's child abuse. All right. Metro Knight. He says, you have a pass to say it, right? You know what's funny? He's talking about the N-word pass. So, quick story. In New York, listen, Wu-Tang Clan, Ice Cube, Snoop Doggy Dogg. If you go to New York, it's a weird place, especially if you're from the South, you're from Texas, Arizona, New Orleans. If you're a black man and you've never been to New York, and you go to New York and you go to the hood, you go to the basketball court, relax. You're going to see Latinos. You're going to see white people on the court saying the N-word with the A, not the hard R.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to see it. And you're going to be like, yo, y'all let white folks talk. Don't interfere. Because if you go after that white boy or if you go after that Latino and you jump him and you fight him, black dude's going to jump you because that's their boy. That's why it's New York is different.
Yeah.
New York City.
It's a culture thing.
The N-word is treated
you
like
can be part of the culture.
yeah. New York, everybody's part of the culture. It's a weird place. Yeah. So if you're from Texas, you've never been to New York, and you say, yo, let me shoot some hoops, relax. Yeah. You're going to see an Irish dude. He's going to be like, damn, N-word, what kind of stupid pass is that? And he'll say it to you, and you're going to be like, and you're going to look around, and none of the brothers are reacting, because if you can't handle that, don't go to New York. Don't. It's different. Anyway, when I left New York at 19, because I joined the military, I lived in North Carolina, been to South Carolina, been to Georgia. I expanded my taste buds and horizon, and I learned from the black people's perspective. I'm like, you know what? And I stopped saying that word. I'm like, you know what? When you leave the city, you start to learn. That's maturing. So I don't talk that word no more. I don't say any of those words. Like, I don't want the N-word pass. I don't talk like that. I don't say any racial slurs. Don't care about the N-word pass. People go, oh, you got the N-word pass. I don't need to say it. I call you bro. That's it. So that's just how it is. Because once you learn and you hear from others' perspective, that's what we need to focus on. Listen to other people's perspective, man. You know what I'm saying? Hear their stories. You know what I'm saying?
See what you just said, Puerto Rock, how you care about another person's perspective on how that makes them feel.
Yeah.
But in this day and age, it's like people don't care about anybody else outside of their own feelings. And that's kind of the problem, right? There's no really great unifier. Right now, matter of fact, it's more like, even like, look at the president, right? Look at Donald Trump, right? Yeah. He's benefiting from making sure things are divided, from making sure everybody's fighting and all the chaos goes, you know. So it's just that day and age, man. We just you know, it is, you know. It is what it is, man.
I don't need that. Y'all saw the picture, you know.
Yep.
My mom told me how to play the conga. You know, we have also traditional, music that's rooted in African history and stuff like that. That's all I need. I care more about the culture and stuff like that, and that's never going to be taken away. So I don't need the N-word. All right.
I will say this, because I've been really silent, because I respect everybody's opinion, or at least J-Dub's and Puerto Rock's opinion, because it's crazy hearing this. So
what about mine?
Oh yeah.
We're gonna get to you.
Oh, we're gonna get to you.
We're gonna get to you.
Hey, we know how you feel about the French. We know how you feel about the French, so we got that. I'm with you, my brother. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfucker was like, "Hey, bro, I respect this."
I'm gonna be honest.
You were silent.
I got you. Listen, listen. I'm gonna be honest. French got delicious croissants, bro. Like, I gotta eat a croissant. All right, can you give me that? Yeah, even you, like, you know what? I don't like you, but goddamn, the croissants are good, bro. Like, it's different.
I ate a racist country every day.
Yeah, I ate croissant in France. Listen, it's like New York pizza, right? Cali burrito, Italy
New York
also
does have
pizza,
good pizza, for sure.
but French, the croissant is different. Even
Pastry,
I had a
yeah.
croissant in a
Listen.
gas station, and that shit hit
Dude,
different.
That's what I'm talking about. Dude, you go
France.
to any place, it doesn't matter where you are. You're just like, holy shit. You just get like professional chefs.
Like
to
what the
just make
fuck were
this
we
thing
eating?
only.
It makes you question what we
Dude.
eating anywhere else in the world. It's like
Dude,
what?
Hey, listen. Let me tell you guys, Portwork is 100% right.
Croissants
If you
is-
guys go to France, have croissant from like, I don't know, like I don't even know, like a street side toilet vendor. I don't know. It will hit.
Yo, I'm telling you, listen, because we drove from Germany because France was 2 hours away, and and Paris was 5 hours away from where I was stationed at in Germany. So we drove to Paris. We were on the road for a little while. Now we're in the middle of Paris. There was a gas station. I needed gas, and they had like this bread deli section, right? I'm like, all right, let me get, I'm kind of hungry. Let me get a croissant. I gave one to my wife. We got coffee. Yo, when we ate that croissant, me and my wife looked at each other like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is the best croissant. Yo, me and my wife, we both at the same time, we were both like this. I'm in the driver's seat, right? And we both took a bite, and then we both looked at each other like this. Like, we knew. Like,
Yeah.
babe, like, I'm going to tell you, this is the best croissant I ever had in my life. And she's like, this is
You get
This
it
is-
now.
like, this
you
is from
get
the
it
gas
now. You're
station? I'm like,
holy
this is a
shit, that's
gas
what I'm talking
station.
about.
gas station. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like, imagine when we go to an actual restaurant. Yo, bro, I'm going to let y'all know. Save France. We got to save the croissants.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, Judge, what you going to say?
What I was going to say was this. So I'll start with you first, P-Rock, just because you hit on something really interesting as far as you having an N-word pass. But I was always split with Puerto Ricans. And the only reason why I was split is because of the fact that you have Puerto Ricans such as yourself that acknowledge their African ancestry. Whereas if they see them says the N-word, it's like, it's cool. But then I know you also have other Puerto Ricans, whereas it's like a taboo for them to acknowledge their African ancestry, which to me is like going to your original point that is some internalized,
Hatred. Yeah,
I'm gonna call it
self-hatred.
self-hatred. Yeah, that's self-hatred, and I know it's just not with Puerto Ricans, but I know that's
No,
all
it's
throughout.
the
yeah.
Dominican and the Haiti. All this is the whole, all the islands.
Yeah.
All the
Latin
islands.
America.
When they come up, be like, I'm not black, and you look at them like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I know black. I know
they
black,
look like
Dominican,
Extreme,
like,
swearing they're not black.
Yeah, this the same. It's the same. It's
Yo,
the
Extreme, I'm
same
not
as
lying.
Sosa effect.
I'm not
It's
lying,
the
bro.
same as Sosa
I
effect.
swear, I swear it was a joke. I swear, I wish it was a joke, Extreme. If you see some of the Latinos that swear they're not black, Extreme, you be like, bro, you are darker than me.
Yo, Portwork, let me put you on game. There are some Africans that think they're not black.
No,
Especially
absolutely.
Egyptians. Bro, you're from Egypt. They're like, yeah, we're not black. I'm like, bro, you know that you come from like the black factory. Like, you're in Africa.
It's just internalized racism is a motherfucker, bro.
Like,
It's crazy.
Moroccans.
Yeah.
Dude, listen. North Africans, they think that's some other game. Like, they think that Mediterranean. And I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
They think
You're
they're Persian.
illegal, though.
Like
what do
oh
you mean?
man,
Like-
listen. Hey, he said it.
Bro.
I'm not saying that word. He said it. Yo.
Yeah.
Oh, listen. Sometimes you gotta put people like you gotta give them a check. Like, listen, to the Caucasians, to the people of the melanin deficiency race. Listen, you're all black. You're all Negroes. Like, listen, you're just But then the thing is, especially like and obviously you go to places like India and everything where they are also not black, where they have a caste system that is based partly on your social economic status, but also on your melanin. And it's like, listen, there's lots of black and brown people. That is the biggest thing the British did and the invaders did and the colonizers did, is that they made your own version, your own skin, everything. Like, you saw Blue Eye Samurai when that white guy was like, hey, listen, I'm going to take over your culture to the point where your own features will be undesirable to you. That's what they did to us.
That's literally what happened.
Listen, when he was giving that, Poro, have you seen Blue Eye Samurai
No.
on Netflix? I highly recommend you see it because he's talking to this girl. She's mixed race, right? She's Asian, and then she's also got a little bit of European in her. I think she's like 50-50. But she's got primarily Asian features. And he goes to her like, I'm not just going to like take over and like, invade your village. I'm going to take over your culture to the point where you will find yourself ugly and look at someone like me and be like, yeah, that's what I want to be. That is exactly what they did. So when you tell me that Puerto Ricans don't want to be black, dude, I'm like, that's nothing. Because
He
you have
said that's
Nigerians that
the.
don't want to be black.
Oh
You
man,
know,
that's.
like why do you think skin lightening products are like such a plague? You know, in like
Oh,
Africa, India, and
Mhm.
other parts of the world.
wow.
They
That's
did it. They did
quiet.
it. But yeah, watch
And
Blue Eye Samurai. Like that
Yeah.
is like mandatory viewing. That should
Right.
be like 60 frames no lag,
That's
mandatory
homework.
viewing.
Oh
Blue Eye
man, y'all
Samurai
got
on
homework
Netflix.
assignments. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Next week
that shit
we're
hits.
gonna have a quiz. Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right, Judge. Go ahead, Judge.
yeah, and as far as the N word, I haven't said the N word since I've been in my 20s. I'm 40 now, but I haven't
Same.
said it. And the reason, I had an epiphany. And the reason I had an epiphany was this: it was like you hear the people say the N word and they use it as a term of endearment, but it was like, how can that be a term of endearment? Whereas you know how many people were murdered and killed and had their land stolen from them, or raped, or babies thrown to the alligators or crocodiles, and that was the last thing that they heard, or being lynched. And you mean to tell me that this is a word of endearment? That's why I used the word good brother or good
Yeah.
cousin or cousin.
Yeah.
Because it was
Yeah.
like, yo, like if I'm gonna use a positive word,
Yeah.
let's be consistent and use the word good.
That's why I
You
use
know,
cuz.
it's no,
I say that a
yeah, or
lot.
cuz, yeah.
What up,
Right.
cuz?
No,
So
All the time.
you're
Right, J-Dub, I say that all the time on Z's podcast.
Yeah.
Yo, what up,
Absolutely.
cuz? All the time.
Facts.
That's what I use.
You
Because I'll say
yeah.
close as cousins.
You're absolutely right. But what happened is, it's kind of like
music.
specifically here, right? Specifically like in the South, right? Of when the word was really just used to denigrate the group. What happened is the reason why it became a term of endearment is because as people started to get out of their conditions, think about it. People had the worst types of food, right? The worst types of food, just the
Right,
scraps of the animals, the
Yeah.
parts that nobody else wanted.
right.
And
That's
we
where we
took
got things like
that for
oxtails,
nourishment. That's how
pig's
we end up
feet.
with soul food.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's why we
oxtail,
end
pig's
up with
feet. Puerto
soul
Rican
food.
same way.
So then we took all the bad words that they gave
Intestines.
us and we changed it, right? As a internal word of endearment. Hey, what's up, man? N word, what's up, whatever. That became that to take the sting out of it, right? But over time, it just now it became it's one of those things where, oh no, well, no, you can't have your own word that you guys do. You have to share that with everybody. So you get a lot of people that are upset, especially a lot of white people. They're upset that they can't say it.
Yeah.
And it's like, but why you even want to say it, right?
yeah.
Because
Want to say it.
it's about the historical fact, but they don't care about historical fact. They don't care
Yeah.
about it. It's just
Yeah.
why
I-
it's like a privilege. Why do you get to do X, Y, and Z and I can't do it? Well, we know why, but we don't think it's fair. Like you
Yeah.
got people that actually think like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this.
J-Dub, I feel like you didn't give enough credit to what the race did there with that word, because it's one thing to take one of the words that is like one of the most hateful things that is targeted towards you. Then you turn it, like you said, into terms of endearment.
Yeah.
But then you also lock out the people that originally said it.
Yes.
That shit is
Yes.
masterful.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay?
Yes.
Listen, if you are a black person, you need to eventually recognize yourself with the history of that word, and you need to also understand both sides of the aisle. Like I respect
Yes.
is it the brain or the judge, for his stance and be like, you know what, this isn't it for me. But I also understand why people say it in the way that they do, black people, because it is about it's about empowerment. It's basically on a collective level what you do when you get a bad nickname in high school and then you just own it, and then suddenly no one else can mock you for it anymore. Like suddenly, people are just like, yeah, that's Fat Joe over there, and you create, a whole rap career based around it or something like that.
Yeah.
So I will say where probably, and there's no way to have predicted this. I think for the N word, where it went wrong is it got monetized. It got monetized. Yeah. Music. It got monetized.
Yeah.
I'll give you a perfect example. When Migos went out to Germany for their concert, 95% of the audience is white.
Was saying, yeah.
When Migos are singing their songs, it's not censored. It's raw.
Yeah.
So what is the crowd saying? Primarily all
They're
white
saying the
crowd.
words, word
They're
for
saying the
word.
same exact word. And you think Migos is mad about it? No.
No.
Because they're making bank. And that's, I think, when you go to Norway, Sweden, all these white dominated areas, and you got rappers, Wu-Tang Clan. And I'm not just blaming Migos, Wu-Tang Clan. Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, anybody, name any rapper.
Yeah.
name a rap song that doesn't have the N word in it.
No,
They
you're
all
right.
say it. You have a concert. You have an audience that pays $50, $100, $200, $500, $1,000. They're gonna say the word.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You monetized it, right?
Yeah.
You guys know who Bad Bunny is? Ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah.
people heard of him. He's like one of the most popular artists. He's a Puerto Rican artist.
Yeah. He's like one of the. Yeah. He's
Right
like
now, he broke the
one of
record.
the
I think
highest
highest
grossing,
grossing concert, tours in the world. He broke Drake's record. Huge.
Yeah.
You go to his concert, you're not going to hear SPIC. I'm not going to say it, but if you pronounce it,
Yeah.
that's a racial slur for Latinos.
Yeah.
SPIC. You're not going to hear him say that. That's not part of our language. That's not monetized. So you are not going to buy a Latino artist's product that has that word, and you can say, "Oh, I can say this word because it's part of a song, and I paid for it. Therefore, I'm going to say it." We don't have that. When you think about it, no other culture really does that. We don't sing songs with a racial slur in it, and then let's say someone outside the race buys the album and they feel they could sing the song. I think that's what happened. They should have never monetized that word. That word should have never been monetized. So that way no one could say, I bought this album, I'm going to sing it.
Yeah.
And I think that's where shit got... When you think about it, though, hip-hop wasn't that big back then. Nobody thought hip-hop would be one of the biggest music forms in the world.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that
Absolutely.
I
coming.
thought it was a fad.
They didn't see that.
Yeah.
The Bronx, it was created in the Bronx. Nobody in the Bronx thought,
Yeah.
oh, this shit's going to make people in Norway jump. No one
Yeah.
thought that. No one thought it would be bigger than a lot of
But see,
music. No one thought it'd be that.
even that Puerto
The
Rico,
shit got huge.
even hip hop, right? It was all born out of hard times
Yeah.
and the travesty. It's all of it. It was pain and suffering, and it was an art form that was made out of that, right? The dances, the music, the beats, everything. And all of it traditionally goes back to the African culture, right? It all goes back. All the, like you said, the congos, the drums, all of that is intertwined. All of that
So,
comes from the same place.
yeah, it was
So
crazy.
it's just it's a culture thing, but then you had people outside the culture, like you said, monetized it, and not necessarily specifically for that word, but it was so popular, and everybody wanted to be part of the culture. This is why you got your Fat Joes, your Big Puns, and because it's a territory, it's a culture thing. It superseded a race. It became a culture.
It became a
because
phenom
that's
that
just
everybody
kinda
part
what
of,
it is.
right?
Yeah.
That's why
It's just like style. It's just like fashion. It's like
that's-
fashion, right?
Yeah, that's
Remember
why for myself.
Run DMC, they basically fucking made Adidas, right?
Yeah,
Every-
pretty
back in
much.
the- back in 80,
That was
everybody
literally a
named- everybody
song,
named
My
Nike.
Adidas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So music can really supersede a lot of shit, and it really has.
So
Hey,
You know.
y'all gotta excuse me for a second because I see somebody in the chat that stated, so stop letting it bother you. Only thing I'm gonna just say two things to that. Number one, it was just being about being respectful or whatnot, and then secondly, I don't know who Dino Bravo 413 is, but go up to a black person and say the N word and see how good your luck is. Because I'm a believer in
That's
you can say
true.
whatever you like, but
Yep.
but be prepared for the consequences. And that's
Absolutely.
all I'm gonna say on that.
yeah,
Absolutely.
freedom of speech doesn't
Absolutely.
equal freedom from consequence, right?
No,
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, like I said, for myself, I understood. I listened to other people and respect other people, and then I make my decision. That's why it's not part of my vocabulary. I don't care. I could say, "Oh, I got black heritage in me. I
Yeah.
grew up in New York. That's how we talk." I don't care. Listen, I go back home. I still have family members my age talk like that because they never left New
Yeah.
York. I don't get mad at them because they're stuck in their ways, so they still talk like that, right? Friends, family. They're still part of that New York culture. They never left the New York culture. But I learned,
pussy you.
I listened to, beyond the boundaries, right? And I
Yeah.
didn't choose to ignore it. And I'm like, you know what? I know better. I know more. I just don't talk like that. I stopped. I haven't talked like you said. It was been like my young 20s was the last time I talked like that. Pretty much,
Man, yeah.
intro. And that's it. And it's not hard. Actually, you don't need it. I don't need to say the N-word. That's why I find it weird. Grown people, like you said, 40s, 50s. Oh, I gotta. Why?
Yeah.
It's not a necessary word in the vocabulary. You know?
Exactly.
All right.
Well, no, I'll tell you, I'll tell you this, especially down south. You want to try it all you want. You go into a black person's face and around them, and you say that shit you want.
Yeah.
It's a whole different ball game down south.
Yeah.
Whole different ball game.
Right. Tommy Bull, he says maybe PR people had to hear it to wake up. I will say this: a lot of people don't like Trump. Some of them just not vocal. What he did, that whole scenario made it vocal. That because like you piss off a Puerto Rican, oh, they're gonna talk. They're gonna say their piece.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. He woke up a sleeping giant. Because my dad can't stand Trump. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. But now he's calling everybody. The whole family's enraged and shit. I'm like, oh man, this dude don't know what he did, bro.
When that hurricane hit Puerto Rico that time, and when Trump took those fucking paper towels and he was playing, making 3-pointer shots with people. That was so fucking disrespectful. You
can't make this shit up.
They done for this fucking.
You can't make this shit up.
Fucking guy. But then I turned around and I saw the Puerto Ricans for Trump, and I'm like,
oh my God, yeah.
But here's the thing: it's the same like that in every culture, bro. It's the same. We got the blacks for Trump, and you just look at that and just shake your head.
All you can do is sit there.
It is what it is. Yeah. It is what it is, man.
That's why there's a content creator, black female. I forgot her name, but every time blacks for Trumps, Latinos for Trumps, something goes wrong and it's on the news, she sings a song called "I Never Thought the Leopard Would Eat My Face." I love it. I love that line. She's like, "I never thought the leopard would eat my face." Yo, it's funny. It's funny. Yeah. Like that one black dude that got jumped at the Trump rally. She's like, "I never thought the leopard." Yes. If I find her again, I'm a senator. That's her content. Yeah. Yo, when things go left for them, they be like, "I never thought the leopard would eat my face." Yo, it's funny. Exactly. Oh my God, she's amazing. All right. Romy Rome with another super chat. I feel blessed, my brother. Thank you so much for rocking out. He says, "I tried to DM you on X, but it says I have to be verified." What? So I send you a tweet with a link to Reset Era article about the Halloween games. That's bullshit. I have my DMs open. Thanks for letting me know. I'm a double check, but all right. Send me a friend's request. All right, too. I'll send it to you. Make sure you can hit me up. All right. Thank you. Jimmy Harrison. Shout out to Jimmy. Thank you, Super J. Says, "Damn good to see you, brothers. Hope y'all doing well." We are doing well. Now, no more politics. NDNG, please move on from politics. Talk about games now. Yes, we're going to talk about games.
No more politics.
All right? Now, I need some likes, or we're going to go back to politics. I'm going to hold y'all hostage. You know what? I'm going to hold y'all hostage. We're going to talk about a lot of politics. We're going to talk nothing but politics. We're going to talk about Alexandria Cortez. I'm going to tell you, she's sexy as hell. Bro.
Now, put a rock.
She could be president.
We're going to have a special 60 frames, no lag.
Make America sexy again.
On election day.
She's the best. Listen, you can say what you want about her, but she's the best looking representative we have in this country. Make America sexy again. All right, massive. We need to make America sexy again. We need a president when they walk in the room. You're like,
oh man,
you bite your teeth. You'd be like, you're like this. You know what I'm saying? We need that. We need to change it up. All right, I'm in trouble.
That's funny. That's funny.
Bite your bottom lip. Imagine you look at the president and everybody's like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? Everyone's just like, damn, this guy.
Whatever you want. Be like, whatever you want, Madam President. Whatever you want.
Yo, no, in America, that probably would be the smartest decision. Because people will be like, yep,
got it. What? Healthcare for all? Done. Everybody approves. Done. Everybody.
What you want?
All right. All right. Here we go. All right, we're going to talk about BLOPS 6. We're going to talk about Black Ops 6, right? 2 points I want to bring up. Number one, let's talk about how the base PS5 version is a better version than Xbox Series X. So, right?
Yes.
So what does that mean when the Pro comes out, bro? What's gonna happen?
Oh shit,
J-Dub.
Oh shit.
What's gonna happen with the Pro? If little Timmy, PS5 is little Timmy. It's the little engine that could.
Timmy, man.
What happened when we got the jet engine roaring? The F-35's coming. Let me know,
man.
J Dub. What's gonna happen with the
What
Pro?
about little Timmy with the Series S?
What we gonna do? Hey, chat. How is Blops gonna run on the PS5 Pro when that sucker
Oh
lands?
my god! It's a wrap from here on. I hate to say it. Shit's gonna get messy if the X Series X, right, if the world's most powerful console, can't keep up with the 9T, if the 12.4 T flop system can't keep up with the 9T flop system, the RDNA 1.5 with GCN hybrid, man, that PS5 Pro for the smoking shit. It's a wrap, bro. I ain't gonna lie, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Shout out to Marlon Gaming, but yeah, it's. I'm gonna be honest, man. If you're an Xbox only guy, the best thing you can do is get a PS5 Pro or PS5 or go get your PC, man. Xbox is out
Go
of
get a
it. And the
PS5.
sad part about it is 90% of y'all game on the Series S.
Oh man.
So y'all automatically, majority of the people are playing Black Ops inferior. So you can't even escape to the Series X to have a better experience. It's just really unfortunate. I don't know, man. Imagine Black Ops with all the ray tracing, with the pisser technology, the 120 frames locked, maybe even 8K 60, right? Like I'm just saying, these just man, shit's gonna look kind of spooky from this generation all the way out. I don't know what y'all gonna do, but I don't know.
Right. Hold on, people. I saw some in the chat. Some people are like,
What happened? I'm looking at the chat.
No. So as it says, some people want like, oh, what's going on? What's the proof and all that stuff? Hold on.
Wait, what's the proof, bruh?
No,
Not
hold
like
on.
this, man.
That's-
Y'all,
yeah.
come on, man. Not
Yeah,
like
he
this.
said not like
Do
this.
we have to do this shit every goddamn
Yeah,
time?
every
Come on.
time.
Every time. We've been doing this for what, 3 years now for the Rock. Like, it's,
All right.
man, it's
Here,
like-
let me show y'all a little snippet. You know, listen.
my
Listen.
God.
I don't want people to think we fake news. All right. So let me show you a little clip and snippet.
And listen, even if we was fake news, there's like 50 other games that
There's constant
that
drops
fucking
into the
beats
low
Xbox
50s.
Series
Yeah.
X. Come on, man.
All right.
J-Dub's like, even if we were being fake,
Okay.
Yeah. Like, come on,
it's just
look at
like,
this.
trust us. Trust us.
Listen, I gotta take care.
Even if we are lying to you, there's plenty of times we didn't.
Listen.
Exactly.
I invite the chat to challenge me. I invite you
Yeah.
guys. We are not that podcast. Challenge us. Show us the
Yes.
facts. Show us the car facts. Always ask for the car facts. All right, here we go. Check this out.
This is possibly the most extensive technical review I've ever done. Series S is by far the worst. There's constant drops into the low
And I'ma
50s
keep a
and
beam.
a
I'ma
lot of
keep a
screen
beam with you.
tearing.
Explain-
You
explain.
can actually
Hold on.
feel the slowdowns when you're playing. Series X also drops, but it's not as bad. The screen tearing is also not a big issue here. You might see some minor tearing, but overall it's good. You can expect the Series X drops to be around 1 or 2 frames, but there are times where you're going to get these big lag spikes. PlayStation 5 is perhaps the best performing here. It still has drops here and there, but it's clearly the winner and can hold the most consistent frame rate. Now, can the 3 consoles hold a solid 120 FPS in campaign? No, not even close. Things are chaotic with all 3 consoles. Once again, the performance largely
S
depends
dipped
on the
into
mission
damn
and the area you're
30s.
playing. The more calm and easygoing missions get closer to the 120 target, and the really intense
Xbox
ones is
can
where
come in.
you get the worst performance. Series S again is the worst here. You'll get drops into the 70s during some missions. One improvement during that 120 Hz mode is a lot less screen tearing on the Series S. Xbox Series X is better, but it too gets significant drops. You can expect drops into the 90s during certain missions. PlayStation 5 once again comes out on top. Sure, it's nowhere close to a solid 120 FPS, but it gets the highest average frame rate. PS5 actually stays above 100 FPS for most of the game. So is Call of Duty taking a back seat on PlayStation? From the analysis I did, the answer is a big no.
Right? Oof. Right?
Listen, hold
Sony
on.
money had the
when you-
frames.
No,
when you
Sony
got
Money had
three-
it, the best version.
when you got
Disgusting.
three extra T flops, like it should be close. It shouldn't be close. Like that's a whole extra Xbox Series S of power on top of the PS5. Like, how the fuck are
You
you
are
getting
such a fool
smoked?
for that.
How are you getting smoked? But like, this shit is embarrassing. And here's
Damn.
we're 4 years into the generation, right? Next
This man
month
was like, this is an
4
Xbox
years
Series X with an Xbox Series S on top.
on top, and you still can't keep up. Like, imagine them 36 T flops from the damn PS5 Pro, man. This shit is crazy. And the PS5 Pro version is going to be like the PC with all the bells and whistles, all the settings cranked up high, fucking locked frame. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't see how Xbox makes it out of this generation alive with their sanity.
Oh, man.
How do you guys stay sane with looking at matchups like this? The tools came. You waited 3 years for the tools. The tools came. That didn't change anything. It's a first-party game. It's an Xbox first-party game. It's a Microsoft game, Microsoft
Facts.
Studios game. So you can't blame the developers, right? What are you gonna blame? Microsoft? Microsoft made it. It's their studio, their first-party studio.
They got all the
Sony
tools.
Money had to the frames.
You know what I'm saying?
I can tell you.
Like, who do you blame now? What do you blame for this?
Oof.
I just don't, I don't get it, man. But good luck. See y'all next week.
The pros coming.
It's
right.
coming.
All right. Here's my second topic,
using that,
right?
I've been using that clip all week long.
Oh,
that dude,
man.
it's coming.
Oh, yeah. Yo, that dude's funny. Chaos, I got to get him on the podcast. He's the one that said, not for PlayStation, bitches. Yo. And then like 5 seconds later, I was coming to PlayStation. Yo, I died when they showed me that
I
clip.
knew it was coming.
God, that shit is so funny. I got to get him on the podcast. I got to invite him. I got to get him. I need a full-blooded Xbox because my man said,
Thanks.
not for PlayStation, bitches. Literally. Yo, Jeff Kitty said, I got one more announcement. And he's like,
I knew it.
coming to play. He's like, I knew it. Yo, that shit is funny. God, I got to get him on. He said, not for PlayStation, bitches. Yo, I was dying. Yo, that shit was funny.
I'm gonna tell you.
That dude, I got to get him on. I got to get him on.
Lord Attic and King David.
When I saw that.
When they
killed
did theirs. Or they killed themselves.
Oh, they killed themselves. You see
Attic
Attic
was
like this. He's like,
yeah, he was
They
like,
was like,
oh my God, no.
they killed themselves. That was so unnecessary. When he said that, I lost it. Yo, chat. I was watching a replay. When he said that was so unnecessary, I went, blow. I couldn't take it, bro. I laughed so hard. He said that was so unnecessary.
Oh my God.
Shout out to David and Iron
That was a great
Lords.
week, man.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, he
was a
said
great
that was
week,
so
man.
unnecessary. My
That was
God.
hilarious.
Yo, it was like you're looking at your child messing up, and you're like,
Yeah,
that was so unnecessary, son. Yo. All right.
They said they couldn't even give us a week.
Not even an hour.
A minute
Like,
later. Like
an hour later, put it on Twitter.
Yep.
Not even that, yo. All right, let me move on. All right, so Pro, oh my God, it's going to be bad news. But let me talk about this, and I'm going to hit you up extreme. So we know, well, not what we know, but there's talks about what Black Ops is supposed to do for Game Pass. Is this the game that will finally draw in people into, right? But apparently, what they're seeing is not much dramatic shift in sales, like for PC, for PlayStation, still the same numbers. Xbox, a slight drop in sales, right? Probably because some people opted to not buy the game because now they have access to it. Why pay for when they already have access to it? Here's the thing. If Black Ops doesn't invite new subscribers, because that's how you determine the success of it. Listen, I want to make this clear to everybody. The success of Black Ops is not how many people who are already on Game Pass is playing Black Ops. That's not a success because they're already paying for Game Pass. They're already there, right? So somebody decides to play Black Ops, like, oh, we got an extra 3 million people to play Black Ops. That's not success. right? The success is, can Black Ops draw in people to be like, you know what? I could start playing Call of Duty by only subscribing to Game Pass and play more games. I'm gonna subscribe to Game Pass. Black Ops is the, how would you say, is the start of something bigger, of the floodgates opening. Now people are gonna come to Game Pass. Now people is gonna start the trend. Game Pass is that, it's the orange is the new black for Netflix.
Yep. Exactly.
Call of Duty
The House
is
of
pretty.
Cards.
Yeah, it's the House of Cards. What those shows did for Netflix, Black Ops is supposed to do Game Pass. And we're not seeing much energy on that. If anything, we're seeing less people buy it on the Xbox platform. PC,
Exactly.
they're going to stay and hold the line with Steam because Steam is the better storefront and Game Pass is connected to Windows storefront, and a lot of PC players hate it. They think it sucks. That's why they still buy games. So, Extreme, what impact, or what I would just say, if Game Pass doesn't move the needle for, if Call of Duty doesn't move the needle for Game Pass, meaning it's getting millions of new subscribers, then what the fuck will? What's it gonna take for Game Pass to actually start kicking off and do what it's supposed to do?
Listen. We can never speak in absolutes, right? On the internet and everything, you know. But I've suspected for a long time that this whole subscription service gaming thing just isn't it for gamers. Like, it's just not it for gaming, just for the medium in general. I'm not saying that Microsoft is doing it wrong. In fact, I think Microsoft has proven that they are standing behind it. You know, they stood on business in ways where I thought long time ago they would have given up on the whole day and date thing. But instead they have stuck to it. But I suspected for a long time that it just cannot work, you know? And the reason I suspected is that it hasn't worked for books. You know, and book subscriptions have been around in one form or another, whether it's digital or analog, for eons now, and it's never worked. Like, people still buy books, even though you can go to your local library and you can ask them to bring in a book for you. Like, you guys know, you can go to a library, order a book through them, they will buy it for you and give it to you. People still don't do it. You know, like, and the reason, you know, the similarities there is the amount of time and investment that it takes to go through a book is similar to, you know, in length and investment to go through a game, you know. When you think about the fact that books and games are both active activities, you know, if you don't give it your attention, you don't get more of the content, you know, you're going to have, whereas when you have music and video, you have passive activities. They play regardless of whether you're watching or not, regardless of whether you're in the room or not. Doesn't happen that way. And then a few of those other realities make it so that the whole Netflix of gaming is kind of a misnomer, because it makes you believe that the fundamental reality behind these subscription services is similar between video streaming or music streaming and then game streaming, which isn't the case. So that is the very first thing that made me think, like, you know what, I just don't think that can work. Then, of course, like we said, Call of Duty, it was supposed to start with really Starfield, but Starfield was kind of like, that was a bit of a fail, whatever. But Call of Duty is supposed to be the House of Cards. It's supposed to be the orange is the new black. If you now see that even with Call of Duty, even after the whole $69 billion expenditure, people just aren't fucking with it, like it's Hillary Clinton, like people just don't want you, listen, then it's proven right. It's proven right, you know.
He said, Hillary
bring it
Clinton,
back to politics
it's just
a little
not.
bit.
No, stop. Then people be like,
That's
oh,
to you.
right now, somebody went like this. No more
She
politics.
got the popular vote. That was Craig. Craig is actually got the popular vote.
Thanks.
But listen. When it comes to this, obviously we will see. But you've just got to think, like, it makes very little sense. It's one of those things that it's a specious argument. At the beginning, it seems to make it's like great, like fantastic. Call of Duty is $70 game that people actually like, actually love, actually want. You know, something that is a known quantity, and we know that it is one of the top performing games every single year. Like, it couldn't be more of a sure shot, right? Like, you're just like, yeah. But then you think about, like, the reality that would entail. You're like, okay, well then, if you're primarily interested in Call of Duty and you spend most of your time in Call of Duty, as soon as 3 months go by, it would have just been better for you to just buy the game anyway, right? And again, you're just like, okay, well, if you then say, okay, I'm only going to play Call of Duty, or I'm primarily here because of Call of Duty, because what you said earlier is true. It doesn't matter who is already in Game Pass. It only matters who comes in because of Call of Duty being added to Game Pass. So if Call of Duty is the reason that you come in, it doesn't matter whether a person like me says that you only play Call of Duty or you play everything else. The point is, Call of Duty is what brought you in. And if that's what's going to bring you in, then are you going to spend 12 months paying $20 on console at $240 just to play Call of Duty? That doesn't make any sense. Similarly, if you are already on PlayStation, then you're not going to go out and buy an entire console that is in a dying ecosystem. Let's not act like Xbox is somehow more desirable anyway, or on par in terms of desirability as Xbox. Because if it was, you might be like, hey, I was gonna buy an Xbox eventually. I may as well buy it now because I'm gonna get to play Call of Duty on Game Pass. But unfortunately, that's not the case. It is a less desirable platform. It is a dying console, and you're not gonna buy your way onto the Titanic once it's already started to sink just because you want to eat at the all-you-can-eat buffet because you know that people are going to be looking and checking whether you have a ticket or not. That doesn't make any sense. So people from PlayStation aren't going to go out and pay for an Xbox just to play Call of Duty. Then you have the people on PC. And, you know, the thing about PC players is that they are strange in their ways. It's kind of mystical, but when you understand it, you're like, yeah, it's really all about Steam. Because when we talk about PC, these are people that have free games on the Epic Game Store, which is nothing near as bad as the Xbox, Game Pass app or whatever. They have free games coming out all the time, AAA high quality games, and there are PC gamers that refuse to download those games even though they are fully free because they're like, I'm not going to play on the goddamn Epic Game Store. I don't care if you're giving me great games. I'm not going to play them because I don't want it from you. I want it from Steam. And so these people, similarly on Game Pass, they could have access to all of these things for a lower fee than even those on console, but they're just not going to do it because it doesn't have whatever it is that they prefer on Steam. Whether those are the reviews, the friends, the ecosystem, whatever it is, Steam is really the tent house of it's the tabernacle of PC gaming, and people are just not going to go elsewhere. They're not going to join a different religion because that's what Steam is. On PC, Steam is basically a religion, and you're basically asking a Catholic to go to a mosque whenever you say to him like, "Oh, go pray somewhere else." So it's not going to happen there. Then you have, of course, the reality of everyone else who may not have wanted, who may not yet have chosen a side, where they haven't chosen PC, they haven't chosen any console, and they are looking at this. Maybe they're interested in Call of Duty. But again, right now, the Xbox platform just stinks. You know, it stank. No one wants an Xbox. And why would they? When you are taking your best games and you're making them play better on your opposition's console. Like, really, those guys, like, Phil Spencer could have walked into a room and be like, hey, throttle that shit on the PS5. Like, just, like, it's hard to make a thing run better, but is it really that hard to just make it run a little bit worse, at least on par with your own product, so that it doesn't embarrass you outright? Like, that is ridiculous. So, why would a person invest in an Xbox ecosystem versus a PlayStation when your games are being ported to the PlayStation, your games run better on the PlayStation. The PlayStation is a thriving ecosystem as far as consoles is concerned, whereas the Xbox itself is not. And all of that for a very temporary benefit. Because unless a person is going to do what Portorock does, where he's only going to play the campaign and then end it there, it just doesn't make sense to keep on paying month after month for the multiplayer. And then you have a whole bunch of other games in Game Pass that you may not be interested in. And if you want a whole library of games that you may or may not want, just get PlayStation Plus. It's a cheaper, more affordable price point in every single way, gives you more games and more value in every single way. And then it will give you lots of games that you can flick by and not play. So you can have that experience there too. So it just, that's why it's so tricky, because I just don't think it's going to pull people in. I think that obviously there's going to be a spike, a little bit of people that are interested in, and obviously a spike from people that are already in Game Pass, because to them it's just a value add. It may as well be free. But for everyone else, it's hard to imagine how it's going to work out.
Good point, man. See, this is what I like, right? J-Dub.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know this whole you've been there, right? You go to these podcasts, you see these spots with this Game Pass, right? What happens if Blops doesn't move the needle from Game Pass? Then what? Then what's next? Like,
I'm gonna
right?
be honest.
What's next?
I'm
What
gonna be
more?
honest.
What more?
It's this whole $70 billion thing was a Hail Mary, one last shot thing. And they have the biggest game in the world. The number uno. No other game bigger than COD, but COD. If they can't find success with Game Pass with the biggest game in the world, they might as well they shouldn't even be in this business. They might as well shut it down.
What?
And listen, and those are just not my words. Those are based on Satya Nadala's actions and his words, right? The fact that he removed
Because you're talking about the
Game
emails, they're
Pass.
FTC. If
Yeah,
it's not, like, what is it,
exactly.
2027?
Remember? Yeah, this is a career making move and all kind of shit. They were talking big shit,
Oh,
right?
snap, yeah.
We're gonna buy Sony out of this. This is it. They were high fiving each other. This says one thing to me, Porter Rock. That tells me it's not about hardware. It tells me it's not even about software. That just tells me that gamers generally, right? Not forget PlayStation gamers, right? Forget the fanboys, forget Nintendo guys, right? Forget them. But this is talking specifically to Xbox and the Xbox fans. They themselves are not even buying their games. They're not buying the Xbox console. So what can we say for that? We're talking about, no, we're not talking, the people that get on Twitter and they rah-rah and they defend Xbox, whatever. But even themselves are not being honest because we see the numbers. And if you yourself that says Game Pass is the best thing in gaming, if you yourself didn't go out and subscribe to Game Pass, if you didn't convince your cousin, your uncle, your brothers to go out and get an Xbox or even just sign up for Game Pass, even if they're on PC, right? Even if they're on Samsung TV or a web browser, if you can't do that, then I think Microsoft kind of shouldn't be. This is a space that they shouldn't be in. I think the rest is, I mean, is irrelevant. It's irrelevant if they decide to come out with another console or not. Because guess what? Doesn't really matter. You got the best selling game of all times. Every year after year after year, this is the biggest selling game, and it's been like that for 2 decades. And you finally buy this company, and people are still not fucking with you. They're still not. That's a rebellion from gamers. Gamers are rebelling from Xbox. Like I said, remove the PlayStation guys, right? Because you can always say, "Oh, they're just fanboys. They just hate." Okay, fine. Remove Nintendo dudes. Let's just say they're just going to game on Switch and they don't care. What about the PC guys? What about the Xbox guys? Hell, what about the Amazon Fire Stick guys? I'm just saying, right? There's billions of Samsung TVs out there.
I would say this: there may come a day, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, whatever, where streaming does take over because the infrastructure is so much better. We're at Wi-Fi 12, right?
Yeah.
We're at Cat 9E. A $50 router in 20 years is better than the $500 router we have today. You know what I'm saying? Like the normal household, even 1 gig is slow. It's like, what the fuck is you talking about? 1 gig? Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? And under certain conditions, right, when everything is so robust, the Wi-Fi routers, the modems, Cat 9E cable, Wi-Fi 12, whatever, all this super bandwidth, like insane amount of bandwidth, right? Then maybe gaming, in a cloud is literally it feels no different than the console, right? But until we get to that point, I think Microsoft really thought that cloud was going to be this breakground area, and that by just telling people, listen, you don't have to spend $300, $400, $500. In fact, you already have everything that you need to play, other than a controller. One controller for $50, $60, $80, whatever. And that's it. In fact, you're already subscribed to it on Amazon. you already have access, or this, that, and third, right? It's already there. Just play it. And I don't think companies like Microsoft don't realize that the people who do have access to this aren't the gamers. Most of these people on Fire Stick is because of the movies. It's not because of games. People don't think, I want to buy I'm thinking of Roku or Amazon. What should I get? Well, how's the gaming capabilities on Roku? Like those aren't conversations that are being said. No one's having conversations on cloud gaming. The people who are buying the Fire Sticks, the 4K, Fire Stick 4K, their conversation is how does it look with their movies? How well? How's the Wi-Fi? Does it use the latest Wi-Fi so that way their movies stream better? It's all movie and music and content related. They don't care about the capabilities of that audience is not there. Right now, we are still in the phase where when people think of gaming, they're like, oh, we're talking about games? Then they're looking to a specific gaming device, whether it's Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox, or even PC. The whole move from console to cloud, no one's there yet. Because the primary audience that would be there yet is us. And we still want consoles. At best, cloud gaming, right? At best, is an additive. Meaning, if you're tired of traveling with your console, sure, xCloud is great for you. Because you know it's temporary. You're at a hotel, you're visiting your auntie, you're on vacation, you're at the beach. You're like, you know what? Let me play this quick game. Let me boot it up. You play it. Not a big deal. Because you know eventually you're going to come back to Death Star, to headquarters, and you're going to play on the nice TV that you have, in the nice room, living room, wherever, and you're going to primarily enjoy your console. When you don't have access to your console, sure, cloud gaming is a great option because it's either that or nothing. So, yeah. But to actually transition yourself and you're like right here in this room and I'm going to play on Wi-Fi cloud? What? For why? Why would I do that to myself? It's not necessary. I have no issue buying hardware. Hardware's never been a problem. So why are they trying to make it? And I think Microsoft thought that there was going to be a huge explosion of subscribers because now this untapped audience of subscribers is out there through Amazon, through cloud. And Microsoft, I don't think they realize, bro, if that audience really wanted to play on Xbox, they would have bought an Xbox. People, like, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we're at the point where people are tired of hardware. Maybe how do you guys feel? I don't think anyone has a problem with buying hardware to play games. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think anyone's like, man, I'm so tired of having a hardware. I wish gaming would just move on from hardware. Like, no one's asking. Like, no one cares. People have no issue buying a box to play games.
Listen,
it's not.
Podowak, you take a look at any other industry, and people love single-use devices. People love devices that are dedicated. Cameras are still selling. You have a camera in your phone, and most people that buy cameras out there, honestly, they should just stick to their phone. Like, let's face it, the phone has a lot more assist features. You guys aren't learning photography. You're not learning what manual mode is. You don't know what ISO is. You don't want to know about exposure modes and everything like that. You don't want to hear about focus modes or motors. You just want to click and go. You want to keep it pushing. So for most of you, even though you may be like, oh yeah, I like the aesthetic of being a photographer,
get a Nikon
and do the hard work. Exactly.
You're not doing anything with it.
You don't want to wake up at 4 a.m. so that you can drive 2 hours to maybe be there in the middle of winter at 7 a.m. for a sunrise. You don't want to do that. You want to stumble upon the sunrise, in which case just stick to your phone. But people say buy cameras. You take a look at the kitchen. There's so many different knives for so many different things, and one knife looks like the other and probably could be used for the other thing, but people still buy the special knife for this particular type of fish. They're like, yeah, it's a fish knife, but specifically for this type of fish, so I'm going to use this knife, So it's like in every other industry, we understand these single-use devices, and that's what gaming consoles are, right? They are these specialized single-use devices. Like, yes, they can do media, but let's face it, we're not buying gaming consoles, especially in the era of smart TVs. Yeah. I'm not buying the PlayStation 5
because of Netflix. How well? I don't. Exactly. Yeah, I'd never turn on my console for Netflix or nothing like that. It's no point.
Let me tell you.
Why would I? Why would I add extra hours of use when the TV does it? The TV does that.
Exactly. Why there? So the point is, we pay for these devices specific for gaming, and PC is not the same. You can say that yes, if you throw enough power at it, but it's a general purpose device. It is not optimized for gaming, and unfortunately, it wants Windows, which literally takes like 20% of your hardware away because it's just such an antiquated piece of crap. Like, let's face it, if Microsoft created a brand new like operating system that didn't have to adhere to any legacy standards or any enterprise standard and was just brand new from the ground up, written in 2025 or something, you'll probably get like 30% gaming performance out of the hardware you already have because they'll optimize that shit because it's not running code that is still there from like yesteryear, back when they first went in the garage, you know? That is just the truth. And this is what consoles get to do, by the way, because remember that the Xbox original was supposed to use Windows. It was supposed to use a different Windows kernel. And then they were like, yeah, nah, fuck no, we're not doing this because we'll be crippling ourselves. It doesn't run well. So then they created their own custom, Xbox operating system just to get around Windows. Because remember the way they pitched it to what was his name? The head of Microsoft at the time. Bill
Gates.
Bomber, Steve
And Bomber, C. Bomber. Bill Gates, really. Bill Gates was there.
To those two, but no, the top dog, who's the richest guy in the world,
Bill
blah,
Gates.
blah, blah, blah,
Bill
blah,
Gates.
blah. Bill Gates, that's the one. The way they pitched it to Bill Gates was, we're going to have Windows in the living room. That was the thing that ultimately was like, yeah, we're going to do it. Because in the beginning, he wasn't happy about it. So then they tried, and they were like, yeah, fuck no, Windows is not going to do it. And to this day, they still are, like, no, we can use PC like architecture, but we're not putting Windows on this shit. Like, you're not gonna be able to download Office, because if you could run, Windows, it would be like the handheld tablets, right?
Yeah.
Because then they can download Office on if you want your Razer Claw to somehow double as your productivity device, it has Windows built in. You can download Office to it. You can do whatever else you can do on a regular PC, but you get the deficit is Windows isn't optimized for gaming. So listen, consoles are special hardware that are dedicated to a single task and are dedicated for gaming. They will always have a place. It is not a detriment to PC. It is not a some kind of like assault on PC or people that choose to play that way. But understand that, again, you're literally, if you take a PC for gaming, you're literally taking a pickup truck to the race car. Like, yeah, give it enough horsepower and it will outdo a Porsche, no problem. But the Porsche is dedicated for the track. There's just differences to this. So there will always be the specialist devices. And I think, in fact, that when you take a look at it and you take a look at the performance that we should expect next generation, it's going to be more and more compelling to go for the console. Because if the PlayStation 5 Pro is already reaching into mid-range PC territory, and that's at $700, and the PlayStation 6 needs to be more powerful than PlayStation 5 Pro, and that will have to drop the price also. Like, PlayStation 6 is going to definitely be equivalent to what we think of today as a mid-range PC. Unless the 50 series cards and, the next Intel CPUs are all going to have a major breakthrough in performance, which, it happens from time to time. There's like certain generations that are like a gigantic leap, and then other generations that are like smaller steps towards evolution. So unless that happens, you're going to end up with a $500 box on the PlayStation 6 that is going to be competing with $1,500 rings with on PC. So specialist devices are good, and every other industry has them. Every other hobby has that specialist niche little thing. Like, I'm a cyclist, right? I have a little bicycle computer. Porter, do you know what that bicycle computer does? All it does is track my ride. My phone can do that.
Yeah.
Like, it literally
You get a
does
watch.
In fact,
to do
it is
that,
so
yeah.
much worse than my phone. But it costs a lot of money. Like, this shit costs like $200-$300 just to track my ride. And the reason that I get it is because it can track my ride and have good battery life, and it unburdens my phone. Because while my phone can do everything it does better, my phone can't do it for 18 hours straight. And if I were to use my phone for that, now I can't use it for anything else, and my battery life is
The
just
battery
gonna go to
life
shit.
and like the
Exactly, exactly. So that is a special device that I literally carry a device with me that does the exact same thing but better. But I still buy the $300 device because I'm like, yeah, it's specialized to this one thing and it does this one thing really well. So as long as bicycle computers are a thing, I'm sorry, consoles always gonna be a thing.
Yeah, good point. All right. Okay, good point. All right. Let me do some super chats. We got Alvin saying a lot of pro data has been quiet this past week. Facts, Alvin. We got that Pegasus life. Everybody, hell, not only are they quiet, they're pre-ordering it.
Oh my god, we're gonna talk about
You-
that. We've
oh,
got to talk about
oh
that.
yeah, oh yeah, all right. Because some of the videos I made, we'll put that in the
Oh
back
my
end.
god.
Jenna Hayes, thank you for the super chat, Jenna. Jenna says, J Dub and P Rock. Notice Phil Spencer been very quiet. Do you think COD will save Game Pass and Xbox? You just heard us talk about it, right? Like I don't know. Like if COD
It's
doesn't do
over.
it,
It's over.
it ain't you think Indiana Jones? And now that's what's a good segue, right? Oh no, the next top. Damn, I would like to make that a segue. We're gonna skip that. We're gonna go to the next topic. Firewalk Studios closing down. First, it was Jason Schreier who broke the news, and then it became official. So I'm gonna read you guys the Twitter from Firewalk Studios. This is from them. Firewalk is signing off one last time. Firewalk began with the idea of bringing the joy of multiplayer to a larger audience. Along the way, we assembled an incredible team who were able to navigate growing a new startup into a team during a global pandemic. Firewalk was founded in 2018 and was very small for its first couple of years, only entering full production in 2022. Build a new, customized next generation FPS engine in Unreal 4 to Unreal 5, developing top tier gameplay feel, beautiful worlds, and a performant 60 FPS technical experience on a stable and scalable backend on PS5 and PC to hundreds of thousands of players in our beta. Manage an acquisition integration while rating technical and preliminary tests. And ultimately ship and deliver a great FPS experience to players. I'm sorry for chuckling. Even if it landed much more narrowly than hoped against a heavily consolidated market. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be serious. Chat, please don't be mad at me, man. I couldn't help it.
That's funny.
Yo, my New York mind is like, yo, these dudes are bugging.
Yeah, man.
That's the only thing that was in my head.
That was
These
an
dudes are
intrusive thought. It's just
bugging.
like, goddamn, sorry.
Like you bugging. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it fair. I'm gonna finish off this statement. We took some risk along the way, marrying aspects of card battlers and fighting games with first-person shooters, and although some of these and other aspects of the IP didn't land as we hoped, the idea of putting new things into the world is critical to pushing the medium forward. Interesting, right? People want creativity, right? The talent at Firewalk and the level of individual craft is truly world-class. And teams within Sony Interactive Entertainment and across the industry will be fortunate to work with them. Please reach out to recruiting at PlayStation for inquiries, and thank you for all the very many teams, partners, and fans who supported us along the way. See you in the Tempest, Firewalk Studios, and Transmission. So, I will have to say this right here is one of the probably largest bombs, right? Especially over the few gens. Game lasted 2 weeks, full 100% refund, and not even an attempt to at least maybe reignite it as a free to play, as a last ditch effort to salvage something. So this game is closed, completely shut down, and this studio's not getting another chance. So this studio got bought, and now it's getting completely shut down, which is a huge financial loss, right? And stuff like that. And I'm not here to worry about Sony's pockets. I'm just saying there's a lot of workers out, and this was a bad decision. And right, obviously this money could have probably been put to better use, but they tried, whatever. J-Dub, what do you think about this? And do you think other studios that just got recently bought, like, I would say Bungie's safe, but like Haven, do you think this like Sony's like, you know what? We shutting, we cutting, like we're gonna sacrifice the limb. We're chopping stuff off. If you don't hit, you're gone. Stuff. What do you think? What do you think about this whole thing? I know you're all about to get good and stuff like that, but
Yeah, I think I'll say this. I don't think that Haven and others have to worry about anything because this game here, it's in a unique position. We've seen games fail before, right? We've seen plenty of games fail before, but we've never seen anything like this, at least from a Sony first party studio. And again, this is that. Sony's first foray into the live service game. They're just getting into live service. This sounds like it may give them pause about moving forward with some other live service stuff, right? In that, I think in that essence, I think all of those who didn't want Concord, all of those all the naysayers from Concord and live service games, they should be happy about this. Sony cut their losses and move forward and get this shit behind them. Don't worry about the studio. We're going to take some people from the studio. We're going to move them around to our other studios and move forward. We're not going to waste more resources, waste more time, try to figure this shit out. Let's just move forward with other shit.
Okay.
I kind of like that. Don't drag this shit on. And I'm kind of, don't drag this shit on. If people didn't get it when it was $30, people are not gonna fucking play it when it's free to play. It's just it is what it is. Move on. You got plenty of other studios, plenty of other projects to fund. Move on. I think as gamers, we're looking at this a lot of times because I know some people out there crying or whatever. Those same people that were saying, "Oh, the game was trash. Sony should have did this. Sony should have did that. They should have invested in this and this." Now that Sony say, "All right, we ain't gonna spend no more money dealing with this shit," now they're like, "Oh my god, Sony should have did this." It's like there's no winning, right? In the console fanboy spectrum, right? We're all quarterbacking this shit from our chairs. Um, it's like any sports team. Cut your loss and move on. Don't waste time. Don't drag time. Move on. You got other shit. I'm perfectly a-okay with it. I'm fine for them to move on. They got other shit. Move forward with that. Now, with that being said, this may give them pause. Remember, they initially talked about having 12 live service games. Then they shrunk it to 6. Well, shit, it may narrow down to maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah,
Right?
we're never
So,
getting 12 this generation.
No,
Like, I don't
that's
care
already done. Yeah, that's
how
done.
long it goes on for.
Yeah,
We're
that's
well,
done.
never
already
getting.
They already shut
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
they've been took 12 off the table, so it was down to 6.
No,
And
but no, they hadn't
yeah,
taken the other 6 off. They were saying that it was going to be 12 before 2025, and then they were going to do like 6 and 6. So they were going to do like the first 4, and then they were going to go and back and do like the other 6 at the back half of the generation. Because that was the thing that was aggressive. Because remember, if what was the name? If Jim Ryan had come out and been like, yeah, we're going to have 12 over the course of the generation, everyone would have been like, yeah, okay, about 1.5 every year, that kind of makes sense. But it was like 12 by 2025, and we were like, you're gonna release 3 every year? Like that seems a little bit much. Like you're not even releasing 3 single player, and those are your guaranteed hits, every year. So that was like where we're like, okay, cool, that is incredible.
yeah,
But yeah, like you're right, we're not going to see. Like I'll be surprised if at the end we see 6.
yeah. I think Max will see 4. Marathon is already done. It's sitting and waiting. What's the other game? I think Fair
Oh,
Games,
they're gonna take that one off. That was gonna
and
go.
then
You think so? Oh.
well, I don't know. We
Well,
don't
they
know
didn't
what
buy
it is.
Haven Studios
We,
though.
we don't know what it
So
is.
Steve
Oh, they
Haven
didn't buy him?
No, I don't think Haven Studios got bought.
No,
Right,
they
Chad?
they did a partnership. That was a
Yeah, it's a
partnership.
partnership.
Remember, because
Correct me
Herman
if I'm
Hulse
wrong, Chad.
said, yeah, that was a partnership. They said they were gonna they were gonna still consider them, they were gonna bring them under the fold as like they were like first party without technically buying them, right? So that's what that was. But here's at the end of the day, they got Helldivers 2 was the first game. It was a massive success. Concord was a failure, a massive failure. Let's see what the other ones are going to go to. I'm still in the mind of get good, figure out what you're going to do. I'm not saying go and do fucking 12 goddamn games, but I'm just saying if you already paid for some shit, see what it is.
It said
Learn.
they did get
You know,
acquired.
Yeah, I
it
thought
said
so.
it did.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what studio.
It said it was founded in March
It was
2021 by video game producer Jay Redmond and was acquired by Sony Interactive the following year,
Jade
so
Raymond.
2022.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Jade Raymond's studio. Okay.
Well, so they did
So
get acquired.
we'll see. I think at the end of the day, all of the people that are crying over this shit and upset, let's stop the bullshit, right? We can just go back merely months, right? Merely like 2 months ago. We was on the same podcast, right? And we saw all these people out there wanting this game to fail. laughing, yada yada. This game was doomed from the beginning, and it's fine. I'm perfectly okay with it. I think more companies need to do this. Where if you have a failure of a game, cut your losses. Don't drag this fucking shit on and just keep dragging this funk and this stench around everywhere you go, trying to salvage the shit. I said Ben said the same thing about Halo. I think they need to reimagine this shit and just like stop like
Let me ask you
like
this.
some things you just need to move on.
Let me ask you this. So, I agree. Move on from Concord, but do you think they should have shut down Firewalk? And I'm gonna play fair. I'm gonna
Yeah.
play devil's advocate. You know I don't
Yeah.
give a shit about the multiplayer, right? So them going
Yeah.
away, whatever. But to be fair, Firewalk still has people who are competent in the gameplay, the technical, all the technicals talent.
True. And
They
they're gonna
know
be spread
they
out.
they just made a
Criminals
bad
say they're gonna
they
be
just
spread out.
they just made a bad game.
Yeah.
Would it have been better keep the studio, create a new product, don't
No,
do this
no.
bullshit stuff,
No.
start with a completely new idea?
No. And I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna take years, right? How long does it take to make a game? It's gonna take a minimum of 3.
Yeah.
And that's if you're fucking Kojima with an engine that's given to you
Yeah.
and the red carpet rail. Now they're gonna have to foot the bill for all these people insurance, for all of their salaries, for the rent, for everything else, for another 5 years in hopes that they can make a game that's worth a damn. No, cut the loss, take the good people that you need from there, stick them in other studios to fill in, work where they need to, and move on.
But
Don't
how you
drag
gonna
this shit out?
Yeah,
Listen,
but how you gonna build your multiplayer studios if you're getting rid of the people who's supposed to make your multiplayer games? Because take for
I'm gonna tell you
example,
how.
I'm gonna tell you something. Give you an example for Gorilla. Killzone was a flop.
Yes.
So imagine if they would have got shut down after Killzone 1. You wouldn't have Horizon. They would be gone.
Which is a real possibility. But Killzone didn't flop to the extent that this game did, Puerto Rock. It's a difference. It's a difference than it being what's some other Sony flop, right? First party flop. I don't know. I can't think of another, but just throw another one out there, right? Any other first party flops, right? Sony really don't make first party flops like that. The third parties maybe, but their first party, no, they just. Dreams is still actually active, right? And it's still going. So we don't even know. It wasn't even a fucking game, right? It was an engine. But I'm just saying, Sony really don't do flops like that. To this extent, this is why it was huge. Because it was so unlike Sony. And they were like, nah, we're not having that. Mag was not a Sony, it was not Sony's first party.
It was.
Guys.
No, that's there. Yeah.
It was made by what's the
Zipper.
Zipper. Mag?
Yeah, Mag was made by Zipper.
I thought they did.
They did SOCOM. No, but they didn't do SOCOM Confrontation. They, a lot of people thought they were doing the SOCOM. They said, I remember, I think it was like in chat rooms, or something like that.
Yeah.
They were like, Zipper's doing SOCOM. They're like, we're doing SOCOM? And the question mark, being facetious. It's because they already moved on to a new project, which was Mag.
Mm-hmm.
So Mag was a Sony first party. The thing what I'm saying is this.
Okay.
So creativity wise, Firewalk failed. But from a technical perspective, they have the talent to actually make how would you say, a well-made game. You guys played Concord. Was there any technical issues with the game? From a competency, was there any issues? As in the developer was incompetent in what the product did.
Nope.
So they have the talent. They just don't have. Yeah.
It was such a commercial failure.
I agree.
Right. It had to be colossal, Puerto Rock, for them to say, not only are we canceling the game and refunding people, we're getting rid of this whole motherfucker.
Yeah.
We're throwing the whole shit in the trash.
I agree. Which means. No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying. That means that they saw nothing worthwhile worth salvaging. That says a lot. That means Sony is at the point they're like, nah, we're not doing this.
But then you wouldn't hire these developers to go to your other studios. If you think they suck that bad,
No,
why would you Why would you want the? Why
you
would
can
you?
close
But
the studio.
no,
I mean, they did.
but
Go
but
ahead.
think,
Go ahead.
why would you
Did
want?
they do that with Japan studio?
Yeah.
Didn't they do that with Japan studio?
Yeah, but they never. But they never created
ended up making Astrobot.
No, but listen. Number one, they only closed it because the people didn't want to go AAA. That's the reason why.
Yeah, we
that's different. They offered them. But yes, but that's because they didn't want it. That's because they didn't do what Sony wanted. Sony says, you know what, we're gonna make you bigger, make AAA games.
Yeah.
They said, nah, I don't want them. Well, the head guy said, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm leaving. And then other people left. So now you got all the people left. You're like, fuck it. They're like, all the top guys left. What I'm gonna keep you guys around for? Totally different scenario. What I'm trying to say is, if you have the studio that knows how to make multiplayer games, and you want to keep multiplayer, right? And you guys says, hey, you got to get good. So that means you're gonna have failure. Let me put it this way: Sony now has one less studio to make multiplayer games. So let me make this point. And Extreme, you hop on. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. You now have one less studio to make multiplayer games. So if you want to get good at multiplayer games, you need studios, but now you have less. So how are you gonna get good? Because now, let's say Fair Games is a flop. You already demonstrated you already demonstrated you're gonna close down studios if you create flops. They already created the precedence to say, if your shit dramatically flops, we're shutting you down. If you keep shutting down studios, you're not gonna get good on multiplayer because you're getting rid of everybody. Who are you gonna get good with? With who? You're getting rid of them. Unless we go back to what I don't like, which is now you're going to force Insomniac. You're going to force Sony Bend. You're going to force Santa Monica to make multiplayer games, which is what I don't want, which is not fair.
Them because they themselves aren't proven to be able to make a live service game.
You see? So that's what. So Extreme, what do you think about it? Am I looking at things wrong? Like, God, the Firewalk made a flop.
I fully agree
but if you want to get good, you can't fire the people. You're never going to get good.
Exactly. I disagree with J-Dub on this one because really, what you said is right. The brain drain that is happening now because of this particular decision is extremely saddening if you care about not only multiplayer games, but like you said, preserving that barrier between which studio does what. If you want live service games to not invade first-party studios and first-party projects, you've got to have other people making it that are not the single player studios. Naughty Dog should not be saddled with live service components or live service games. Same thing for Guerrilla, Sucker Punch, and everything. They should be able to exist as they are. But since the shareholders at Sony, are not going to be like, oh yeah, don't make a Fortnite, you need to have the talent in-house to make that type of a game. So I'm disappointed that they ultimately decided to close the studio. Now, one thing is, was the reputation just so bad that even if they had made another title, even in like 6-7 years, that their reputation would have followed them to that project. A little bit like with Square Enix, their reputation on like Marvel's Avengers followed them to Guardians of the Galaxy. And the failure of Guardians of the Galaxy is directly tied to the failure of, what was it? The other one? Yeah, Avengers, exactly. Because if Guardians of the Galaxy had come out first, it would have been a tremendous success.
They should have done that.
But the stank followed them to the next project. So the question is now, would that have happened with Firewalk? Was the name so tarnished? Because remember that people didn't just like dismiss this game. They actively hated it. Like they went out of the way to put hate on this game. And I just wonder whether Sony was like, listen, even if we give you another shot, and even if you make a fantastic game, you're just not going to be able to beat these allegations because people have already decided that they hate you, they hate your brand, they hate whatever it is that they think you represent. That is the only way. Because imagine that they came up with a new game. Let's say they called it, I don't even know, Accolades or something. And let's even say it's a single player game. It's not even live service. It's not even multiplayer in any way. What would happen? The headlines would be on IGN. The Concord studio puts out another game, or they will be like Accolades from Firewalk, Concord creators, and then people will bring all of that negativity back into it because they never gave them enough time to dispel those particular things. The game didn't live long enough to prove that it wasn't just a shallow DEI work fest, blah blah, all of these negative ideas. Sony basically saw that. It's almost like they panicked and they pulled the plug. So now the next time you come out, it doesn't matter what it is. You didn't beat the allegations from last time, you know? And so you're just going to have the same thing thrown at you again. So maybe between the fact that it was already a sizable studio, between the fact that it was going to take another 5 years to create any game, whether it's live service or not, they were just like, it's just not worth it. Because when we put this shit out, the reputation is going to be so bad that it's basically going to be DOA because people think it's DEI and everything else. So that's the only reason I think they might have done that. But ultimately, what you said is right, Podorok. At the end of the day, you have brain drain. Who's going to build this resilience? Who's going to build this institutional knowledge? Who's going to like learn from these failures and apply it to the next project? Sure, you have Bungie, who are like kind of the overseer of your creative live service partnerships and everything like that. But who is actually the talent who's going to code it? Because the 7 or 17 people who are the creative studio, whatever they just recently did for live services, they're not the ones that are supposed to be coding an entire game. They're the ones that are supposed to be leading the workers, to that promised land. And if you get rid of the worker bees, it doesn't matter if you have queen bees. No one's going to be, the hive is going to die because you don't have enough workers actually doing the thing. So one thing that would be great is if they separated this talent and they were like, hey, you know what? Some of you go to Bungie, some of you go to Haven to, do whatever you want there. Some of you go elsewhere to these other projects that we may not know about. But yeah, I just think that it is a tremendous, I'm not going to say mistake, but it is questionable. It's definitely questionable because it's like, and like you said, one more thing you said is now you've established this precedent of like, yeah, this is like a zero tolerance policy. You have one flop, you're out of here, and what does that do to the morale of people at Haven when they hear people like me say that Fair Games is already dead on arrival? Like, what does that do when they're like, okay, well, this thing comes out, if it is lukewarm, or worse, if it is a flop, then I've lost my job, they're gonna have to figure that out, but it's definitely not a good look.
Okay. I was just wondering.
I'm gonna be
Go ahead.
honest, guys. I when it comes to that, listen. Okay, let me speak less of a gamer and speak more of a businessman, right? For those of you out there that work for a living, that you got a 9 to 5, right? When you got a 9 to 5, you wake up, you go to work. Your employer expects you to work because he's giving you a paycheck, and you expect him to give you a paycheck, the company to give you a paycheck because you work. I understand this is gaming, and we're deep into the trenches on the ongoing, and internal affairs of what goes on with these gaming companies. But your company expects to be successful, and they expect you to be successful with your products, whether you're in sales, whether you're in tech, whether you're in whatever. They expect you to have positive results. And any one of us, right? Anybody who works a 9 to 5 could get fired if their product isn't successful or their service isn't good, right? That's just what it is. It's unfortunate that this game came out and it wasn't what gamers wanted, and gamers spoke unilaterally, right? Together said, nah, this is not what we want. We're not going to buy it. We're not going to support it. It is what it is. It's a wrap. That happened. Gamers just said, no, it is what it is. This company decided, well, you know what? It just wasn't a product that people were for. We spend a lot of money on the studio. We spend a lot of money on everything else for a few years since we've been owning them. The product didn't make us any money. Matter of fact, it lost us upwards of 100 million. I don't know how much, right?
It's
A lot of money.
Because
Let's
they
not
100%
spend another
refund,
dime.
other than the physical.
Yes.
If people kept it,
Yes.
but for the most part,
Yes.
all the digitals got refunded cross board.
Yes. So on top of them not making a dime off of the game, but they're in the hole because they spent X amount of dollars purchasing the studio. And that doesn't include all the other stuff that comes with that, right? That's a lot of money. That's hard to justify. And it's hard to. It really is. Sometimes you just got to cut your loss. And I see Sony decide to cut their loss. This corporation decide to cut their loss and move on. No, no, no. It's the way it's the way of the world. It is what it is. We know, right? Like we've seen other companies have some duds and some failures, and they keep them around. They keep going on and on and on and on and on, right? We know that, but this is not one of those. Sony's decide something they saw that maybe is more than what we saw, right? More than what we see. They saw something that where they thought that it just wasn't worth the time to invest more into it. And I get that from a corporate standpoint. I get that from a business standpoint. I get it. Sometimes it's better to just fucking close up shop. It's just bad juju on the whole project. Just let's just move on and do what we're gonna do and just move forward with life, right? Put that baby to rest and move forward. Stop looking back. And I'm okay with that. But that's my personal opinion. I'm okay with that. We can't win them all, guys. We can't have every studio that ever came out to be funded forever, and no matter if they flop or not. This is not Xbox, right? This is just not Xbox. They're not going to keep throwing out 60 rated duds every fucking week and get raises and bonus. That's not Sony. Right, and there's other games out there that they've released since Concord that have went on to be 90 Metacritic, 94 Metacritic, and on and on and on. Right, Silent Hill, you got Astrobot came out. There's other games out there, but us holding every single studio and every single developer and every single thing close and near and dear to our heart, thinking that like we can't. At some point we have to wake up and face the reality. Shit like this is gonna happen. I don't want people to lose their jobs or anything like that. I'm not saying that, right? But at the end of the day, this is just business. This happens every day. Your boss expects you to produce results, and if you don't produce results, what happens? He's not going to keep. Well, I know Porter Rock didn't produce any results this time, so I'm gonna keep funding him for another couple of years and see if this guy get it together. No, it's not going to happen.
I get that.
Not everybody can do that. That's what I'm saying.
J-Dub, I get that. I absolutely get that. But you want Sony to get good. How are you going to get good if you keep getting rid of the people? Who are you going to get? I just want to know, who are you going to get good with?
I'm going to explain that to you.
So
I'm going to explain that to you. This is
before you explain it to me, because the way I see it, your whole multiplayer Sony needs to do it is shrinking. And my opinion, like, let's say Fair Games does decent, you're really only talking Bungie and Haven Studios and who else? That's your multiplayer.
Who did they start with? They start with nothing. And they work your way up.
You know, but what I'm saying is,
you start with nothing. Yeah, you start with nothing and you work your way up.
Yeah, but I'm saying is
that's have dead weight.
No, I agree. What I'm saying is, the way it looks at this point, the strategy will be minimal for multiplayer. It'll be and that's assuming, Haven knocks out the park. So you got, the developers of Helldivers 2, Haven, Bungie, and then there you go. Because you're not going to buy. I don't see Sony buying a whole new multiplayer studio again. I think this is stuck, right? So you might just have a rearrangement. You know what I'm saying? I don't think multiplayer. This is just me subjectively asking. So if you want a bigger footprint of PlayStation, how do you see that happening with minimal studios to do that?
Let me ask you this. Correct me if I'm wrong. After the whole thing happened with Bungie and Sony took over, did they not create a studio out of that? I thought that was part of the deal. They get a studio. They created a separate studio outside of Bungie.
Yeah, to work on another Bungie game.
To work on another Bungie game, right?
So really, they split Bungie. Yeah, sounds like it. But
so let's say that. So we're gonna assume, right? That's not going to be a single player game, right? We're going to assume that's going to be a multiplayer. Okay, let's add that one. Let's say they kicked these motherfuckers to the curb, right? The Concord guys to the curb, Firewalk to the curb, and let's say they replace them with the new one that they got, right? No harm, no foul, right? So they're at worst, they're back where they started in the beginning, right? No harm, no foul. Now they said that they're going to take some people from Firewalk, and they were going to put them in other places. So we're going to assume they're going to put them in other multiplayer roles, right? They're not going to take them and fucking put them in Naughty Dog to make a single player game. We're going to assume they're going to take them and spread them over to Bungie, and maybe spread them over to Marathon or whatever other kind of games that are coming out, right? Let's just say that. So at worst, they just got rid of a studio, and then but they already added a studio. Let's just say that. In that scenario, it's kind of a no harm, no foul, because Sony started with no live service game. They have one successful one so far. They got one they kick to the curb and act like it don't exist. Now they'll see what happens with the next one, and the next one, and then the next one. Now, once we see them, okay, this next game, if it's a dud and they fire that team or get rid of that studio, then we can come back and revisit this conversation. But I see that we're kind of like overreacting off of one thing, because I remember the last podcast we had when Concord, did horrible, whatever. We had this whole conversation. I was of the mindset where it's like, well, why are we just giving up everything, the whole live service after one flop? But nobody said anything when they had Helldivers that was a massive success. Like, shouldn't you give them enough time to build up that will before we just? It's like, once you get a flop, that's it. Like, you got to throw everything out the window. It's like, I don't.
So that's why I'm asking you this question.
That.
This is why I'm asking you, because the studio with a flop is gone, so they don't get a second chance. That's what I'm saying. So now the president's is set.
The title Firewalk is gone.
Yeah, so now
let's focus. It's a title.
I agree. The title.
The title is gone.
Yes.
The title is gone. They got some people from that, and they got right. So that's the angle I'm coming from.
Yeah.
It's not.
But here's the thing.
If we're gonna go by the names,
but what I'm saying is the president's set. Succeed or you're gone. So let's say Fair Games flop. They're gone. Why, you're gonna keep them if their shit flopped?
It could be.
You see, but that's what I'm saying. Right now,
have one, but
right now, what I'm saying is you don't get. I'm just saying. No. What I'm saying is the pressure's on the studio. You don't get 3 strikes. You get 1 strike. You hit. Listen, Fair Games hits or it don't, and if it don't, you're gone.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this, Porter Rock. Do you not think that there's pressure with Naughty Dog and what's the and Insomniac and Guerrilla Games and all of those people?
Not like this.
That Sony hold on, no, listen. Even more so than this, and I'm gonna tell you why. This studio, right? Think about it. When they give Insomniac, Guerrilla Games, Sucker Punch, all these guys $300 million, that's fucking huge. You have to hit. That's fucking going on $500 million. That has to hit. What? Even David Jaffe himself said that's why he didn't want to make any more AAA games, because the pressure of it is so high to where you have to knock it out of the park. If you don't, it's a wrap. So these studios are already like, we do not want to be the guys to fuck up our image. We do not. I'm gonna be honest, that's a good fucking thing. Because that makes sure they bust their ass and do what they got to do to make that shit as polished as a fucking aluminum can before they throw that junk out there.
All right, so this is why I say it's not the same, because they already proved themselves. They already made millions, right? And here's the thing. Here's the main key. Mm-hmm. The games they make is not supposed to be perpetual.
Absolutely.
Fair Games is meant to be perpetual, meaning you're gonna make this game, and that's what you're dealing with for the next 5, 6, 10 years. Which is probably why Sony's like, succeed or get the hell out. You understand what I'm saying?
So,
but when you put us
think about it. Concord was supposed to last for 5 or 7 years.
Yeah. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. Ratchet didn't knock it out the park. It didn't completely fail, but it didn't make waves, and nothing happens in Sony.
Yeah, but it wasn't. But just like you said, it also was not supposed to last for 10 years.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. So these multiplayer studios, they're on the chopping block. One strike, or you're out. Yes.
But
you see what I'm saying?
Listen. Look at
that's hard to build. I'm saying
343 no longer exists.
Okay, it's the 343's there. 343's there. It's the same fucking thing. What they did was what the United States government did. Oh, this project doesn't work, so we're gonna rename it. It's the same fucking studio. which is sad because they ain't going nowhere. It's the same studio. They just but think about it, J Dub. Your multiplayer strategy has one strike at the plate. You don't get three strikes.
Yes.
Fair games fails, gone.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I
So
agree.
you see what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's disregard. What I'm saying is I guarantee if Insomniac, let's say if Wolverine flops, they're not shutting down Insomniac.
No,
they're not shutting down. They're not shutting down.
Yeah, they're
Get
not,
the fuck out of here.
because their W's
move on to the next
are more
project.
than the L's, right? Their W's is
Look
more
at
than
Days
the L's.
Gone.
But here's the thing:
Did Days Gone shut down
bought
Sony
you.
Ben? Nope.
Nope.
Keep them going.
But here's the thing, Puerto
You see what I'm saying?
I bought you. You only had one job.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, I spent a lot
No,
of fucking money.
I agree.
On you.
No, J Dub, I'm not trying to say I don't. J Dub, I understand what you are saying.
Yes.
What I'm saying is it goes against get good. If I miss a game winning 3-pointer and you never put me back in a basketball game, how can I get good?
You're never taking that shot again, Puerto Rock.
You see what I'm saying? Jordan missed shots. Kobe missed shots. But listen, but that's no Jordan. No, he missed more shots. The only person, really, Jordan was 50-50.
Listen, Jordan, those game winning. He's the guy. He's the king.
No, but Jordan, but even Jordan missed game winning shots. He was 50%. 50% at game winning shots means 50% you miss. I understand, but what I'm what I'm saying is he was able to get that stat because they kept playing him. Firewalk doesn't get that opportunity. You missed a shot, you're gone. I'm not saying that's wrong or right. I'm just saying what you advocated for, Sony's not going to get there. Because in order to get good, you have to give people another try. That's how you get good.
No, I agree with you. But here's the thing. They have more people to get good.
No.
You can't listen. You can't. Hold on. Go ahead, Extreme.
No, I was going to say, they just go with an entire studio. Listen. J-Dub, you're supposed to be on my side, but why is Paul not making sense? Why is Paul not making sense? You're supposed to be on the multiplayer side.
Listen, I'm for the multiplayer. I'm on the multiplayer side.
You're supposed to be the one that says, hey,
no. This shit was irreparable. This is the worst in every game history. We have never in history seen a game that flopped this big.
Then imagine the comeback if the next
it was only a week. It was only the game only lasted a week. A week.
Man. You turning back real quick, man. You're
no,
fair
no. What I'm saying is, Sony has other studios. They have other live service studios that got shit ready and cooked. Give them an opportunity. Guess what? It is what it is. Like, don't bring that bullshit here, because now, guess what? Now Sony is on record of having the worst, like in history, the worst failure. That was generally reserved for Xbox and Xbox only. That was their exclusive title, right? Now Sony has that title. Nah, we can't have that. That shit. That's what I'm saying. Nah, it's okay. Nah, we don't need it. We'll move on. Listen, just like you said Fair Games is gonna fail. You called it. You're saying it's gonna fail. All right, guess what? If that shit fail, move on. Go to the next one.
But I don't want them to fire the people. I don't mind them shutting down the project. I don't want them to fire the people.
So their only existence is to make a game that's good enough to last some years. If you can't even make a game good enough to last a fucking week and a half, there's no saving you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to lose any sleep that Sony decided to cut their loss, because they could have kept them. They could have just.
I'm not losing sleep. If anything,
but the thing is,
this is going in my direction. Let's be honest. This is going in my direction. Sony's going to go back to be like, you know what, Bungie, you got this. Everybody else, fuck off. And I'm cool with that. And I'll be fine.
That could happen. Ultimately, it could just be Bungie, and it could be the fucking Helldivers people, right?
And I'm fine with that.
That could happen. That could happen. And guess what? At the end of the day, I'll be fine with it too. But my thing is, you have more fish that's cooking, that's ready.
How
Put
much
them
more
shits out. Let's
fish?
see what else you cooking with.
Oh, you got his
You
fair
just-
games
no,
and
no, no,
Bungie.
You
Listen.
just named all the new live
And here's
service
the
games
thing.
they got.
Here's the thing.
J-Dub.
Bungie's multiplat too. They won on Xbox and PC, so
But that's fine. That's fine. They've
that's-
always been did that. So that's
yeah.
that
No,
doesn't
no. What
change.
I'm saying is, so it's not even a big deal. That's like, it's not like PlayStation.
What?
To me, Bungie's like, until they make,
Remember,
until
live
they like
service is
the
not
way.
a big thing to us, right? It's
No.
not a big thing to
No, what I'm
Sony
saying
fans.
is,
We
like,
don't care about it, so it's not a big deal.
no, what I'm saying is, like, I can understand, like, until Bungie starts making exclusives for PlayStation, it's like Call of
Yeah.
Duty. It's like, all right, Microsoft has Call of Duty. That's first, but it don't mean shit.
Yeah.
Still on PlayStation, still on PC, still on whatever.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Yeah,
No one.
but,
This,
but,
this,
but Puerto Rock, you already said it's the same thing with live service. Like,
Yeah.
you don't really play live service like that.
Yeah.
I don't really play live service like that. No, like this is something new for Sony, right? This
yeah.
is something new for them. So at the end of the day, if all of these shits flop, if these next 6 games or whatever they got flop, at the end of the day, we still got our Spider-Man, we still got our goatees. We won't lose. We shouldn't lose any sleep. But my thing is, if you're gonna go down this avenue,
I disagree
right?
with that because I think a portion of that money. Here's the thing, and this is what I advocated for.
yeah,
Sony's priority should have been, right? Number one, beef up the studios that got you to this point. Sony Ben can only make one project at a time. They should not be in that position, right? Same thing with Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch, right now, they're working on Ghost of Yote because that's all they can work on. That's all they have the size for.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be the case. They should have another major size studio that's also working on a new IP while they're able to work on Ghost of Yotai. But you cannot do that unless you invest in growing bigger. But right now, Sucker Punch, they're just stuck doing Yotai. That's it. That's
they
not
can't-
fair to them.
Puerto
That's
Rock.
not fair.
The
I think that's wrong.
The reason is what you got to understand. The reason it's like that. The reason why these people can't work on it is because these games that Sony are making are costing $300-400 million a piece. They can't unless Sony is going. It can't come off $2-3 more billion to throw at a single player game in hopes that it's going to be successful, in hopes that it's going to sell enough copies.
How much did Firewalk
These
cost?
fucking guys are tapped
Didn't
out.
Firewalk
with
cost like $250 million or some shit?
I don't know how much it costs.
You know what I'm saying?
Let
me put it this way. That $300 million.
Let's say it cost
Yeah.
$300 million. That's the reason why they giving rid of motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I gave
but-
you $300
but-
million,
but-
and you didn't even give
Yeah.
me a week and a half.
So that
Get the
300
fuck
million,
outta here.
that 300 million would have been better going towards Sucker Punch.
It could have. It could
And,
have.
and
But
what's
guess what?
funny?
If you would have
You-
game, if
here's
you
the crazy
gave
part.
Sucker
You-
Punch an additional $300 million, they still wouldn't have been able to give you an additional game at the same time.
You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not
Yeah,
asking
you
for additional game at the same time. What
That's
I'm
what I'm
asking
saying.
is, while they're making Yotai, they are still
Yeah.
making another game. So that way you don't have this, all right, once we finish with Yotai, now we start a new project. No! You already started a new project. This is how
But
you're able to release games every 3 years.
You're basically saying they have to create another studio.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying take Sucker Punch, make a different studio. We're gonna call them Sucker Punch 2.
Yeah.
And give them that money. Okay,
Yeah.
but here's the problem with that, Puerto Rico. Here's the problem that I see. No. I'm seeing from a development standpoint, right? It looks like it would, but I will see. Okay, let's say today they ended up taking Sucker Punch, making Sucker Punch 2. They give them $300 million to take a game. From that point that they start that's still going to take them fucking 5 years, 6 years to output a game.
Yeah, but if they would have
Those
done
are
that back in
Yotai is really-
but they would have done that back in 2020, we would be 4 years deep. That's what I'm saying. If they would have made that decision in 2020, we would have Ghost of Yotai 2025 and potentially a new Sucker Punch game in 2027, 2028. But you're not going to have a new Sucker Punch in 2027, 2028 because after Ghost of Yotai, they're going to start on a new project. That shit ain't coming out to 2030, 2031. If they would have made the decision back in 2020, we would get 2 games. We would get 2 games from Sucker Punch this gen. But we're not going to get 2 games from Sucker Punch this gen. We're going to get Ghost of Yotai, and then we're going to have to wait another 5 years.
And that's why Insomniac is so unique because they output a Spider-Man game and then they turn around and output a what's the Ratchet and Clank game, and then they turn around and put out another Spider-Man,
and they're gonna put out Wolverine,
another Wolverine,
and a rumored
that
Venom.
studio. Yeah. Well, not even a rumor, but because we saw the roadmap
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
way to
I know. Yeah,
2035. They got
whatever.
a
Yeah.
shitload. That studio in itself is like it's puzzling. It's so unique because
Not
you would
really.
think they have a winning. No, listen.
Not
You would
really.
think they have a winning formula. Why can't everybody just copy what they do?
Not
But
really.
I don't know, man. I don't
Look,
know.
look. How you think Call of Duty comes out
I
every
don't know.
year? It's because they have 4 or 5 studios dedicated to that game. I'm not
Yeah,
saying go
but
after
that's
new
$1 billion.
IP, right?
That's $1 billion. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
bill. Yeah.
Sucker Punch proved they can make a great game. They've been making great games,
Yes.
so they have a
Yes.
track record. And you're like, you know what, Sucker Punch?
Yes.
You guys are great. You're already proven. You're already
Yeah.
proven. There is no mystery about what you can do. We're gonna give you more money so you can start developing 2 games. So that way, we can get a nice rhythm of 3 to 4
Yeah.
year instead of you make
Yeah.
one game and now we have to completely wait till you finish this game, maybe do
Yeah.
patches, and then you start the next game. We don't want that no more. We
Yeah.
want you to be able to tackle
Don't
more than
they
one
output a
project.
game? Don't they output a game every 2 years?
Ooh,
Like
Sucker
Clockwork?
Punch? No.
No. Insomniac.
Insomniac does, but nobody
Yeah,
else
yeah.
does.
Insomniac.
Yeah. How
Yeah.
come? How come we can't? This was what I was saying. We put so much money into the live service game, yet the obvious people that needed some level of investment are the ones that actually got you to this point. Sucker Punch got you to this point.
I don't think they're not being invested in. I think the fact that they like Naughty Dog, Guerrilla Games, the fact that all these guys, every single game they put out is a fucking GOTY winner. Like it's because in their games are not like 5-10 hour games. Like their games are fucking 20 and 30 hour games. They're big humongous games to tell that story. I'm not sure is because Spider-Man is more of a smaller story, which that's a whole nother topic. Are we willing to sacrifice having a 40-hour, 50-hour game and just having a smaller, like a 10-hour game, but having more of them?
Why would there be a sacrifice if you're talking building another high level studio within the same umbrella?
Because
It's
the amount of time, like Sean Layden said, it's just the amount of time.
no,
Sometimes you can just throw money
no,
and think if you throw $1 billion and you think you're gonna get a God of
no,
War within 6 months, that just don't happen.
no, J Dub. I'm talking
Uh-huh.
Team A does this game. Let's say we'll use
Yeah.
Sucker Punch as an example. Team A is doing
Hmm.
Ghost of Yotai. Team B
Yeah.
is creating a new Infamous. One has nothing
Yeah.
to do with the other.
Yeah.
It's just 2 teams making 2 games. Instead of saying, all right, we only have Team A, so once we're done with Ghost of Yotai and release in 2025, now we'll get started on the new Infamous. No, they're already working on Ghost of Yotai. Somebody's already working on the new Infamous. 2 separate teams.
isn't that-
Still
Guerrilla Game-
Sucker Punch, umbrella, but 2 major teams.
But didn't Guerrilla Games do that with what's the dude named Eric? He made the God of War Ragnarok while Cory Barlog was making this new sci-fi game or whatever. With that
That's-
motherfucker, we still ain't seen shit from that.
And that's
And they
right.
were supposed to be trying that method. Hopefully, we see something soon or next year from it. But I thought that's what they were supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Naughty Dog said that they were working on multiple projects at the same time. Unfortunately, their multiple projects is taking fucking forever. I'm just saying, and I know they're not underfunded. I know these.
No, so they were working. They were working. No, they were
working
working on 3 projects, so they're big enough to do it. But
3. Yeah,
3
yeah.
live service was the priority,
Yeah.
so they made that the priority. And then you saw what happened to them, which I think live
Yeah.
service stumped them because that was
So
the
where is
priority.
this next game?
Okay.
Where's the
Right.
other 2 games?
You know what I'm saying? They got them 2 working, right? But again, once again, this multiplayer live service bullshit fucked everything up.
Yeah, man, I don't know what. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I love my goaties. I love my big blockbuster banging games. Yes, they're taking a long fucking time to put, and I know that, and I just don't know what the cure is. I don't know. If I had $1 billion and I was to give it to Sony and say, hey, Sony, give this money to your studios and have them to create. I still think I'll be sitting here waiting 4 or 5 years for those games to produce any
Yes,
results.
the games it's like Call of
And
Duty.
I don't know why.
Call of Duty comes out every year. but each Call of Duty takes 3 to 4 years to make.
It rotates. Yeah,
It rotates,
it rotates.
right?
To
Right.
different team, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The games are still going to be 4 to 5 years. Like, for example,
Yeah.
if Sucker Punch, if they would have invested in Sucker Punch in, let's say in 2021, hey, start on Infamous. Sure, it's going to be a 5-year game. The game's not going to come out to 2026, 2027. But what you will see is from Sucker Punch goes to Yotai, comes out in 2025. Then all of a sudden, Sucker Punch has another announcement, let's say 2027. Hey, a new Infamous. It's because that's how you pump out games in a nice rhythm. You just need the people to make it. It's still going to be 4 or 5 years. Nothing's going to change. There's no way to change that. It might even get worse. With ray tracing, 8K, God knows what the hell technologies are going to add, next generation. It might end up 6 years, right? But you need more development teams. Both games are going to be 6 years, but they're staggered. Yeah. You got to stagger cadence. Now, I'm not saying shorten the timeline, because it's true. You can't add more people to shorten. That's not possible. There's whatchamacallit. What's the term called? Depreciation value, or there's only so many people got a project. You're not going to speed it up.
Can I ask you this? Can I ask you this question?
But you have Team A. Then
what if?
What's up?
What if? And I'm gonna go on the tinfoil hat, right? Allow me to have my tinfoil hat moment for a quick. What if some of these games are ready, but Sony are waiting for that install base to reach a certain
we talked about that
threshold before they put that to be able to.
Some even talked about maybe we're going to see something now that the Pro comes out, and maybe that's what they were waiting. I mean, there's a lot of speculation. But let me ask you this. Bungie splitting off and creating that new studio, why? Why are they splitting off, creating that new studio?
Sony want more money.
No, but why? Why are they splitting it off? Because they have a game that needs to be made, and Bungie can't make it because they're too busy with Marathon. So they're not going to wait until Marathon's done 3-4 years and all these extra map packs or seasons or expansions to start this game. No, they want this game to start being made now, so that way in 5 years it's ready. So what did they do? Split them off. You are now head of this new studio. You are now responsible for this new IP. Bungie, you're good. Stay. That's what I'm talking about.
Keep making Destiny.
Keep making Destiny and Marathon. We're gonna split some of these guys off.
The problem.
Boom. Now that new game is gonna come out in 4 to 5 years. Vice waiting 4 to 5 years to start.
But that's still the problem. We gotta wait 4 to 5 years to see anything from that motherfucker.
I understand now.
And then that game could come out like a Concord.
I know.
And then you're back.
I know what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, if they would have started this with this thought 5 years ago, if they would have thought of this because J-Dub is 2024. If Sony would have said 2019, hey, we need to prepare for next gen. Games are taking longer. We're gonna put some investments. We're gonna start on. We know you're already working on this. We're gonna start on working on this. We need you guys to make more games as a studio. We're gonna help you. We're gonna hire more people.
But Porter Rock, clearly, somebody in management. Listen, this is the time I'm going to tell you. You know how I always talk about Microsoft management being horrible? Well, this is one time Sony's management were horrible because they made a decision to not just make this game, but even though the game was being made, somebody made a decision to buy them. And then they bought this unproven studio, and this is the result of what they had. So I'm pretty sure like some heads had to roll because of that, and maybe that was just. I think that's what it is.
When you have a good thing going on, I got it. You can't let it rest on laurels, right? I think that's one of Sony's biggest mistake. They let their first party studios like, oh, you're good. We could ignore you. We're gonna focus on new plan. And sure, the studios themselves are gonna be fine. Santa Monica's gonna be fine, but somebody should come in like, hold on. We got these great studios who brought us back from the brink of failure because that's what they did. PS3 financially was a failure. Complete financial failure, but they ended off PlayStation 3 with at least a hope of like, you know what, these guys can still make good games. Then they went into PlayStation 4, they created good games, and like, hey, we need to invest into what we have and strengthen them. Even if it's 1 or 2 studios, maybe you can't do it to every single one of them. So maybe this gen you could be like, you know what, Guerrilla and Santa Monica, we're gonna invest in you two. We need you to have multiple teams. So that way you can make more than one game. So that way you're not just stuck doing Horizon and you're not stuck doing God of War. so we're gonna invest in you guys. Maybe that's all they have. Cool, I'll even take that. Then the next generation, all right, Sucker Punch, Sony Band, you guys are next on the chopping block. We're gonna make you guys bigger, so you guys can start. You know, you got these great talented studios. Why wouldn't you want them to be in charge of more games? Especially like you got to promote these guys. That's another thing, right? If you're like a artist or, you know, a physics engineer and you've been with the company 7-8 years, you're not going to stay in that position 7-8 years. You're going to be like, listen, I need to get promoted or I'm leaving. Hey, we start a new studio. You're going to be the senior creative artist. You're going to be the senior this. And you're going to have people under you. Cool. Hey, thanks, guys. I'm moving on to this new studio. Hey, I got a new position, Sony. I'm still within, you know, Sucker Punch. But now because I have years of experience, I'm leading a team. You see what I'm saying?
Now I agree with you. That's something I wish I understood about, like the internal workings of these studios, to see how all of that, because they really don't roll out the red carpet to show us how these things are going. We just see the end result, but I'd like to see how they do that. That's why when Guerrilla Games did the whole God of War documentary or something, like I found that was very fascinating how Cory Barlog, you know, started all of that and how they had all these deadlines and benchmarks and meetings and all the stuff, how that came about. And then we found out Yoshida, you know, they showed him some progress of it and he was like, nah, I'm not feeling that, start over. I'd like to see, maybe that's the case.
Who was it? It was Bruce Straley, who was the one that actually did the second God of War, Ragnarok.
Guys, I'll be back soon. I'm gonna go get some lunch.
All right. Oh,
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
lunch. That's right. He down under.
He's down on the scene. So something like that. Hey, it's your turn, man.
Yeah.
You've been in. You deserve to be the creative lead. I'm moving on to
I thought
new
his name was
studio.
Eric. I thought it was Eric.
Oh, it's Eric. Who was the guy's name?
Eric. I think Eric. The guy
something.
that did Ragnarok.
Yeah, and he said,
He
"Hey,
did it all by himself."
Yeah, he said he got it.
Barlog went off to do his
now
project.
Cory Barlog's on a new project. Hopefully, we'll see something soon because this was 2022 when he announced it. So if you're looking at 5 years,
remember? Yeah.
So if you look, Eric Williams,
did, Zero Dawn, Horizon Zero Dawn,
and he moved on.
He left.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
They still had a successful,
you see what I'm saying? You move on, you promote the dudes, you split teams, even a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But this all-in gas strategy, and I get it, the money's there when it's successful. But man, this market's hard to crack, and not just for Sony, it's everybody. Third parties having issues because the people that were smart enough to do it last gen, they benefited from it. Epic,
they won big time.
They won. Epic, the guys who did Warframe, Rainbow Six, Ubisoft, Rainbow Six Siege, they hit it when it was right. Now everybody's trying to jump on the train after the fact, and there's no room in the train, bro. You ever seen like New York?
It's not.
Like, bro, there's no room in this train. You get who you trying to squeeze in?
So see, here's the thing. You're right. I think Sony just found out. Right.
Too late.
I don't know. Maybe this premature, but maybe Sony just found out. Fuck, we waited so long.
Like we missed the boat bad, bro.
Yeah.
So
but listen,
in my opinion,
they kicked ass. They kicked ass all last gen with the first party. They got that shit. They got that shit down on lock.
You notice Sony did something that nobody else was doing, or people thought that the phase was over. Because even Phil said our single player games don't hit like that no more. And really, it was Sony and Nintendo saying, nah, we still about that. And it worked.
Yep.
Right? Now you see more people trying to do single player games, right? Now they're trying to jump on the boat.
Sony is still the only studio, the only big out of the big three that's willing to risk hundreds of $1 million on a single player game. Nobody else is doing it. Everybody else.
There's always Stellar Blade, Liza Ronin.
You got to have multiplayer. You got to have all of this DLC and all this other
Nintendo,
stuff.
they're safe because they use their own IPs, so they're always safe.
Yeah,
they're always going to put Mario or something in it, and that's automatic success.
Even Nintendo games, they spend fucking maybe $20 million on a Mario game. Let's say that's fucking potatoes. They can. They can crank those shits up. But Sony is actually spending $400 million on a single game. Can you imagine having a flop? That's why I still say this failure had to be
bad.
Such of epic proportions for them to say, I don't want to see none of y'all faces ever again in history.
I don't, so it's crazy, bro. But anyway, like I think, Do you think Sony's reshaping? I'll use that word, reshaping
Yeah.
their live service strategy. Do you think now they're having a conversation like, hey, we got to reshape?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, like
Hell yeah.
reshape, not
Right
rethink,
now,
but at least reshape.
yeah.
Meaning we're gonna go a different direction.
Yes, I think right now they're more money conscious than anything. They realize, yeah, these live service games don't cost as much as our single player games, but fuck, it's a lot of money. Whereas it's supposed to make us a lot of money for, like you said, 5, 6, 7 years. But this fucker lost us money, and we're not. We counted
Like
our
we got
pockets,
nothing.
7
They
years of
got
revenue,
nothing.
but we got not only did we get nothing, we got
They lost.
We're sitting a negative
Negative.
200 million in the bank. Negative.
Yeah.
That has to. That's why I said somebody, we don't know now, but somebody got fired.
Listen.
There's a bunch of people got
Hold up.
fired, not just because of the studio. Somebody,
Listen,
Herman may be safe,
hold up.
but somebody had to be like, "What the fuck?" They miscalculated.
So I want to pitch
time.
I want to do my elevator pitch to Sony PlayStation. You know, I got my bachelor's in information technology management.
There
you
you go.
I got,
There you go.
over 20 plus years in the Marine Corps being a leader. Many projects I handled. Call me. Shoot me an email. I'll send you my resume.
Hey, don't forget to add on your resume. You won the console war.
That's it. I won the
great
console. Hey,
war.
we beat Xbox. You're welcome.
Yes.
All right.
you
I
ran
got you.
Xbox out of business.
Got
Yeah.
you. If you want somebody to write the ship, holla at me. Holla at your boy. I got you. You know what I'm saying? Hell, I'm already in California. I could easily drive up to Santa Monica. Quick drive.
Santa Monica. Yeah.
Yeah, I got y'all, dog. Sony headquarters. I got you, Sony. Trust me. Trust me. Boy, I know what the gamers want. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to print money for y'all. I'm going to print money for you guys. You know. All right, let's talk about this. We're gonna talk about your favorite game that you've been waiting, right? Indiana Jones, right?
Boy.
Boy,
Oh,
let me put this on the screen. I know you've been waiting for this, right? Yo, so PC Gamer got a preview of the game, and it said after 3 hours with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, I don't think it's the grand adventure Machine Games is pitching. It's just a fairly basic stealth game. Ooh, bro.
Dude.
Bro, right?
Another Xbox.
A lot of people.
Another Xbox did.
Now, I give shout out to Extreme. Damn, he went out for lunch, but he predicted this. He said, Puerto Rock, you're not going to get the Uncharted. You're not going to get a lot of gunplay, a lot of fights, because Indiana Jones is just not like that in the movies. He's quiet,
it's not
puzzle solving, slow moving, and they're going to mimic the movie. You're not going to get this grand boisterous adventure from Tomb Raider, right? So when they say, oh, Uncharted, Tomb Raider, Indiana Jones, no. Actually, it's not. Other than being treasure hunters, you're going to get a completely different experience. So, Indiana Jones seems more like it's going to be a slow-paced, kind of like maybe, what is it, Dishonored? Because that's also from Machine Games, right?
Yep.
So, a slower-paced stealth, very puzzly, maybe some set pieces, couple of fights here and there, but a very stealthy type game. How do you feel about that? In chat, while I'm going to put up a poll, let me know how you feel about that. So let's go, Jado. Oh,
You
snap.
put up a poll, y'all. Be
A
careful.
poll. You're going to get this poll. All right.
As usual, I predicted. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what it is. I don't know what. I think Xbox is just cursed, man. They just don't know. They got decent developers, but their product that they output are all mid. Like, it's just mid. They only put out mid. They've never put out greatness. They haven't put out greatness since Halo 3. And every game after that, you can think back, it's all just been. And this is why, Puerto Rock, they can't sell consoles. This is why people are not subscribing to Game Pass. Because everything that they do and they output is just meh. You know, it's not the worst you've ever played, but it's far from like what you expect from a company that's the world's richest company. For a company who's been in the business for 25 years. PlayStation has only been around for 30 years, right? Only 5 extra years. What is it about Xbox in that management team and those developers to where they can only put out mid? Indiana Jones is a world-renowned IP. Everybody knows Indiana Jones. They had something to work with. All they had to do was just make a decent game. Most gamers were hoping that this would be Xbox's Uncharted. Just copy that Uncharted formula and throw an Indiana Jones skin on there. And guess what? You won. As a matter of fact, Uncharted comes from Indiana Jones. The whole stick about Nathan Drake, all of that is just fucking Indiana Jones. They couldn't even do that. They made a first person whip simulator. How the fuck was that going to work? I don't get it.
First person
But
whip simulator.
I am not shocked. I'm being honest. I am not shocked at all. Because and listen, and mark my words, I said this about Call of Duty too. Now that Microsoft owned these studios and these publishers, it's just a matter of time before they get that Xbox stench on them. And everybody knows what that Xbox stench is. It's just no creativity. There's no love. It's just void of life and creativity. Matter of fact, Jez Corden actually said that. He said that, and I still got the video clip. He said he was afraid that Xbox is ran by a bunch of suits that are in it for the money. They're not in it for the artistry and the love of gaming with the craft. But when you see like a Nintendo game, like a Mario, when you see like a Sony first party game, you know it's made with love and craft in the artistry, right? It's the best graphics, the best art style, the best fluidity. It's like everything from the sound, everything is on point because they actually care about the game that they're making, minus, right? Granted, minus Concord. Yeah, we get an L for that, minus that, right? But if you take that off our record, we got a squeaky clean record. But with Xbox, everything is just the game of the generation. Starfield, it was just meh, right? It was supposed to be the game to bring it back. What happened? I'm not saying it was a bad game. It was just a meh game. So it's like Xbox only produces meh. So this is not shocking. It's Indiana meh, right? It's just Indiana meh. It's just more meh. It's not going to convince people to sign up for Game Pass. It's not going to convince people to buy an Xbox. It's not going to convince people to pretty much do anything. And the sad part about it, and this is really what I find really sad, that I know for a fact this game is going to come out review higher on PlayStation. It's going to run better and look better on PlayStation. And it's still a meh game because it's an Xbox first party game.
Well, to be honest, Bethesda hasn't really hit at all even with like Deathloop. All right.
Yep.
What's the other one? Tokyo.
But guess what? Before
Starfield,
Microsoft bought them, Microsoft bought them, Porter Rock, they were the king of the hill. They were fucking cranking out
last gen. This gen, they didn't start off so hot at all. Like even before, to be honest, Microsoft bought them early. It was 2021, so they already started buying them like in 2020, like under the groundwork, whatever. But Bethesda hasn't really come off the gate hot this gen. Deathloop,
man,
right? They didn't really hit. I know some people talk about it. There you go, Tokyo Ghostwire. Starfield really hurt.
Yep. Redfall,
yeah, Redfall. Even I think the best thing was Hi-Fi Rush, and even that was. No one cared about.
Yeah, it was okay.
No one really cared about that game. We gonna stop capping.
Yeah.
Notice. Now that it's on PlayStation, Nintendo, the truth comes out.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I listen. I keep going. I just think Xbox itself, man,
it's cursed.
It's cursed. Like why they put a rock? They bought half of the industry. Half of the fucking industry. They bought the biggest,
at this point, they gotta buy PlayStation.
They got to buy place, and guess what? Even if they'll
fuck it up. They'll find a way to fuck it up. They'll find a way to mess it up.
It's gonna be meh. They're gonna start putting out meh. I'm just telling you.
They're gonna close down. They're gonna close down Santa Monica.
You see what I'm saying? Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know. Like
throw in the towel, bro. Throw in the towel.
They just, I don't know what it is, man. I'm just being honest.
Oh man, I don't know.
It's just.
So I'll be like, listen, people could say, oh, you're just saying because it's Xbox. In the sense of them being a publisher, listen, this game's coming to PlayStation. So
yeah, so it's.
I'm gonna be honest. If it's a slow paced stealth game, I'm gonna be like, I ain't buying that shit day one. Like
Yeah.
I'm just not interested in that. I'll when it's like on sale for $10 or some shit, or whatever. I'm not really gonna sweat it, right? It is what it
Yeah.
is. I don't know. I'll be honest. It's just that shit's just
Oh, wait,
weird.
wait, wait. Did
We
we
do some
talk
super
about
chats.
COD or no?
Oh, we talked about COD. With
Okay,
Game
okay.
Pass.
Because
We
I see
talked
somebody
about.
in chat. They're saying some stuff
Okay, we'll talk about it.
like COD is doing less
Yeah.
than the previous COD.
We'll
So
talk about
fall back from that
So what?
for whatever
So
reason.
let me do some super chats then. We got Michael Pierre. Thank you for the super chat, Michael. If they don't close the studio, they still have to pay the workers for another 4 or 5 years to create someone else. So that's more Sony, more money Sony's gonna bleed. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I understand that, right? I understand that. I completely understand that, right? But if the fundamental idea is Sony has to get into the multiplayer and get good, I thought it was generally accepted. They're gonna have to take some failures. Now, maybe this level of failure is just too much to forgive. Maybe it's that
Overcome,
point.
yeah.
Maybe Fair Games, their flop is not too bad, where they can survive another day. Or maybe Sony is just like, you know what? You get one and done. I don't know. We have to see. But if Sony has a one and done attitude, then I don't see how they're going to be able to develop a very big live service strategy outside of Bungie. And maybe Gorilla, if they decide to make them go back to multiplayer. But I'll tell you what. I'll say this. I don't think Gorilla, Sony Ben, or any first-party studio can do a live service strategy because it takes so much dedication and time to produce the content after the fact. And Gorilla's not built like that no more. Gorilla, if you think they're going to go away from Horizon, people crazy. They're not. So Gorilla's not going to be a live service studio. At best, a return to Killzone with basic multiplayer. That's the best you're going to get from Gorilla. You're not going to get... Even like the Horizon MMO, whatever, they're not even the ones doing it. It's Nsoft. Sure, Gorilla's supervising because of the lore and all that, but Nsoft's doing the big of the boat work. They're the ones doing all the manpower, all the strategy. You see what I'm saying? So don't expect Gorilla to be the live service strategy. We know Insomniac's not doing that because they shut down that spiderweb shit. We know Naughty Dog said, yeah, not us. We're not doing it.
Yeah.
We all right, out there. Sucker Punch is making Ghost of Yotai, so clearly they're staying there. I think the only other studio, learning from, what's his name? From, what's that guy, the Twitter account? Starts with a Z? I forgot his name.
Zuby?
Zuby. Yeah, Zuby Tech, right?
Yeah.
I think he's saying that Sony Ben is a single player and multiplayer. So it could be the classic combo. Well, I don't know. Or maybe more like a dynamic. We'll see. We'll see what Sony Ben has cooking, right? Hopefully, it's the classic single-player, multiplayer scenario. I hope it's that.
Yeah.
We'll see, right? But hey, whatever. Blue Jay says, didn't people say Black Ops 6 was going to be meh because of Xbox? I'll say this. I don't know why people, even if it was meh, let's say it was meh, what difference does it make? It's going to sell. Like, we seen trashy Call of Duty games. We seen games that suck. What is it? Advanced Warfare. That shit was trash.
Yeah.
Still sold.
Yeah. Still
So
sold.
it doesn't matter. That game's gonna blow up no matter what. Every year, unless the only games that's gonna outsell Call of Duty is a Rockstar game, Grand Theft Auto or whatever, and somehow Hogwarts Legacy. That's rare. So even if it was meh, the people still gonna play it.
What is the infatuation of giving Xbox credit for Call of Duty when it's been like the number one game for the last 20
they
years?
gotta have
like
something.
what is
They gotta have something, man. They gotta have a win somehow. I mean, they gotta have a win somehow. They gotta have a win.
Yeah.
Bro, this
It's
is
kind of embarrassing.
this gen is worse than Xbox One gen. Xbox One gen was bad. This shit is miserable. I will be honest. If I was one of these Xbox dudes that listen to Cole and these Xbox podcasts, I'm like, yeah, you guys are right. I'm getting Xbox Series X. Yo, I will be that dude to be like, if I see these dudes on the streets, bro, I will be so mad at owning an Xbox Series X. I will be so pissed because everything went wrong. The only thing is fucking Game Pass. And even then, you waited years and you spent money month after month after month to now finally get something. Oh, I will be so goddamn mad if I was an Xbox fanboy. If I was part of this Xbox club, swimming in green Kool-Aid, I'll be like, yo, if I catch you at PAX, bro, we're gonna have a problem. I better not see your ass, bro. On site violence, bro. I will be so goddamn mad at investing in this. You know what I'm saying? That'll be me though. But that's it, right? Let's talk about the next thing, right? Hey, yo, PS5 Pro is almost here, bro. Did you get the? Did your check clear? Is Sony telling you to get your shit ready,
clear, brother?
Yo, you got your shipping tracking number already? You got the tracking number, bro?
Hey, listen, I'm waiting. It said it shipped already. I'm waiting. This is what I'm afraid of, Puerto Rico.
Yo, bro, you need to look at your porch with your shotgun, cause you know that dude in Amazon. He's gonna take the picture and then he's gonna run back and grab the box.
Facts. Listen, this is what I'm afraid of, right?
What's up?
And I'm afraid that it says it's shipped, and it's going to ship, and it's going to arrive to my local FedEx delivery center, and it's going to fucking sit there until the 7th. That's what I'm afraid of.
They're not going to ship it out early. Yo, bro, you need to bring out your connects.
I want the gaming gods.
You need to talk to the manager.
Down on me. Hey. Yeah, I need to get that delivery receipt tomorrow. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Do you know I would fucking act a fool if you thought I'm Kratos on Twitter. Imagine me getting my hand.
Yo, what you need to do, find who's the facility manager, sit down, give him a nice bottle of like 21-year scotch. And tell him, hey, if you see a particular package with my name on it,
a little envelope, right?
It might tell you, do not deliver until September 7th. You could ignore that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You ever seen Goodfellas?
Yeah.
So there's a scene. Remember the kid with the
here with a package? Maybe you find a little envelope under your desk.
Yeah.
Maybe you see a nice bottle of scotch. Maybe this thing's happen. I'm become an Italian mobster. You know.
This is why I bring up Goodfellas, because remember Goodfellas, right? The main character in the movie, right? It starts off. He's narrating when he was a kid, and he used to admire the mobsters. So he started working for the mobsters as a kid, but he stopped going to school. So the school sent the mail saying that he's been skipping school, and his dad is Irish because he's half Italian, half Irish. Yo, his dad whooped his ass. Old school. This is like 1950s ass whooping, right? Black eye and everything.
Yeah.
So now with the black eye and everything, he goes to the mobs he's working for, and he tells him he can't do it no more. And the mobs are like, hey, what are you talking about? You're going to ruin everything. And he goes, hey, I don't know what to do. Don't you see? My old man's going to whoop my ass if I keep doing this. So what the gangsters did was, they all got in a car.
The mail guy.
They went up to the post office and they said, hey, point to the mailman that delivers your mail. And he goes, nope, not that one. Not that one. Yeah, he's the one that delivers the mail. Yo, they grabbed him. They beat the shit out of him. And they told him, any mail from school, you deliver it to us. You understand that? And the mailman's like, yeah, okay. The kid never got a mail saying he's missing school ever again. So that's what J-Dub has to do. He's going to go there and be like, listen, you're going to see a package that says do not deliver until November 7th. You're going to deliver that shit to me. Do you got that?
Exactly.
You're going to deliver this package from Sony straight to my house on the 3rd. Don't make me come back here. You're going to be like Frank Lucas? You're going to be like, Denzel Washington. You got that?
Yeah.
When you're going to deliver the package, it's going to be the 3rd. That's right. And then you're going to walk out.
Oh my God.
You're going to get that package the 3rd. You're going to be on the internet.
If I get that package, my God. Listen, I wouldn't even do it because I'm not in it for that type of cloud or whatever. But I would say just to be the first guy to unbox it and poke fun, and I wouldn't do it. I'll be low key, in the DMs. Y'all will see everything, but I wouldn't share it publicly.
Fuck.
I'll definitely see a glimpse of that box. I'll see a glimpse of the box.
Boy, I will start a podcast. Don't let me get my hands on a Pro 4 or 5 days. I'm going live. I don't care what Sony gonna. I don't care what you say. I got it, dog. You gotta go in there. You gotta go in there and gangster. Like, listen, you're gonna send me this package, all right? You're gonna walk out. He's gonna be like,
let me tell you this. I was excited for the PS5, right? When the original PS5 came out, I was super excited. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't know I'm
I'm
much
amped.
more
I'm amped.
amped and
I am
hyped
amped.
about the
I'm
PS5 Pro
amped.
than
I'm
like, dude.
amped.
I bought two fucking 8K TVs, right? One installed in my room, a 77-inch 8K
I'm not
TV
that
in my
amped.
room.
I'm not that
I,
amped.
I renovated my room, right? The theater room. I replaced my projector, 100 screen projector. And I put a 100-inch TV. Like I'm all in, bro. Like I've
Oh
never
man,
did this shit
y'all
before.
thought
I'm
$700.
all
Like this
in.
guy spent $20,000 rearranging his room.
Dude,
800 is
for a
nothing.
$700 fucking dollar console, I've never been this fucking
Yo,
hype, man. I'm telling
Oh
you,
my
I
god.
cannot fucking wait.
Ooh.
I
Ooh.
cannot wait.
Oh man, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I already looked at I could go online. Costco already has the bundle. I think I'm gonna order it online, but I want to pick it up though. I just have this thing. Like I don't
You
mind
kind of
ordering
scared. You're
online.
not gonna get it day one, right?
No,
Wait.
no, it's not that, right? Because they just
Yeah.
dropped the package in front of my door and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
You know, so that's why I don't order big things, right? I
Big
order
stuff,
small
yeah.
things, little package, whatever. But I'm afraid,
Yeah.
like, you know, PlayStation's in front of my door and somebody recognizes, like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, and they just walk by and grab it.
Hey,
I
man,
better just,
today, November the 7th.
I
They
rather-
be like today's no. I know what
yeah,
it
they
is.
know what today is. Yeah, I'd rather just walk in the store and walk, and plus there's this feeling of me walking out the
Yep.
store with the
Yep.
box, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm like, you know, I'll be like Lion King.
Smiling,
Ah,
smiling.
I'm holding that box like Simba. Arachichi, I'm holding that box like Simba in there. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
like
you know what, Puerto Rico- this
the
is
ride
what I
home,
do.
that feeling, riding home with that
Yeah.
box. Oh, I love it.
Seatbelt on.
I had
You
the
got the
seatbelt on.
and
I'd be
the
like, it's
passenger
okay.
seat.
I'd be like, it's okay, baby. I got you. You know, that's
honking
the.
your horn at people.
That,
Get out
yeah.
of my way.
Hey,
Get
hold
in
on.
the car.
Hey, hold on. That's when the wife takes the back seat. And that no, you take the back seat. Nah, yeah, no. In this scenario, once every
My mother.
4 years, you got to take the back seat. Only one time, I promise. One time every 4 years,
Exactly.
you gotta go in the back.
Exactly. Hey, listen. I can tell just by the chat, man. Everybody and their mama is hyped,
Yo.
excited for this console. Just it's like it's great. I love seeing everybody in the chat just so hyped. Everybody on Twitter was posting their receipts. They weren't giving a fuck with these PC
Hey,
dudes.
we
talking
nobody.
about.
That's
They
why I
weren't
love the
giving a fuck
energy.
about what these bots was
We
saying.
not trying to
We
hear
don't
about
fuck
no
about these
Facebook market.
$700
So,
PC
man,
trying
take
to
that
get us to buy
shit,
$700.
shove
Get
it
the
up
fuck
your
outta
butt.
here.
You ain't trying to listen to you. I love the energy. Yo, I didn't realize how many people want that pro, bro. People are ready. They're like, everybody's like, nothing. $800, nothing.
Listen, I knew this fucking system was gonna be the truth when I saw all the dudes that sat down at their computers, typed up and searched all of these different used parts
I don't
to
give a
create a
damn. Yo.
PC. They did all this research, and they were the first
all that
one
free
in
labor.
lines pre-ordering a fucking PS5
Yeah.
before we did. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, my man, shout out to Frog Boy. My man said, well, the reason why I finally decided I get to play, Gran Turismo in 4K 60 with ray tracing. Like, bro, that's what we've been telling you the whole time.
Exactly.
Like, if you
That's
enjoy on your PS5, your Pro's gonna give you a better experience. That's all we've been saying. We're not talking about replacing PC or any of this dumb shit. That's never been the message. Sure, you might have a little trolls, but we've been saying from the get-go, if you love your PS5 and you just be like, you know what? I'm tired of switching back and forth. I want it all. You're gonna get it.
Yep.
And all you gotta do is just get rid of your PS5, get rid of that dog shit Xbox Series S. You bought 20 Xbox controllers, get rid of 10 of them, and you pretty much get your PS5 Pro at cost. With all that shit combined. That's what Smooth did. He got it at cost. He got rid of his Switch, his PS5, a whole bunch of controllers, a couple of old games, all combined came out to like 7 something.
Yeah.
That is pro.
Yo, can we talk about that? Can we talk
Yeah,
about this,
we talking about it.
That these people,
Talk about it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I just saw the latest Kids Move video, right? And I was even going to respond to it, but I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to make content off of other people's content. But this guy he was vacillating back and forth like a grandfather clock. Like one side, he's like, oh my God, get a PC. The other side, I'm getting PS5 Pro. But you should really get a PC, but I'm getting the Pro. Like, but you should get a PC, but I'm getting the Pro.
You got the $7 PC, but I'm getting the
This guy was swinging on the pendulum. Like, I have seen less swinging from strippers at the pool. Let me tell you, man, this guy was going hard. And he said at one point, you know, if you're feeling an inferiority complex, if your morale is low, if your self-esteem is low, you know, get a PC.
Who's
I'm
this?
Like, dude,
You gotta tell me who this is.
this is Kid Smooth. His
Kid
last
Smooth,
video,
yeah. His last video. Oh, I gotta see it. I gotta see Kid
It's
Smooth.
hilarious.
I gotta see it.
Like,
I
even
gotta
if
see
you
my
just
boy.
play the first 3 minutes, you're just like, this man is struggling.
Man,
Like,
this my
he is
boy.
like,
Smooth's my boy.
he is struggling.
He said, I'm hurt.
I love this boy. Yo, Kid Smooth's my boy.
Whoa.
Love that dude. I love his
Can I just
fanboyism.
say,
It's you know
can
what
I
it
just
is?
say-
It's like good natured fanboyism. Like he's not
Yeah.
nasty. He's just really passionate. My man said, I'm hurt. I can't be hurt.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
hurt.
I loved it.
I'm hurt.
I love he spoke from the heart. Man, love it. I love him speaking from the heart. Go ahead, Extreme.
Yeah.
no, I was just gonna say, the thing about that moment, yeah, is that, like you said, the fuckboy, all of these Xbox refugees, they will tell you, get a PC. It makes more sense to go to PC. But they get the PS5 Pro. That is, you know, when I was a child, yeah, I used to think that social media was like the greatest thing ever, right? It wasn't until one day I'm around like 13 or 14, I'm reading an article, and it talked about how all of these rich tech boys, you know, the billionaires, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Bill Gates and everything, that they send their children, especially to schools that ban tech. Like, you know how when everybody was like, oh, let's put iPads in classes, in classrooms, and let's bring laptops and mandatory school laptops and everything. They specifically send their children to schools that they will pay a lot of money for, that specifically ban the products that they made. That was the first time I was like, whoa. So for me, you're encouraging me to be on Facebook as soon as I'm 13. But for your child, you're paying extra money to make sure that they never use your product. That's when I was like, yo, there's something different going on here. So the thing with these Xbox guys is that they are telling you build a PC, but yeah, now I'm gonna get that Pro. And then they're coming up with the worst excuses. They're just like, okay, I want ray tracing on track on Gran Turismo 7. Listen, ray tracing on track is cool. It's a nice little, you know, it's a cherry on top, but it isn't the cake. You certainly shouldn't buy a $700 console to experience ray tracing on track. It doesn't make the game that much more beautiful. You know, it adds a few extra reflections and a few other shadow quality details. That's it. Like, it really is just a little bit on top. You know, just that little, you know, that little the pineapple or something on top of the straw. You know, when you're getting yourself a Mai Tai. Like, that's all it is. That's all it is.
Yep.
The reason you're getting the PS5 Pro is that you want it. Just say it, you want it. You want it from your guts. You're just like, God damn, I want this shit. I wish Xbox did this shit. I want this. I like it. I like what it does. I like the whole of it. All of it I like. I like every bit of it. I make love to it. I put my wife in the backseat for it. Just say it. Just say that's what you want. Say it with your chest. Say the full thing. Why are you coming up with these excuses? Kid Smooth, what was his excuse? He's just like, oh, I sold shit, so I didn't pay for it outright. It's like, bro, it's still money coming out of your pocket. You didn't go over there with hugs and kisses and they gave you a PS5 Pro in exchange. Yes, you finagled your way through it. You sold some shit, you got some shit. By the end of the day, if you hadn't bought a Pro, you'll be $700 richer after selling all that shit. You know, you're still paying for it. Sony isn't receiving, love and admiration from Kid Smooth. Oh, that was nice. That was a good transaction.
I love it.
No, they got the $700 from you. And you're trying to make everyone else think, oh yeah, they should go to PC. Like, I'm telling you, man, his latest video, oh my goodness. I was just like, bro, you're in pain. You shouldn't be that much in pain for a brand. You shouldn't. If Sony put me in this much pain, I'm going to Nintendo. Like, I don't care. I'm having an escape pod. You know, I'm going to PC. Shit, I'm going to Mac. I'm just gonna quit gaming. Crazy. Oh, that was funny. That was the funniest shit I've seen.
You know.
And everybody else is just a different variation of the same console.
Are you getting the
Everybody
Pro
else-
Day One Extreme?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Are you
No,
getting
no,
day
I'm
one?
not getting the Pro.
You're
Day
not
one,
getting day one.
unfortunately. Life is life.
Yeah, because I remember you said you had all the priorities. You know what I'm saying?
Don't, don't forget, like Extreme. It's like the PS5 Pro down there in Australia is fucking super expensive.
That's another thing, right?
It's 1200. It's 1200.
1200.
But like that's because that's just like the conversion rate of Australia, right?
Yeah,
Just how
that's the
expensive-
conversion rate.
Yeah.
Because our economy is great. Now we're getting to politics again, but whatever.
No. That's yeah, I get it. You know
We're just
what
gonna
I'm
leave
saying?
that one day.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. Puerto Rock is getting one day one. I'm getting day one. Everybody in the chat's getting one day
God
one.
willing, because I didn't pre-order it or nothing. I'm gonna hopefully walk into Costco, see on a shelf, grab it, walk out the door.
Yeah.
I think while a lot of people getting it, I don't
think
think
it's
it's
safe.
I think it's safe.
you're
I don't
safe.
think it's that on demand where it's just gonna be unless they got like only 2 of them, then I'll be like, what the fuck
Yeah.
were you thinking, Costco? Like 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
California? Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
You know, but I think I'm safe.
I think that I don't know, man. I'm just super excited. I'm just super excited. Like I said, I've been doing things that I haven't done before for consoles and stuff like, and that's great because
I don't know what it is about the Pro though, like because the PS4 Pro
it's
came out, I'm like,
it's hidden different. Because you remember we had the conversation about if they were going to do a Pro or not, and you know
what I think it is. This is what I think. Maybe it's wrong. Because even with the PS5 Pro, I was excited, but not like this. And I think it's because
this is different.
The PS5 Pro made me a believer that console with good technology can really put the because I was really shocked that the majority of the games on PlayStation 5 are 60 frames, you know, with the performance option.
Absolutely.
I was like, finally, we're back to 60 frames as compared to the PS2, PS1 and stuff. They're doing a good job. That VR with high frame rate, I was like really impressed on what Sony and the stuff that's doing. Now you're telling me Mark Cerny, he got another chance
Even more?
with more powerful hardware and brand new AI scaling technology?
Yep.
Oh, I really got to see what magic he's about to do, bro. I know he's going to do some amazing
magic. Listen, here's the thing.
I know he's going to do some amazing magic.
Because digital, you know, and we can say this because it really is. A lot of people, they depend on Digital Foundry to tell them if what they're gonna buy, if it's worth their money or not. We know they're PC guys, but they have a lot of sway. And for the PS5 Pro to sway them to say, yeah, this shit is doing what they're saying it's gonna do. This shit is, you know, it's fucking like they said with Formula 1 2024, and I know you're not a racing guy, but they said it's a generational. They said, listen, I
heard it. I gotta respect.
That's just me.
That's you. I know. I'm like, when I heard that, I'm like, yo, you know, J-Dub is going crazy.
I know. But they said it's a generational leap. Digital Foundry said it's a generational leap.
I heard it. I saw the entire video. That's insane.
And I said, oh, shit. Then GT7, you already know, right? Now, you're right. I gotta
even AK60, even AK60, bro. That shit's insane.
Right? And that's like, it's like, oh, shit. And then you got the 4K 120 with ray tracing and all kind of shit. And then I'm gonna be honest, at the end of the day, just the fact that you can play the bulk of your games with added ray tracing, with added resolution, with added frames, that's enough for most gamers to spend an extra $200 over a base. Yeah, that's enough.
Are you telling me I can get full fidelity with better image quality at 60 frames?
Yep.
Sold.
We just saw 30
That's all I
minutes
needed.
ago,
That's all I needed.
30 minutes ago, you played a clip of Call of Duty, right? Running on a Series S, the X, and the PS5. And if you think the PS5 was sitting around 120 to 115 frames,
Pro's gonna smoke that game.
Pro with
that thing's gonna smoke it.
Man, that shit.
It's gonna smoke it. Like 120 is nothing. It's nothing to that game.
I'm gonna be honest. Now I see why Phil and them didn't do a mid-gen refresh. It wouldn't have mattered. It really wouldn't have mattered.
That's just crazy. It's gonna be nothing. So I'm good with it. I can't. Oh man, it's gonna be a crazy. Ooh, that's all I want for Christmas.
It's already Puerto Rico. It's already over 100 games have been patched with all the features, and all the developers are happy and anxious. They're telling you all the expanded features that they have, additional ray tracing. Like, this is the first time I'm seeing developers actually happy, like in touting the additional work that they've done on some stuff. Like that's why it feels different. And I know we got the PS4 Pro last time because of VR and stuff, but this time it just feels different. I don't know why, but we'll see next week.
You know what? I think
We'll
it's
see next
also
week.
because we're getting a legitimate look at the future of console.
At the
gaming.
future.
Like PS4 Pro didn't provide a future look.
No, you're right. You're right.
it didn't.
You're right. This is a pre PS6
And
look.
that's how it should be, I think. I think
Yes.
mid-gen refresh
Yes.
should give us what's the next look. Even if
Yeah.
it's the early station, people can say, oh, you're better testing. I don't care. Then I'll better test.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If PlayStation 6
Yeah.
comes out with Pissers 3.0, it's all the
That's
better.
good. Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
I'll be cool with Pisser 1.0, 1.5, and 2.0.
Yeah. All
be
the
cool with
stuff that they're gonna learn on this console, the PS5 Pro console, imagine by the time the PS6 is ready to come out.
So this is
Like-
see this is why Xbox can't get better and never will. So look at what Vicky said. Alan Wake 2 runs on 30 FPS on the Pro, just like Xbox Series S version. Frames don't matter, the games matter. So this is the problem, Vicky. And this is why your console will always suck and your fan base will always be unknowledgeable. The 30 FPS mode in Alan Wake 2 is pretty much the PC version with ray tracing that's not available on console. That's why they made that
Exactly.
vote. Because they made the 4K 60 mode, right, with all the bells and whistles.
Yep.
That version is that version. You can't play that version on the Xbox
On the console.
or the PS5. That's the definitive version. But, you know, Remedy said, you know what? We got all this power. Let's do something that you couldn't do on console before. So they gave you the 30 frame mode, but it has ray tracing that you just can't get. That is not the same as, oh, well, Series S 30 frames. No, you are not playing at the fidelity. You're not playing at that fidelity on your Xbox Series X. The only platform that plays at that fidelity and better is PC. If you want the best fidelity for Alan Wake, you got to get the PS5 Pro. So that is not the same. If your Xbox Series S, listen, Vicky, stop selling something that Microsoft can't even sell themselves.
Yeah.
Xbox is dog shit. Let it go.
Yeah.
You're not selling
over.
nothing. No one's listening to you.
Yeah.
It's done. No one's listening to you. Stop it.
There's a reason Microsoft got rid of the goddamn ambassador program, right? Y'all wouldn't have, y'all didn't help sell a single fucking console. It's
They
over.
got rid of the ambassador program.
They got rid of
You ain't need
they
to
got
do that
rid
no
of your
more.
program.
All right?
All y'all
Ambassador
got
program's
fired.
dead.
Yeah.
Let it go.
You didn't convince nobody. Right? That line, you didn't convince nobody to buy a goddamn Series X and X. And S. That's why. It's
Oh, shit.
It didn't work.
And you know what, J-Dub, on that same frequency, they're convincing no one to get a PC. Because when you see a person just keep talking about PC, this, PC, that, but you yourself are getting the Pro. Dude, who do you think you're fooling?
Exactly.
Who is being fooled?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
That would be like, hey, if you were like, hey, listen.
Vicky probably bought the.
need you-
Vicky, don't lie. You pre-ordered the Pro. Don't lie.
Yeah.
You know you got that.
They
we
won.
know.
They
We know
won.
you do.
Yeah, they won.
Stop lying. You know you're not playing.
Hey,
You're not playing that
y'all
Series
know,
S. You're not embarrassing yourself.
Shout out to the Iron Lord podcast. Every member.
They
over
all
there
got it.
PS5
Shout out
Pro
to the
as
Iron
well.
Lords.
Yeah,
We
they
know
all
you
got
got
it.
that Pro. You know.
Yeah,
you
we
got that. We know.
they all
We
got
know.
it. Cole Eastwood, all
Cole,
them.
you got that Pro. We know you do.
Yeah.
Don't lie. We
They
know
tell
you
you
got
that
it.
they got it for the YouTube channel, but really,
Right.
Yeah.
they want it. They want it.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason for you to get a Pro.
I'm like
if you
Thor.
don't want the Pro, you don't need it.
I'm like-
there is.
I'm like Thor. Of course.
Yeah.
That's me. Of course. For your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Just a case study for
but
content. Of course.
I can't wait for Digital Foundry to do, because now think about it. Now when they do their matchups, they're gonna have to include the PS5 Pro. That is where
Listen,
shit is going to
I am-
get spooky.
But what I want Digital Foundry to do, they gotta do a new segment. They gotta do PS5 Pro versus a $700 PC. Since everybody's talking about it, listen, I don't like Digital Foundry. You would be insane not to do it because that videos will print money. You're gonna get the engagement.
PC fanboys.
They're gonna get. Listen,
Yeah,
money
they don't
talks.
they don't want PC to be
money
bad,
talks. Bullshit walks. They're
That's
gonna
true.
get that video. Will get more than their normal head-to-heads.
Yep.
A video, PS5 Pro versus $700 PC build. You know how many people are gonna flock to that video? Oh my
That's
God.
where
Oh, that
Michael,
is like
Michael.
what? You would be
Yep.
insane not to do that. Prince
If
money.
they don't, if that's why I like Michael from NXT Gaming. If
NXT, yeah.
Yeah, because he doesn't do the fanboy shit. He doesn't care if PC or whatever. He had like if he could do that, if I'm him,
Whoever does that,
that'll be my
they're
next
making
thing.
money.
My
I'm telling
thing is I'm going to do PS5 Pro versus a $700 bill.
you should do that,
See
J
what
Dub.
it is.
You should do that.
Yeah,
J Dub, I'm
should.
telling you,
But then I
whoever
gotta go
does that,
fucking.
they're gonna.
I need to find some used. Anybody want to give me some used $700 PC parts?
Yo.
Oh,
I'm
he
telling
doesn't
you,
have that.
He don't even know where to find it. J Dub's like, where do I even
where do I go?
Where the fuck do I even
eBay,
find this
eBay.
stuff? Like you're gonna have to pay somebody $5,000 to help you build a $700 PC because you don't know how to do yourself.
No. I'm gonna get Destin Legary's bill. He built a spec sheet.
Yo, you know what I'm saying? But
$700.
like, no, I'm telling you, whoever does that is gonna win.
Yeah.
That's an instant
Yeah.
win. Because I'm telling you,
I got
somebody
my iPhone
builds a
16
legit
Pro Max.
$700 PC, so we can actually see
400% on my camera.
Not even, yeah, but you know what it is? They build a 700 PC, and we actually can see how poor these games run.
Yes.
It's gonna drive the PC gamers upset.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, you didn't download Chromium with the Alpha Beta Point 2 match.
You didn't
mod it with. Oh my God.
You didn't
They're
update the driver.
You know, they're gonna, you have to add, they're gonna tell you have to add all these 1,000 patches.
Linux on it.
You didn't use Proton
say-
2.1.56.
You didn't go into the BIOS. You didn't go to the BIOS and change the. You didn't underclock
my
the CPU. You didn't change the GPU voltage because if you put at 1.33 volt, that's the sweet spot.
You
for that
can't
card.
use the actual AMD firmware. You have to go to this Russian website to unlock this. It's gonna be bad, bro. It's gonna be bad, man. Somebody does that.
You click download. There it is.
God, I wish I had the temperament to do that because I would do it myself. I wish I had the temperament to do fucking analysis on that. Oh my God, it would be insane.
Hold on.
Let's go to King Thrash.
No, Podok, you already got the sneaky link. Just hit up Dog. He's got a $900 Walmart PC.
Oh yeah.
That's basically a $700.
We're gonna have to combine. We're gonna have to combine.
We gotta talk to Dark. We gotta get him
Exactly.
to be that guy.
We already got the hookup. Listen, because $900 Walmart PC is basically a $650 real PC.
Oh shit, that's
so
true.
there you go. It's about the ballpark.
Oh man,
so
that's
just
so
gotta
funny.
hit him up and send that.
Send the
that
performance
cloaker down
analysis.
to
Yo, it's
California.
funny. Oh man, this is gonna be great. All right, let's talk about one last topic because my apologies, Jenna Hayes. I'm gonna read these next two super chats, but Jenna Hayes asked us our thoughts. She said, "P-Rock, thoughts on private invite from Sony." So I do want to talk about that real quick. And then Gordo P23 with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Gordo. He said, with all the PC fanboys trying to up the price of the Pro by adding in PS Plus, it got me thinking. If you didn't need PS Plus to play online, in the value of PS Plus still worth it. What do you guys think? So we'll start with Gordo first. I will say this, right? Anybody who brings up the PS Plus price hike, I don't even pay attention to it. Because to me, that bridge has been, we long drove past that bridge. It's 2024. Online subscription for gaming began in 2002 and everybody wanted it. Because, let me tell you some reviews. Steam was not around this whole time. In fact, Steam didn't come around to 2012? If I remember correctly, it was around 2012 that Steam showed up. Before Steam, PC was a fucking no man's land. You had to build your own servers. You had weird shit. When Xbox introduced a unified system, everybody loved it. It was coherent, one username for across all games to include third party, simple, universal messaging, voice chat. It was all inclusive. PlayStation and PC had this chaotic world. Obviously, PC did it better, but PlayStation and PlayStation 3 was chaotic. Nobody liked it. Everybody talked shit, right? Sony learned their lesson. They say, hey, you know what? We're going to unify it, but you have to charge. And guess what? That shit blew up. Everybody was subscribing to the new PSN Plus. Everyone was playing multiplayer. Here we are, 22 years later, from the first year. Now we want to cry about online subscription. 22 years later, some of you guys were like 8 years old. Now you're like 30, and you're going to cry about it now? It's too late. So be honest, Gordo, I don't pay attention to the whole adding PSN subscription. No one has an issue paying for our line, especially when it comes with free games and all these other stuff. That's not a thing, whatever. To me, PC gamers are just trying to overinflate the price just to talk shit about the Pro. And guess what? Most of us don't care. We don't care. PC gamers are pocket watching, let them pocket watch. Not our problem. We know what we want out of the Pro. Most of us wants a better PlayStation experience, and we have the opportunity to get it. So we're good. We're happy. All these guys trying to sell us PC. There was one build that I took a screenshot of, I'm like, oh, here we go. Another PC build. Somebody in the comments said, hey, Portorock, hey, that MTX case that they put there, you can't fit the 4070 in that case. So you got PC users just picking random cases without verifying if it's actually the type of case you need to fit a certain video card. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't know that because I didn't really care to do the research, right? Another one, shout out to Ramon. I posted another one. He's like, hey, Portorock, I don't know if you noticed, but that SSD is a basic SSD. It's not the M.2 NVMe.
Yeah.
It's just a regular SSD. And I'm like, oh shit. So you got PC gamers, in my opinion, they're just straight pieces of shit. Because they're building bullshit together. And they're not being honest to the people. Somebody might listen to them and get suckered, order all this bullshit parts, and then when it comes home, they realize the shit don't fit. Because you listen to an idiot who don't give a fuck because they're trying to grift and earn their own pocket at the cost of screwing over the people listening to them. So you see what I'm saying? So we're not listening to these cats. They don't give a shit about you or what's best in your interest. They just grifting and stuff like that. At the end of the day, you have to know what you want. You have to know what you're willing to pay for and what type of experience you want. I'm just going to tell you, a $700 PC is not going to give you the experience you want. It's just not. It's just not. You want to go PC? I'm not telling you don't go on PC, but actually get the PC that's going to get you the enjoyment, and don't worry about the price. If it costs you $2,000, then it costs you $2,000, but get what you want that's going to bring the enjoyment that you want. Don't go for these arbitrary bullshit $700 PCs, stuff like that. For some people, PS Plus is worth it. For others, don't. Most people now are playing free-to-play, so PS Plus may not be worth it for them. But you got the people that still play the Maddens. They want to play Grand Theft Auto Online. They play with their boys, so they don't care about paying $70 a year. It's to the user. It's to each their own and stuff like that. I hope that answers your question, Gordo. If not, hit me up in the chat if you want me to say something. Now to Jenna.
Yo,
go ahead.
So can I just add one more thing to that?
Yeah.
The reason you shouldn't add the PlayStation Plus, if you're being honest, is that most PlayStation users don't have Plus.
That's true.
I have a friend. He is a long-time gamer. He's been playing ever since the PS1. Doesn't have PlayStation Plus. He knows the benefits. He knows the free games. He knows extra. Sometimes he subscribes to it, but that's usually like once every 3 years. But then he just plays without it at all. So that's why I always say to people, like, the most popular games on PlayStation are either single-player games, which don't require it, or they are multiplayer free live service games, which again don't require it. Which is how my friend can go on for generations and only get like PlayStation Plus like maybe for 2 months out of the year. So it's a disingenuous thing. And when you look at the install base versus the amount of people in PlayStation
it's like 40%.
Plus, it's always around 50 million, whereas the install base is like 120, 160, somewhere in there. So that means there's nearly 100 million people on PlayStation that don't use Plus. You don't need it. So it's weird to add almost like a mandatory thing, something that is actually quite optional. Because again, if 2/3 are not using it, that means it shouldn't be added.
Yeah. Another great point. All right. So, Jenna, thoughts on a private invite. So, Sony's sending out emails for a private club, and they're going to send a question out, right? So, I don't know what protocol they're using to pick what users, but apparently, if you're invited, you'll be able to have influence, to give your opinions on, what Sony products, whatever, and stuff like that, right? Did you guys receive an email? They're not gonna send me.
Is that Sony as a whole or PlayStation?
Oh, PlayStation, specifically PlayStation. So it's PlayStation.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find an article so I could read it. PlayStation sending invites. Let's see. It's called PlayStation Owners Club. Okay, here we go. PlayStation Owners Club invites are being sent out as Sony asks select users to help shape the future of PlayStation. Sony Interactive Entertainment is sending out email invites to users to help shape the future of PlayStation by joining the PlayStation Owners Club. Emails contain a link to a survey for PlayStation gamers to complete, and your answers will determine whether or not you gain access to the club. As reported by PSLS, What's PLS? PlayStation? I don't know. It
PlayStation
seems,
lifestyle.
I guess, yeah, probably. It seems that this club has been doing the rounds for a few years, as a YouTube video found by the site is dated November 2022 and features an email similar to this one. The PlayStation Owners Club is an invitation-only online community where you can share your direct thoughts and feedback with PlayStation. We want to hear from a select group of PlayStation gamers to help us shape the future of your experience. Those of you who do manage to get invited into the PlayStation Owners Club will be given various surveys to complete, which Sony aims to use to get feedback on various topics to provide the best experience to fellow gamers. It's worth checking your email to see if you received the invite. It wouldn't hurt taking the introductory survey to see if you get into the club. Yeah, it's PlayStation Lifestyle that broke this out. Yeah, so I so far didn't get no email. Let me see. There's a link to a YouTube video. It's probably blocked.
Matt Gunderson is not being.
This video was. This is from another YouTube channel. Okay, so there's a YouTube channel talking about that they got an invite same way. So what do you guys think about this? Do you guys get an email? Do you,
No, you know they wouldn't
like,
they wouldn't know me.
Yeah, you know, you think how they're selecting how, because it's invite only. I think it's good, but it's also at the same time what metrics are they using? They're probably using maybe how many hours you spend on PlayStation, which I would agree. Like if they're sending invites to people that have like 2,000 hours on PlayStation, you know. Now if it's 2,000 hours on just Call of Duty, nah, son, don't send them shit. Don't send them a goddamn thing. Like if they got 3,000 hours, and it is a lot of hours, but when you look at the game and it just says Call of Duty and Madden, nah, son.
Yeah,
It's got to be a diverse.
It needs to be J-Barry Persona.
Yeah, like the J Bars Persona, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If they don't get an invite,
it's
if they don't get an
mandatory
invite,
that they get it. Because they have the best PlayStation podcast. So it's like if they don't get it, then this is a whole failure.
It's sus.
I don't support
I'm gonna
it.
be like a sus, right? Yeah. Like if they don't get one, at least one
I
of them
anyone
two.
deserves it is those
Because they play a huge diverse, right? Right? And they beat their games. Hell, they platinum their games. So there's a huge diversity of games they play. They platinum a lot. They play both first and third party. They're indiscriminate.
They talk about it.
They're indiscriminate. So them two, one of them got to get the invite. I swear to God, if Jay Barry or Persona don't get an invite, I'm gonna be like, nah, this is bullshit. I'm gonna call bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna call bullshit. There's no way they don't get an invite. And if a dude, I swear to God, if I see a YouTuber, PlayStation YouTuber, he's like, oh, I got an invite to whatever, and I look at his channel and he or she only streams Call of Duty, yo, I'm gonna send that email to Sony.
Yeah.
You sent this PlayStation Owners Club to someone that only plays Call of Duty, and you want to know the future of PlayStation from someone who just plays Call of Duty? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What are we doing here? J-Dub better get an invite. Yep. Like I'm just saying that, right? It needs to be a good balance. Like they should look, and they could tell. They know who's playing what. They need to see. All right, these people play all types of first party. They play all types of third party. They platinum a lot of games. They beat a lot of games. They have a very diverse palette. In PlayStation,
so
this is who we go.
Know everything.
Yeah, going after somebody that only plays Madden and NBA 2K. Nah. You don't need to hear from them.
That's a waste of time. I'm not gonna lie, that would be useless. That would be useless.
What they're gonna say? What can a person that only plays Call of Duty and Madden say to PlayStation?
Absolutely.
I want more sports games. Yeah. Like what? Like you only Like it doesn't matter how many hours. Like no, bro. Sorry. They need hopefully diverse palette and stuff like that. That's what I'm afraid of. They get all the Call of Duty guys simply because they're trying to figure out this live service game. Like, fuck.
Yeah, I hope they don't just go for like famous streamers. You know, I hope that this isn't just like a marketing thing where they're like, hey, you know,
I'll be honest.
You are a person with X amount of people.
That's who I definitely will stay away from, because that'll be the first question. Hey, are you a streamer? What's your streamer tag? Whatever. Once they show their streamer tag, yep, avoid. I would not give not one link to any streamer. None.
Yeah.
Nope. I will give them just to the genuine gamers that they show the hours, they play. This is the audience we need to go after. That'll be me.
I
So,
agree. I agree.
hopefully they go after I hope they go after genuine PlayStation gamers, and not some weird algorithm where it's just the Call of Duty gamer or the football club gamer,
Yeah.
and that's all they've been. No, they need a gamer with a diverse palette. They actually show the
Yep.
hours and they beat the games. Hey, how'd you see
Yep.
PlayStation? And you'll get the honest truth from them. Like, hey, I play all types of games, but you guys really need to go in this direction because this is what really helps.
And also you buy all the hardware so that you can talk about, accessories and the things that
Yeah.
are missing, because I've been quite disappointed with the Sony accessories, especially the ones made under the PlayStation name. I think the fact that the Pro doesn't have PlayStation Link built in, so you still need a dongle for it, even though it came after. The thing, I think that is a
Because
huge it's a huge
your
mistake.
porter goes with a link, right?
Exactly, the Portal has the link built in,
And
so
the
it's like, why
earbuds,
doesn't
right?
PlayStation
And the
Pro-
earbuds?
Exactly, yeah.
They got
Exactly.
they got the elites and then the
Yeah, so they're all
pulses,
link.
and then
So yeah,
Exactly. So
the Pro
they
should have been built with the
everything that
link.
Sony, not just PlayStation, but Sony as a company releases now, including the TVs, including
Will
everything.
have
Because
the
if you're
link.
going to make it
Yeah.
a new Bluetooth standard, it should be
Yeah.
compatible across all devices.
Yeah.
And like I said, when it first came out, I said it should be released to third-party manufacturers as a free thing that they can put into their device so that
They
it
can also
becomes a
link
standard
compatible.
protocol.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because only use your PlayStation Link earphones with your PlayStation or PlayStation Portal using the Link protocol. Yes, they have Bluetooth for other devices, but again, it's like if I'm
Options is
staying
fine.
in your ecosystem of devices. Pardon?
Yeah, options is fine. Nothing says that
Yeah,
you gotta get rid of Bluetooth.
exactly.
Just
Even for my cameras, like cameras still don't have wireless audio, and a big reason that this manufacturer said that cameras don't have wireless audio is that the Bluetooth protocol is not fast enough when you are like recording video. But I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
so if you create a link specifically to deal with the whole data stream thing, your next cameras should use it too. And that's why, remember when we first talked about it, I was like, it shouldn't have been called PlayStation Link because it makes you think it's only gaming oriented.
it should be
If
called
it's a
Sony
good
Link.
protocol for
Or did you
audio,
call it Link?
it should just be a generic
Link.
name.
Link.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just
Sony
Because it's
Link or
simple.
something.
It's simple.
the thing about it though is that link technology is still limited with bandwidth, so it's not going to do. It still can't do, like, even if it was included in the alpha line of cameras and stuff. Just the file sizes and the data is just so big on it. It's just you're gonna need a USB C USB throughput.
I don't see why that would be an issue because in reality, other people have other manufacturers of cameras have like wireless protocols enabled. It's just that they're not popular. And again, if you're dealing with latency, which is the biggest thing, because they're basically saying that
Yeah.
if you're recording, the
Mhm.
sound is going to be delayed. There's going to be some lag there, So it's like again, anyways, it should be built in. Either
Yeah.
way, even if it doesn't work in like live recording moment,
Yeah.
it should still be a part of Sony products where you know that everything's using Link. And if Link is so much better than Bluetooth, then your TV from Sony and your soundbar from Sony should be using PlayStation Link as well. So that again you get a better experience because that's your entire pitch. So I think that there are many things hardware wise where I have been disappointed. Like the whole
Mhm.
the headphones that Prologue is wearing, I would never listen to them. I don't think that they are good enough sound, for what it is that they provide.
'Cause you're
I think that headphones from
audiophile.
Sinai, exactly. But even like at a medium level, like Sennheiser, other Sony products, not
Yeah.
even like going far afield. Products from Bang& Olufsen, Bowers and Wilkins, products from Audio Technica. All of
Yeah.
those sound better than the Sony counterpart, even though Sony makes better sounding headphones than
Yeah.
those ones.
I use the Biodynamics.
Yeah, Beyerdynamics, exactly. So
Yeah.
it's just like all of these brands, including Sony itself, makes better products. So listen, that's why I think that they need to have someone with a whole cohesive look at both the software and the hardware, because there's definitely room for improvement on every single front. And Sony as a company has always frustrated me in that one department can do something really, really well, and
Yeah.
then the next department that could use the exact same technology doesn't actually use it. Like the fact that my camera doesn't use the Bravia screens, it pisses me off every day because every time I have to use these goddamn screens at the back of my camera, I'm like, why isn't this have the same fidelity as my Bravia screen that I have at home?
But you know why? It's the cost. Think about
Dude,
it.
why would you pay so much for this?
Spend,
I will pay an
listen,
extra 1,000 for the
we
camera. Like,
spent.
if I'm
Listen,
paying 6,000, if I'm paying 6,000 for a camera, J-Dub, the extra
yeah.
1,000 isn't gonna kill me to get like a decent
No,
screen I
no.
can actually use in the sun.
What I'm saying, right? If we already spend right $4,000, $5,000 for the body, just the body, right?
Yeah.
Imagine having, even let's say Sony's OLED screen or Sony's whatever latest technology screen that's there. I'm gonna be honest, that's itself is going to add an additional, like you said, $1,000. You may be willing to pay it, but at the end of the day, that's
Listen, at the
a
highest
screen
end,
where
at the highest end,
90%
at your
of the
flagship camera.
photographers don't even
Nah,
use
nah,
it.
nah, nah, nah. No, because it's not made for 90% of the photographers. At that price point, we are not talking about the general public. We're not talking about the camera that needs to sell to the masses. We're talking about your flagship product, which just like the PlayStation 5 Pro is only targeted at a specific set of customers.
Yeah.
And those customers are going to be
So
willing
okay. So
to
I
go
see
the
what you're
extra
saying
mile.
now. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah,
Make
I'm not
a
saying on
m-
every
m-
single
make
camera. I'm
make
saying if I'm
additional
buying
make an
the
additional
A9.
line. Make an additional
Yeah,
line
well, not
and
even
just
make an additional line. Like, take a look at the Alpha 9 or the Alpha 1 or the
yeah
Alpha 7R. Those
yeah
are the highest of the highest that Sony knows how to make. And it's
yeah.
like at that price point, honestly, adding $1,000 doesn't change the value add that much. Obviously,
True.
I don't think it should cost an extra $1,000, but I'm just saying, even if it did, at that price point, like people buy Leicas, like Leica exists. Like, we're not
Yes.
going to pretend that those
Yeah.
customers don't exist. So it's like, yeah, I would stretch out the extra 1,000 in
Yeah.
order to get the best that Sony knows how to make, not
Yeah.
just Sony's camera division.
Yeah.
Like, why is it that PlayStation knows how to make PlayStation Link, but Sony's Bravia division doesn't include it in the products? Why is it that
Well, it's the
Sony
same. It's
Audio
the
knows
same
how to
reason,
make good
right?
products?
But
Pardon?
it's the same. Like Sony has, right? They have their, like you said, their Bravia division, but then they also have in their gaming, they have their end zone, right? So their end zone
Yeah,
monitors and stuff like that. It's a yeah. So I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm
but
gonna
they
be
don't use
honest.
the same. They don't share technology. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have the InZone products. They don't
Yeah.
necessarily come from the Bravia team, and I'm like, that is stupid. Like, you should have your display guys make
Yeah.
as many of your displays, no matter what the final product is going to be, because
Yeah.
they know what displays are supposed to do. You should have your audio guys make as many audio products, no matter where it's going to go, because they know what audio is supposed to sound like.
How much do you think about it? I spent fucking $12,000 right on my Sony 8K TV, right? Imagine
Wait, you
what
spend how
the
much?
yeah, it's like $12,000.
12.
Imagine. Listen, no,
You
no,
said
think about it.
1,200,
No,
and I'm
no.
like, wait,
Listen to
what?
me. Think about it. If they use that same technology in a camera, right?
Mhm.
I'm just throwing it out there. In a camera.
Mhm.
Do you I mean it's just gonna be it's probably
But
not
you're not
worth.
asking for the back of the screen to be 8K, mate. I'm saying that the
No,
underlying
get it.
technology,
I just
you know,
I
like,
don't think
let's
you're gonna
say,
do it for five people.
no, no, no,
You're
no.
five
Listen,
people.
I'm not
I'm
saying
like
that you need
four.
to create like some
You
kind
know.
of 77-inch at the back of my
Yeah.
camera. I'm saying that, hey, your TV, yeah, has to contend with windows behind it. So when they design it, they're like, okay, how are we going to make the layers so that people can still see it in a
Yeah.
brightly lit room? That is
Yeah.
very similar to the problem that I have when I'm shooting outside. So if those guys are like, hey, listen, this is the way that we created the LED technology, and this is the way that we put the layers together so that it actually is visible in sunlight or in a brightly lit environment, then give them the exact same thing, miniaturize the fuck out of it, like, in
Yeah.
Tony Stark, and then put it on my little 5-inch screen. It's not going to cost $12,000 to do.
But
But those
but no,
guys
I
are
agree with
like,
you. I agree with you. I think, but here's the thing, especially in photography, people care about the sensors, which Sony is number one in the sensors, right? They
yes,
care about
yes.
the sensors. They care about the ergonomics. Those are the
Hmm.
two. And then and let's not even get on the lenses, right? They're like the best in lenses. So
Sure.
those are the main components that photographers and videographers just really care about, and they produce that. Now, could they add on that little 4-inch screen where 99% of the people use an external screen that's bigger, that's better, touch screen, has all other
But do you know
features?
why they use an external screen? Because the,
Because it's
the
not
screen
built
that's
in.
built in is shit.
Well, because
That's why.
it's too small. It's too small. They can't have it like a, like even one of my screens, right? Like you can't, like you have a screen, right? and I get it. The
No,
one
no,
that's
no.
on there,
But do you know why I know they can't have a screen that small?
that's for
Because
a
they still have
quick.
Sony Xperia. They still have the phone. The
Yeah,
smartphones
that's
use
true.
that
That's
screen
true.
technology.
That's
So
true.
don't
That's
tell
true.
me
They
they
use the
can't have a
phone.
screen that is
Yeah.
visible in the sun because they've done it. Like
But
again,
it's
Sony
still
has
a
so many components,
$6,000. That phone is a $1,500
but I only want the
5.5
screen. I
inch
don't want
screen.
everything else behind the phone. I don't need it
Yeah,
to run TikTok. So that's
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying. Like they have the technology already done by
yeah,
one department, and they are
yeah,
not like borrowing from the they're not borrowing from their own technology. Like again,
yeah,
they've got Bravia, they've got Sony Xperia, and then they have Sony Alpha. All of those three things have to create screens. Bravia
yeah.
leads the pack, but Xperia already has the same screen technology,
What if
smaller.
what if they make a camera, right? Similar camera. They just call it the Master Series, like they do with the TVs, right? And then that'll be the M TV. I mean, that'll be the M camera, the camera for M. It has all the doodads, the bigger
The
screen.
M
Dude,
camera.
we're gonna call it the M series, the EM series, and they're just gonna sell that shit for fucking $8,000, and then like
And you know
they
what?
only make a
All of
few of
those
them, and
all of those photographers that are like, buying the Hasselblads, all of
yes,
those photographers that are buying the
yeah,
Leicas, all those
yeah,
photographers that are buying like the Pentax
medium,
K2s,
yeah, the
all of
medium,
those
yeah,
medium format cameras, the
yeah,
Fujifilm GFX, all
yeah,
of those people are gonna look at them and be like, yeah, that is an enticing thing. Like there's high-end products for everyone.
yeah,
But the thing is, again, Sony
uh-huh,
has like the flagship phones, but
yeah,
even take back when Xperia was a bigger deal. Like
yeah.
they still had the same technology from
I
decades
agree.
ago.
I agree. They shared across the. I agree with you. I
So
mean,
listen,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it'll be you, me, and maybe four other people that probably find that worth it, and that's
and
maybe that's the reason
let
why.
me put it this way, guys. If they invite me to this owners club, I'm gonna bring a better PlayStation 6. You'll see. You better hope they invite me. It's gonna be
Off
better all around.
AM offline, man. Listen, I'm gonna give you the contact to my rep, man, and you just have you need to pitch this to him. Just pitch it to him. I mean, you make a
There we
very
go.
valid
There we
point.
go. There we go.
We'll
Oh,
see.
look
We'll
at
see.
that. Look at that. We're making Sony great again.
Yeah,
There we
Red
go.
Ladder Podcast.
yeah.
This is crazy. All right, let me do this one more super chat and we'll get out of here. It's the proprietary problem. Cross licensing should be easy within one company.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, with internal.
That's what
yeah,
I'm saying.
I get it. Yeah. I mean, if they created this link, which is supposedly better than Bluetooth, right? I got it. To compete with Bluetooth is probably a bridge too far because to me, Bluetooth is kind of like Windows. Well,
Yeah.
Bluetooth's good. Generally, it's good, so I don't have issues with Bluetooth. But it's so popular and common, it's probably too late to compete with it. But within your own products that people enjoy,
Yeah.
and I would imagine there's a lot of people that enjoy Sony products, it's kind of like Apple. Apple do their own
Yep.
thing, and they don't try to make something that's like, all right, now everybody could use it. People on Google, Android, or this. No, it's only us. We make our stuff
Yep.
look better. I think Sony could have done the same thing if they want to, right? Hey, you like your headsets, you like your sound audio system. Guess what? If you buy a specific sound audio system, it uses link connectivity with your TV. Boom. Much better than this, much better than that. But it's Sony exclusive proprietary technology. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with that. So I do agree with Extreme. Like, why don't they just do it across all their lines, and really make it
Yeah.
standard, even if it's just within their own product line? Apple does it. Apple does their own thing, and they don't give a shit if anybody else uses it. But guess what?
Yeah.
People know Apple does it. Oh, this is Apple. This is Apple's own thing. Oh, cool. And, I guess, I don't know. I'll be honest.
Yo,
PlayStation is
exactly
really
right.
the only Sony thing I really buy from Sony. Like, I mean, I do have one Sony TV in the living room, but that's only because it was like on a dramatic sale. And so it was a $3,000 TV, 75-inch 4K, whatever. I bought it for $1,900 with military discount and Sony discount, and it was a good deal. But the TV I got right here in front of me is a Samsung.
Yeah.
My washer and
Remember,
dryer is
Sony used to be the Apple before Apple.
Yeah, that's true. Like everything was Sony. That was like the household
Everything,
name.
the Triniton, the Sony
remember
Triniton,
remember that.
Wega TVs, the
Wega,
monitors, the TV. I mean the Vio
Radios,
laptops, the mobile devices,
Yeah.
the radios. I mean, come
The
on,
Walkman, that was
right?
them.
Come
Yeah.
on, like
Yeah,
So
just
they really were, and then
But I don't mind the way we have now, you know, because I think LG
Yeah.
OLED make great. I think there's a lot of great technology. Me,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
more partial to
competition.
Sam.
Competition is great, man.
I'm more partial to Samsung
Competition is great.
personally, right? But I
Yeah.
think the next TV I'll get is going to be OLED. But that's a
Yeah.
Florida conversation. But anyway, thank you. So I think that's it. I want to say we're gonna do our outros because it's already 9:45. I know it's pretty late for you, J Dub. It's early for Extreme, but we'll start with you, J Dub.
Yeah.
Hey, my brother, thank you
All
so
right.
much. Yo, pro's coming, bro.
Pros coming, brother.
in
We
there.
excited, man.
Shit, bro.
Listen, I feel like
we're gonna
won the
be
Super Bowl.
we're gonna be insufferable after November 7th.
Oh man,
They are not
Hey,
gonna
listen,
stand us. You're not gonna tell me nothing.
If we kick their ass with 9
T-flops.
T-flops, imagine what we're gonna do with 36 of them bitches. Oh man,
yo, oh my god, we're gonna be insufferable. We're gonna be insufferable.
Hey, day one, I'm gonna tell y'all this. Day one, first thing I'm gonna do is capture. Gotta find some kind of way to capture my GT7 and my Formula 1 2024 in 8K 60. You know what I'm saying? And upload that shit to YouTube and let that be that. Nah, man, I'm super excited, guys. I don't know why. I mean, we had this conversation earlier. It's just something is just different. Something is just
magic
different in the air. But that's
feel
great. While all
magic.
these other dudes and these outlets are talking about doom and gloom with gaming, PlayStation is just fucking knocking it out the park. They got
to them,
6 to 7 exclusive console GOTY nominees in the house. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I understand studios closing. I understand Concord. I understand some failure. Some people waiting for Sony to show their hands. But god damn, is this a hell of a fucking year?
Yeah, man.
This was supposed to be a down year.
Like, there's people that still haven't played Stellar Blade. I'm like, shut up.
Exactly.
Bro. Like, yo, y'all want to be doing this? Like, remember when Devil May Cry first came out on PlayStation 2? Yeah. I guarantee these dudes would have never played Devil May Cry.
Yeah,
they would have made like they're not to say like, bro, man, like that's what. Like and yet they want these other games that came out. Oh, how come they don't bring back Splinter Cell? This that. I'm like, bro, you guys would not have played it. If they would have made those new games, brand new franchise today, you guys would still complain. Like they're not really interesting. Like, yo, bro. Anyway.
Yeah. Or they'll call it woke and deep.
Yeah. Oh my god. Don't even start. These dudes get mad at pronouns. Yeah. I can't.
Yeah. Exactly.
I can't. I ain't worried about that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be playing these games and stuff. All right. Extreme, my brother.
Yo, there's a new video on the channel, guys. So go ahead and watch it. You go ahead and see it. You know, it's a more of a philosophical one.
Believe it or not, man, I've been, when you do drop a video, I've been listening to it on my way to work and then on the way back.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Great.
Appreciate that.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So that one's a fun one. That was a fun one to do. But there's lots more lies, because we talk about lies on that video. We talk about the lies we tell as a community. We tell as individuals. So if you guys have more lies that didn't cover, like exclusives don't matter.
You can do a part 2.
Be another one. I'm gonna do a part 2. Go ahead.
You can do a part 3
and put that in the chat.
It'll be a series. It's a 10-episode series. We like 10-episode series. That's all you see now.
There we go.
On subscription, 10 episodes, right? All right.
Exactly.
Good shit. Check out the new video because I will definitely check it out tomorrow on the way to work. But anyway, if you guys saw, I want to say, before I sign out, I want to say thank you to everybody that congratulated me on Twitter for my graduation. I really listen. That was probably one of my most engaged tweets. Which, to be honest, I can't think of a better tweet to have so many people comment or whatever. It was great. So I really thank you so much. I enjoyed my time in Atlanta and stuff like that. On to the next chapter. I submitted for my retirement. It's approved. So January 2026, done. You know what I'm saying? So whoever is elected this November, that's my commander-in-chief for about a year. Yeah, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully they don't do too much in that year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't calm down with China. Relax.
I know, right?
Relax. Yeah. Right? let it simmer for a little bit. I gotta go. But other than that, man, hey, I truly appreciate everybody who rocked out with the channel. Thank you so much for the likes. We got the poll. Let me finish up with the poll. So the poll was, do you think Indiana Jones should be a slow-paced stealth game? And the two choices was absolutely no Uncharted clone or hell no, give me more Uncharted. Out of 178 votes, this is the first time I got more likes than votes. We're making progress, Extreme. We're making progress.
They don't care about Indiana Jones.
Probably that's what it is. They don't give a shit.
They don't care about us.
They rather hit the like button.
Exactly. Just like Jesus Christ, we might as well hit the like.
We might as well hit the like button. That was a better option. Damn. Thanks for bringing my high down.
Exactly. Just like goddamn, like the fuck is
30,
Indiana Jones?
Yeah, like it's so bad they didn't even care about the poll. But out of the 178, 31% said absolutely no Uncharted clone. 69, which is the majority, said hell no, give me more Uncharted. So they want a more fast-paced, action-oriented Indiana Jones. We'll see how that reflects.
Can I ask, who thought, how did this topic come about? Who thought that Indiana Jones should be slower paced?
Oh no, so PC gamers did a 3-hour review, and they said that Indiana Jones, from their 3-hour preview that they played so far, it's not the big game machine games last time. It's mostly stealth. And I think you was the one that alluded to that. You alluded to that, if I remember correctly. You were gone on your lunch break when we talked about it.
Jesus Christ.
So,
Jesus
but I gave you your flowers because I told everybody you did allude to that it would be more like the movie. You're not going to see a lot of set pieces. It's going to be puzzles and stealth. A little bit like fighting, because it's going to be more closer to the movie than what we expect from Uncharted, and you were right. Or at least so far, it seems like that.
You know, it's such a burden to be right all the time. I wouldn't wish it on you guys.
You know, it's a curse to have knowledge.
Listen.
Ignorance is bliss. Well, he said, I think Thanos said that to Tony Stark's. You know, we're cursed with knowledge. That's you. You know, you ruined it. Damn it, Extreme. All right. But anyway, thank you so much for rocking out. You know, truly appreciate it. I'll do some videos. I'm going to look into that Halloween. Shout out to Romy Rome. I got the link, so I'm going to look into it. Hopefully it's true. But anyway, this is your only friend, these YouTube Streets, Porter77. And we are out of here with another episode of 60 Frames No Lag. You guys take care. You know, the next Tuesday is the Tuesday prior to the Pro, and it's also the day of the election. So a lot of politic talking that day. Now I'm lying. We're going to try to refrain from politics. Anyway, you guys take care. Peace.